Hello. Okay, we're back, y'all. I had to make sure I had my videos in order. So I do have my videos in order. Now we are again. I want to make sure that I let you guys know we are going to be watching a case that involves a missing teen, suspected to have been murdered by her auntie's boyfriend. I do not want to say he's her uncle. They are not married. Suspected to be murdered by her aunt's boyfriend, who is a documented pedophile. Okay. So if that is a sensitive topic for anyone in this live, please go ahead and exit because I do not want to be the cause of anything that triggers you today. Um, I started watching this and I stopped because I was like, no, I want to watch this with the millionaires, right? But y'all, the more I started hearing details, I was like, I'm not so sure if I want to watch it. But I've heard Miss J was like, Mel, you got to watch it. You got to. A couple of my friends called me, not one, it's about two or three of them. Mel, what do you think about this case? So I'm going to watch this case with you guys. And thank you, Jazz. I am going to watch this case with you guys, and we will hear the details ourselves. I've heard like clippings, I've seen things that went viral about this case, but we are going to watch the entire preliminary hearing for him. Y'all, he has several other cases that involve children. It's not just Naziah. I think they've added to this indictment one of her cousins. So I do want us to watch this together. And Haley, hi India, Happy New Year. Haley, Miss J just had me save that podcast. I told her that I would watch it. I am going to watch that too. So we got that podcast. There are two interviews, guys, that we will be watching together. Probably not today, but throughout the week. The plan for the week is for us to get through this Naziah Harris case. We will learn the facts together, kind of sort through what we're hearing together, and that's going to take us through this week. He has, I think the 16th. I forgot what they called it, but he has to appear back in court on the 6th. Back in court on the 16th. So we're going to get through this case together, but I do want to make sure everyone is aware of what this case is about before we watch the case. If it is going to make you, if it's going to trigger anything, please get off the live. I will recap it on TikTok as well. I'll recap it on my Instagram because now I got to start using my Instagram. I'll recap it on there. Hi, Pat. How are you? India, I didn't know she said carried over. I didn't know if that meant trial, but I know he has a trial for another case starting. But I wasn't sure if it was Naziah's. So I guess we're gonna figure it out too. Miss Sheila, guess what? I had breakfast this morning. And thank you, Miss Sheila. I had breakfast this morning. That's part of the reason why I started at 10:45. I did get up at about 8, but y'all know I'm trying to do the word, get my devotional in, took the dogs on the walk, baby made some coffee, and yes, I did have breakfast. New year, new me, huh? Because y'all know I'll be on this live hungry. But I did eat today. Yes, Malaysia. I am going to ask that God covers everybody listening to this case today. God, keep our minds free of anxiety, God. Allow us to get through this and allow everyone on this live to be able to use their voice to spread awareness so that this won't happen to another child. Amen. I really want us to get through this. I know it's heavy for me. Part of the reason why I'm like, oh, but we're going to get through this together. And the whole purpose of me starting this channel and starting to do Trial Watch was just adding my voice to the conversation. So just because it makes me uncomfortable doesn't mean I get to just stop what the mission and purpose of my channel is. And Naziah is no longer here. So she's not even afforded the right to be in uncomfortable situations. So we're gonna get through this together, guys. But this is Naziah Harris and her accused murderer, Jarvis Butts. We are starting that now, and we are going to skip through breaks and lunches. And as suggested, if I need to, I'll take little 5-minute breaks. And if I'm taking 5-minute breaks, if somebody wants to come up and maybe give their thoughts on the case, then we'll do that to kind of help me get through, because we're gonna be streaming all day, so that'll kind of help me get through it. Yeah. So where it starts.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Minimum.
And Mr. Riggins,
Yes.
or someone from defense counsel, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
You can begin.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Derek Wolf.
And what do you do for a living currently?
I work at 36 District Court as a court officer.
And how long have you worked at 36 District Court?
2 months.
And prior to that, where did you work at?
Detroit Public School Police Department.
And how long did you in total work for the Detroit Public Schools?
17 and a half years.
You worked for DPS for 17 and a half years?
Yes.
And how long have you been in law enforcement in total?
39 years.
Before DPS, who did you work for?
I retired from Detroit Police Department.
And what were some of your common roles and responsibilities at the Detroit Public Schools Police Department?
We go to the school. Sometimes we talk to the kids. We take care of the buildings, take care of the principal.
Okay. I don't know if you guys heard that. I said, what the hell am I hearing in this case? I had another tab open, y'all. I'm so sorry if you could hear that, because I definitely could hear that. Hey, Tay, how are you?
Both to take care of the family and make sure everybody's about the law.
And in January of 2024, what was your assignment at the DPS Police Department?
I was assigned to investigations.
And as part of that assignment, does that include going out and taking reports from people who are making police reports to the school police department?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 10th, 2024. Did you go to J.E. Clark School in Detroit?
Yes.
And what was the reason you went there, sir?
I got sent there by my lieutenant about a missing 13-year-old young lady from the school.
And when you went there, did you speak with someone who was making that report?
Yes.
Who was that person?
I talked to her guardian, her grandmother, which is her guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Annette Harris?
Yes.
And in terms of taking that report, what's that process like? I don't want to go into what anybody said to you, but what information are you looking for to gather to put into your report?
Okay, I'm making a missing report. So I asked Ms. Harris, when's the last time you seen her daughter? Her granddaughter. Description of what she had on. Has she ever been missing before? Does she have a boyfriend? Or she have friends she might go by the house and stay? Things of that sort.
And did you ask Ms. Harris all of those questions and get her answers?
Yes.
And then did you write an actual report?
Yes.
After you write that report, do you have any role in actually investigating to attempting to locate the missing person?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do after writing the report?
After I did the report, I canvassed the area looking for this young lady, although she was gone for at least 24 hours because she was missing the day before. And then from that point.
First of all, shout out to the officer, because y'all know why he's doing that. I went out, he canvassed the neighborhood, try to figure out where this young lady is. He said, although she had been missing 24 hours before. Who in the hell waits 24 hours before you go report your child missing? Okay.
We didn't find anything. So I found out the bus number that she was on. I got the video, and it showed where she got off the bus at Cornwell and 3 Mile.
Said Cornwell and 3 Mile?
And they got video surveillance. He might need to go teach some in Fulton County.
About 3 Mile.
Okay.
And from that point, like I said, we went to the house, talked to the guardian again, talked to some of the people in the house. and then we went on in and let it go from there.
Sorry, just to be clear, you keep on saying we. Are you doing these things with a partner?
Yes.
And who is that partner?
Dale Gardner.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching with what's already been admitted as People's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what is that is contained in Exhibit 2?
The school bus.
And is that a still shot from the video that you pulled or that you received?
Yes.
Oh. And that's the bus that you identified that Neziah Harris was on?
Yes.
Oh. May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25.
I have another question.
Okay, cross.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolf, you were dispatched to the J. Clark School because you're an investigator for DPS.
I was not dispatched. The lieutenant came to the office and told us to go by the school for the missing.
Oh, so you were requested, your presence was requested at the school.
Yeah, from my lieutenant.
You don't have an office within the school,
No.
so you're not like the school resource officer per se.
No.
And you said you met with Ms. Annette Harris on the 10th
Yes.
and that's of January of 2021.
January.
But that was early in the morning.
Around between 11 and 12.
So school was in session at that time.
Yes.
Did you speak with the teacher who was in Neziah's classroom on the 9th of January?
No.
Did you speak with any of Neziah's known friends?
Like in the investigation, yes.
You did. Who did you speak to?
I can't recall that.
Did you write them in a report?
No, not in this report.
Okay, so you spoke with folks, but you didn't record their names?
I recorded it probably on my run sheet, but not inside the missing report.
And you didn't take statements from anybody?
No, not at the
Ever?
No.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody else at the school about Neziah, either on the 10th or any time after that?
Only other chance I talked to the guardian, which is the grandmother, and a couple of students.
A couple.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many?
A couple, too.
2. Okay. Just want to make sure we have the same definition of a couple. And you said you canvassed the area?
Yes.
What area did you canvass?
The 3 mile area, we were all around there, checking the alleys, knocking on doors, seeing if we can get some video, doorbell, camera footage, things like that.
3 mile, is that 3 Mile Drive?
3 miles in Cornwall, that area.
Okay, and that's where the bus stop was?
Yes.
Where Neziah would have gotten off the bus?
Yes.
Anywhere else around the school?
We checked around the schools. We checked on, matter of fact, on her street as well. We didn't find anything.
In her classroom, does she have a locker or a cubby or anything where she stores items?
I can't have that.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Fair to say then that you didn't check?
I may have, but I can't recall right now because
Is
it's
there
been such a long time.
Is there a report that documents whether you did or not?
No.
Okay. And after you did the canvass of the area of 3 Mile Drive into Cornwall, what else did you do?
I went back to the station, advised the lieutenant of what we came up with,
Which was what?
which was I talked to the parent, the grandparent, talked to a couple of students. We didn't find anything from doing our search of the area.
So did you do anything else in regards to investigating?
No, I did not, because I was getting ready to retire, so I was done.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
Okay.
He said
In regards to investigating.
No, I did not, because I was getting ready to retire, so I was done.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Can you redirect?
Okay, so this is the officer. He said that he's an officer for Detroit Public Schools. So when the grandmother went to the school to report her missing, his lieutenant had him go to the school to take the report. He said he did some canvassing of the neighborhood, talked to some, I think he said 2 of her friends to kind of see what was going on. But they asked him, did he continue throughout the investigation? He said he was getting ready to retire. So this is about as much as he did in the case.
Very briefly, Judge. How long, you were first notified about this on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you stay involved in the investigation?
That day.
Okay, so your activities that Ms. Quick asked you about contained, all happened on the 10th of January.
Yes.
What happened to the investigation after the 10th?
If someone else's investigation would have took over, besides me, because once again I was leaving, but I gave all the information that I had along with my run sheet as well. So
It was
From
passed
that
off to another investigator?
yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Okay, and then are you aware of what happened after that?
No.
And you said that on the 10th, your lieutenant came in and asked you to go to J.E. Clark?
Yes.
And who is your lieutenant?
At the time it was George Harris.
Okay. I know you pretty good.
I just clarification. You said you were leaving. Are you mean leaving DPS or leaving
Yeah.
the day?
Retiring.
Thank you. Any questions based off of my question?
No, Judge.
Okay, you were all done.
And Judge, at this time, people would call forensic tech Margaret Lavala.
I hate to always throw race in there, but even for me seeing a black man say that I was about to retire, you not gonna tell me you retired that day. And I wish they would have asked that question. What day did he retire? Because there's a kid missing, but I also want to know, what did the grandmother tell them? What was told? What made you feel like, well, I'm finna retire, I'm gonna get this to somebody else, it's okay? What made you give up so easily with this young girl missing? Lord, every parent on this live. This is why you got to advocate for your kids. Advocate for your children, because nobody gonna go hard for your kids like you're gonna go hard for your kids. And clearly grandmama was in there not going hard for her baby, because ain't no way this man told me I turned it over, I was retiring. Come on, sir.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right.
Raise your right hand.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Watch your step. One of the stairs.
Thank you.
Don't speak to the mic. You don't have to pick up the whole thing you loud.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Margaret Lavala.
And where are you employed?
Currently, I'm employed with the Macomb County Medical Examiner's Office
And when did you start there?
in July of 2024.
And before starting there, where did you?
Did y'all hear what month we're in right now? I'm gonna check to make sure who listening. Y'all know y'all at work, but some of y'all listening, did you all just hear what month we're in? I'm trying to see if y'all listening out there because y'all know over here we like to be, this is an interactive live stream, okay? Thank you. Come on, Erica. We are in July 2024. What month did Nazaria go missing in? What month did Nazaria go? Somebody help me because I think I'm a little confused. What month did Nazaria go missing? We're in July. What month did Nazaria go missing? January. We done skipped all the way to
You work.
I worked with the Detroit Police Department as a forensic technician.
Okay. And how long had you had that job?
I was there for about 6 years.
And what, as a forensic technician, what are your roles and responsibilities?
We would respond to scenes in the city of Detroit. We would take photos, collect evidence, search for evidence, and then compile a report based on our findings.
And I want to take you back to March 14th of 2024. Were you working with Detroit Police as a forensic tech at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working alone or with a partner?
That day I was working alone.
And I want to take you to the area of 7 Mile and Berg. It's in the city of Detroit.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to that location on March 14th, 2024?
Yes, it was.
And what is it that you did at that location?
At that location, there was a wooded area just south of 7 Mile to the west of Berg, and we searched that wooded area for evidence related to a potential missing person.
Okay. And what is it that you did when you searched?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What is it that you do when you search an area?
We will canvass the area in an ordered fashion, myself along with the other officers that are on scene. We are looking for things that are out of the ordinary or might suggest that something had taken place at that location.
And did you know what you were looking for at that location?
We were looking for clothing and shoes.
And did you take any photos?
I did.
And did you collect any evidence?
I did.
Okay. And I want to show you, may I start to look proposed exhibit 14?
Yes.
Showing you it's Marcus People's proposed exhibit 14. It's a PowerPoint. Could you tell me, do you recall going to this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do these photos, there are 129 of them, do they fairly and accurately depict the scene of 7 Mile and Berg as you saw it that day back on March 14th of 2024?
Yes, they do. Question recollection.
And Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's proposed exhibit 14.
No objection. Okay, they'll be admitted.
Thank you. Did you end up finding any evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
What evidence did you find?
We collected a pink jumpsuit, like bodysuit style, and then a black hoodie that had a pair of white headphones in one of the pockets, some gloves, a towel, and a pair of red, black, and white gym shoes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Since you have to allow me.
Okay, try that.
Now Taxes is getting the TurboTax app and filing your taxes yourself 100% free.
And what, so this is in People's Exhibit 14. This is going to be photo 2. What is it that we have here?
So this is the photo card that we would take at the beginning of processing any crime scene. It includes the date, the time, the location that we're responding to, as well as who is the current officer in charge that ordered us out to that location, the crime or suspected crime that we're investigating, as well as my name, the code that I'm working, and the report number that is assigned to that case.
Okay. Now I'm gonna not go through all 129 photos here. I'm gonna show you some that I want to reference. This is for record purposes, photo 30. What do we see here in photo 30?
We are looking west down. So that fence on the left of the photograph is the fence for an abandoned building at the south end of a parking lot on the west side of Berg. We are looking west towards the Rude River into that wooded area. You can see what is that pink jumpsuit in the background of the photograph.
And in 33, what do we see here?
That is one of the
It's always so eerie when we're watching cases and it involves the murder of someone, and you kind of, like in this case, we're going to see some video of her, you know, the last time she was seen alive. But here we're actually looking at the wooded area where on March 14th, at this point, she'd been missing for 60 days. You're finding her clothing just tossed around in the woods. And I'm going to go back to, damn it, y'all know my working memory is shot right now. Whoever just put in here, he's not that bright. He is not that bright. This baby's body, y'all, he's not that smart. Something like, how can't they find her body? Yeah, how can't they find her body? Because he's not smart at all. He left all of her belongings in the wooded area. It gives you chills, Key. Not only that, seeing her pink jumpsuit just laid them. Did they want people to find this stuff? Was it the intention that people found this, or were they just so caught up in the moment? Y'all, because keep in mind, this is 60 days later. Why is her stuff? I mean, I'm happy the stuff is found. So please don't take this as, oh, I wish you would have gotten the stuff up. But he's not that bright. If he made this mistake, there have to be other mistakes that he made that could lead them to finding this girl's body. Miss Sheila, I could believe that. The clothes were dumped there. Oh, hold on. I think Little Miss said they just found the remains. Let me make sure those are the same comments. Left the clothes intentionally. That could be it. Jaleesa. Okay, hold on. Okay, yes. Little Miss left a comment, guys. They said she said they found a child's remains close by. It was about 4 days ago, they said. Okay, that would make sense to me. Also, the dumping of the clothes. I wonder, did they check the body shop? We're going to see. They didn't find all of her stuff, but I definitely think others were involved. Same India. Unless he put her in the water. They're overlooking something, Key, y'all. This man is not bright. So, but I'm going to go back to what Jaleesa said, and I think a few of you guys have said that these clothes were dumped intentionally. And if Little Miss, if she's correct that they found a body nearby, it would make sense that in their mind, they wouldn't put two and two together. Okay? That would make sense.
The black, red, and white gym shoes that we collected from the wooded area that I had previously stated.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that's a left foot shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And in picture 35, what do we have here?
That was a photograph of the inside of the shoe, of the size tag.
And in 37, what do we see here?
Again, we are still looking in that wooded area. That is the black jacket that was collected. It is towards the front of the photograph, kind of behind that tree branch.
And in 42,
That was a close-up of the black hooded jacket that we recovered.
okay. And would it be fair to say that you opened up the jacket, or was this how you saw it?
We did open up the jacket to examine it, yes.
And in 45, what's in 45?
So that is looking in one of the pockets of the jacket.
And can you see what's inside the pocket at that point, or no?
That photograph, I believe there's a paper and might be the pair of headphones.
Okay. And in 47,
Yes.
what are we looking at there?
So yes, that is the paper and the pair of headphones that was recovered from that pocket.
In 50,
So that is going to be the hood of that hooded jacket. We noted that there are several holes in the jacket of unknown origin.
yeah, in 52, what do we see here?
Again, we are looking into the wooded area. You can see that pink jumpsuit that is stuck in the branches of those trees.
And in 63,
Do you want to see how much money you're eligible for? If you were in a car crash within the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Again, a closer shot of that pink jumpsuit.
Okay. Jaleesa and everyone else that said these clothes were planted. Y'all look at how they're finding the clothes. Now we'll ask. Now that jacket, she did say they opened the jacket up so that they could get a picture, see the condition of the jacket. I hope they did the same for this jumpsuit, because these pictures really do look like someone laid them out neatly for someone to find. But they did say that they were laying these things out. I am going to go with, again, y'all look how spaced out everything is. It's not like we found everything in one spot. Everything is spaced out, which again points back to what you guys are saying, that someone came back. Her and the grandma both are crazy. Yes, Andrea, that someone came back. I did see her Instagram yesterday. One of my friends sent it to me. Sad.
in 78, what do we see here?
That is the right foot of the red, black, and white shoe that was recovered that was located in the trees near that jumpsuit.
Okay, and is that fair to say the right foot?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And 79, what do we have here?
That is a photo of the inside tag of that shoe to show its size.
Mm-hmm.
And in 88.
That is the pink jumpsuit that we recovered.
Hey, no.
And 89.
That's a photo of the size and the label of that jacket. That jacket jumpsuit.
And in 120.
That is a photo of the Rouge River.
Okay. So how close was the Rouge River, I guess, to the area that you were searching?
So there was a large parking lot just off of the west side of Berg, and then there was an embankment leading down to the river. I would say less than 500 feet.
What condition was the evidence that we just saw in the photos? What was the condition of it?
It was wet. It was dirty. It was currently raining when we were out at that scene. So,
what did you do with the evidence once you photographed it?
once it was photographed, I collected it and took it from the scene. The items that were wet, we then brought to the Detroit Police Department evidence garage, where we have a drying chamber so that that evidence could be dried in a safe, secure, and way so that any type of DNA evidence could be preserved. And then once that evidence was then dried, it was packaged and processed and submitted to the DPD property unit.
And you would have been the one who placed those items in the drying chamber?
Yes.
And are you also the one who placed them on evidence afterwards?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I believe you said that it was raining on the day that you were dispatched out to this location of the site.
That is correct.
Had it been raining most of the morning?
To the best of my recollection.
When you were dispatched out by somebody at DPD?
That is correct.
When you arrived at the site, were there already people on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say?
Approximately 10.
10. Were they all Detroit police officers, or were there other people there as well?
Everyone that I spoke with was with the Detroit Police Department.
Could you say for certain that everybody there was DPD?
No.
You were notified prior to leaving, or when you got there maybe, what evidence or what items you were actually looking for?
They told us we were looking for clothing.
Okay. Were you under the impression that somebody had seen something and wanted you to come out and photograph it and tag it?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't the first person out there to see it?
That is correct.
Do you know who originally had seen the items?
I do know.
So you didn't speak with anybody about where they initially located them?
I spoke with the officers that were at that scene, that called me up to that scene, and they directed me to where that evidence had been located.
But you can't say for sure where the items were located before you had gotten there, fair to say?
Correct.
Did you see anybody else handle those items?
No.
But again, you couldn't say for sure that nobody did.
I can't say what happened before my arrival on the scene.
One of the items was a black hoodie, right?
That is correct.
Fair to say that
Okay, y'all. Y'all know how we do over here. We need to get the likes. It's 225 of us in here. Hello, everybody that's joining. Most of you guys know my name is Melanie, go under Millionaire Mel. Y'all can call me Mel, doesn't matter. But please like the live as you come in. It does help me get into the algorithm on YouTube because it means people kind of like my content. So please like the live for me, guys. I'm going to pause the live right now. We're at 230 of us. I like to get my lives till about, let's get my likes. I would love if everybody in here, like, don't be petty. Just click the X and like the live. If we can do that, then that would be great. Who knows? People coming in and out. I'll probably reach my 1,000 like quota that I like to get on here. Y'all can call her ma'am. Jaleesa. Thank you, Mamie. Thank you so much for liking the live. Please, I was number 86. Thank you for liking. Susan, thank you, Amberly, for liking the live as well. Please like the live. Where we at right now, guys? And again, thank you guys for joining. Listen, we have a full day today. While you guys are liking the live, we have a full day. Right now, we're looking at Naziah Harris's case. This is the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. This case is from the Detroit area. After we get through with this, at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Standard Time, we will be moving to the Memphis and Shelby County School Board meeting. Some of you guys watched it with us. It was hilarious. It's a lot of mess going on in Memphis regarding their school system. So, so we're going to be covering that. We're going to be watching that case. Yes, y'all going to be hearing my voice for a long time, probably until 8 o'clock tonight. So please like the live, guys. Don't act like Tawanda, Miss Sheila. Baby, Noah better be there. Okay? Y'all, please like the live. We're going to be here for a minute. Where we at on the likes right now so we can get back to the live? Oh, somebody said we are 161. That's good enough for me. We're going to start the live back up, but I'm not sure why we're just at 161. Are y'all giving Adrian love or Petty Page? Because it does not take anything to click the X and like the live. Click the X and like the live. Like, what are we doing? I know for a fact y'all ain't giving Petty Page in this live today. Ooh, Brianna, send me a message, friend. Send me a message. Tay, it wasn't last night. Tay, we watched it probably last Friday. It was my first Twitch stream. That stream was like 5 hours long, but we watched it over on Twitch. I'll download it and bring it over here on YouTube. But tonight, you guys, we did Nard already. This is Naziah Harris. And then, like I said, at 6 o'clock, we'll move to the Memphis Shelby County School Board meeting. Hey, Mikhail. Hey, Sakia. How you doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? You on that long, girl? We're good, y'all. We're gonna be on here for a minute today, and I'm doing my best all week. We'll be streaming all morning. I know most of you guys are at work watching me, so my goal is to stream while you guys are at work to kind of get you through the day and actually have me feel like I'm doing something as well. So hey, Isis, boo, I didn't see you get in here. But yeah, so we got the lights up. We're gonna start back.
It appeared pretty weathered.
Yes.
I think the report notes that there's like spider webs on it.
Yes.
Some detritus leaves, that kind of thing.
Yes.
There was also a pink bodysuit.
That is correct.
Now that was not on the ground, correct?
No.
That was in some branches a distance away.
That is correct.
About how far away were those two items from one another?
Not that far, but I couldn't give an estimate right now of distance.
Okay, yeah, I don't want you. Fair to say that the jumpsuit didn't necessarily appear similarly weathered to the hoodie?
No, it did not.
It did have some like dirt or stains on it.
It did, yes.
But it wasn't quite as weathered, I guess, the same word I could use.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. So you collected the items.
Mm-hmm.
When you did so, did you wear disposable gloves?
I did.
Did you wear a new pair of gloves for each item that you collected?
I did.
Okay. And each item went into a separate bag?
That is correct.
It's got its own tag?
Yes.
And then you yourself drove them to this evidence garage?
Yes.
Now, this evidence garage, where is it at?
It's located at 11631 Mount Elliott in the city of Detroit.
And you yourself checked them in at the garage?
Yes.
What is the process for that?
So it is placed in our evidence tracker system, and there is a label in there to say that it is at the garage for drying. So it was noted that that was where it was going to be. The drying chamber is in a locked room, and then the chamber itself is also locked. So the key was acquired from my sergeant, my supervisor, to get into that room. The items were then hung up in a way that they were not touching each other. They did not come into contact with each other during the drying process. Then this chamber was locked back up. The door to the room was locked, and the key was returned to my supervisor. Then after 24 hours, then I returned to then collect that evidence, where it was all packaged individually in their own bag, and then that was then taped, secured, and turned over to property.
And you did all that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you took each of the items out of their respective bags, again, did you wear disposable gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you change those gloves every time you handled a different piece of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you recollected them, you put them in fresh bags?
Yes.
And you again used disposable gloves?
Yes.
And did you use different ones every time you handled each item?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh shit.
Ms. Lavala, when you placed these items on evidence, are they each given like a specific evidence tag number?
Yes.
Okay, and could we just go through those really quickly? Do you have a report?
I do.
Okay, if you need to refresh your memory at all, please let me know. And if you want to refer to your report to refresh your memory, just let us know, okay? So for the red, black, and white Nike gym shoes, those were placed in evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall what tag number they were?
Can I refresh?
If that would refresh your memory, yes.
So those were item 84.
Okay, and that black hoodie, that was also placed in evidence?
I'm sorry, I check again to refresh.
Yes.
The black hoodie was item 85.
And what about that pink bodysuit?
That was going to be item 86.
Okay. And the headphones and paper, did you package those separately or together?
Can I refresh my report? Look at my report.
To go refresh your memory.
So the headphones and paper were packaged together because they came from the same pocket under item 88.
88? Okay. And there were a couple other items that you also placed in evidence?
That is correct.
Okay. What were the other items?
There was a pair of gloves that was recovered from the wooded area as well, and a brown, blue, gray towel. It was a dirty wet towel from near the parking lot.
Okay. And did you place that towel on evidence?
Yes.
What number did you place that on?
May I refresh?
Yes.
So the towel was 82.
Okay. And what about those gloves you were talking about?
The gloves were 83.
Okay. Was there any other items?
There was like a Ziploc bag that was recovered from the other jacket pocket that was placed under item 89.
Okay. And anything else?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Was there any kind of rubber bracelet?
Oh, sorry. Yes, there was a rubber bracelet that was recovered from that wooded area as well.
Okay. And was that on evidence also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that placed on?
May I refresh?
If it would refresh your memory, yes.
Thank you. That was item number 87.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, you all done testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next witness.
At this time, people would call Talisha Moore.
Step this way, raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Watch your step.
Speak into the mic here. Pick it up and hold it in your lap if you like.
Mayor, thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
Talisha Moore.
And, excuse me, Ms. Moore, I'm going to ask you a couple questions, but first I want to ask you, do you know someone by the name of Cordell Wright?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Wright?
He is the father of my nephew, my 17-year-old nephew.
So, your sister's son?
Yes.
Gotcha. And is that how you met Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
Through your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And in what context is your relationship with Mr. Wright? How did you know him? Did he ever do anything for you? Things like that.
He fixed my mother's car. He worked on her car.
Okay. And what kind of car does your mother drive?
A red Jaguar.
And what's your mom's name?
Jacqueline Campbell.
And going back to January of 2024, where were you living at the time? Not your specific address, just the city.
Ypsilanti.
And who else lived with you in Ypsilanti?
My mom and my son.
Okay. And would Mr. Wright ever come out to Ypsilanti to fix your mom's car, her Jaguar?
Yes.
How often did he do that?
Like a couple times, at least 2 times.
And was that around January of 2024?
That was the last time.
In January was the
Yes.
last time? And when he would go out there, would he bring anyone with him?
This last time he did.
What about
For the last 2 times. So before January 9th, him and someone else came, and then on January 9th, they both came.
Okay. And The person that he brought with him, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Well, I can only see the top of his head right now.
Are you 100% sure that it's that person? Could we have everyone remove their masks, Judge, just for a brief moment?
If everyone in the courtroom could remove their mask if they have one on, please.
Ms. Moore, do you see the person that Mr. Wright brought with him?
I do.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
A green one-piece thing.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected.
Thank you. And you said Mr. Butts came out how many times with Cordell?
At least 2. So this last time in January and the time before that.
Okay, and the time before that, who was anyone else with the two of them?
No.
And what were they doing the time before January 9th?
Working on the car. I can't remember. It was a couple of things they had to fix on it. And they came out and did it in the driveway. And
sorry.
No. I was just gonna say the last time when we got the car towed to the shop and they drove it back up.
Okay. And so in between the most recent time before January 9th, the Jaguar, correct me if I'm wrong, was towed to Detroit?
Correct.
Okay. And then on January 9th, did you see that red Jaguar again?
Yeah.
Okay. Who brought that Jaguar out to Ypsilanti?
Cordell and Jarvis.
Okay. And was anyone else with Cordell and Jarvis?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Naziah.
And I want to clarify, at the time on the 9th, when Cordell, Jarvis, and Naziah came, did you know that that was Naziah Harris?
No.
Do you know that now?
I do know now.
Okay. And is that based on information you learned or seen in the news and things like that?
Well, it was based on when the detectives came to the house to question us. That's when I found out who she was.
But at the time on the 9th, you didn't know?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
No, yes or no. I did not know.
Now, let's talk about when they came out on the 9th, January 2024. What was that interaction? How long did it last? Can you kind of take me through start to finish their visit and delivering the car?
So they came, they delivered the car. They were talking to my mom about what was wrong, gave her the invoice. It was just like a regular day when they came in, they sat on the couch for a few minutes. Naziah was sitting in the chair by the TV. We spoke, very brief. Asked her if she wanted something to drink. She didn't. My 6-year-old son ran up to her, the dog. It was just very mellow. They sat there, we talked about the car and stuff. We talked about my nephew. She opened
and delivering the car.
So they came.
Sorry guys, I had to go back because I'm typing for my TikTok videos too, making sure I have my details right. But not this fool. And this is again why I say I do not think he planned on killing this girl. Something happened, and I think it's that botched abortion that everybody keeps saying they think that's what happened, because there is no way this man took this girl with him in front of other people. I had to go back because wait, did the child go in this woman's house? Did she just say she was interacting with the kids? And listen, I had to go back to hear this again.
They delivered the car. They were talking to my mom about what was wrong, gave her the invoice. It was just like a regular day when they came in, they sat on the couch for a few minutes. Naziah was sitting in the chair by the TV. We spoke, very brief. Asked her if she wanted something to drink. She didn't. My 6-year-old son ran up to her, the dog. It was just very mellow.
And if we have to deal with eyewitnesses, right? People say eyewitnesses are like the worst in any type of trial. But in this case, this woman, not only, she didn't just see Naziah from afar. Naziah came into her house, interacted with her child. She remembers asking her, if she wanted something to drink. She saw this little girl. It wasn't like oh, I saw her far off. No, no, no. She right here saw this baby.
They sat there, we talked about the car and stuff. We talked about my nephew. Cordell was trying to wait till my nephew got out of school, but because he was on tether, they had to leave, so they didn't get to stay long enough for my nephew to come.
And your nephew would be Cordell's son?
Cordell's son, yeah, correct.
Did you talk to Mr. Butts about Nasiah? Did he introduce her or anything like that?
We just asked, hey, everybody spoke. He said this is his niece, and that was pretty much the basis of it. I cannot remember if he said her name or not, but he did introduce her as his niece.
And so, just to be clear, not sure about the name, but he said this is his niece about Nasiah. Is that a yes?
That's a yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And then after that conversation, well, let me ask you, during that time when they were there, did you notice anything that was unsettling or concerning about Nasiah?
No.
It was just a normal interaction?
Yes.
After that interaction was over, did the three of them, Cordell, Jarvis, and Nasiah, leave your house?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, they were headed back to Detroit, correct?
Correct.
When they left, whose car were they leaving in?
Cordell's truck.
And all three of them were in the same car?
Yes.
And you said that they were delivering the Jaguar to your mom or to your house, correct?
Yes.
Did you see them pull up? Do you know what the driving and seating arrangements was?
I do not.
I have nothing further to say.
Okay, Ross.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you're technically not related to Cordell, right?
Correct.
That's just the uncle of, I'm sorry, he is the
The
father
father.
of your nephew. Okay. How would you say your relationship is with Mr. Wright?
It's cool, like, no issues.
You got along with him well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And you know Cordell worked as a mechanic?
Correct.
Okay. And how long has he worked on your vehicles? Was this something new, or had he worked on your vehicles previously?
I think he might have changed the oil on one of my cars a couple years back, but not that frequently.
Okay. And you knew he had did you know he had a shop that he worked out of?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been to the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was a time prior to January 9th that he came up and worked on the car, correct?
Correct.
And you said that my client was with him that time.
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
It had to be in the summer. I cannot recall the exact date.
But it was summer of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the first time you had seen Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him that day?
Yes,
The first time?
yes. We talked about me being a member of Zeta and that he had a cousin or somebody that was a Zeta. We all went to O'Reilly's to get some parts or something for the car.
Okay.
Stopped and got something to eat, came back, but it was very mellow, like.
So that summer of 2023, you had a fairly decent conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And it lasted for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
So on January 9th, when you saw him, you knew who he was.
Correct.
You had recognized him because you had spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had the car, and you knew that he was partnered with Cordell at the shop, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on January 9th, approximately when did you have the car towed down to his shop?
I think we had it told maybe like the 4th or the 5th.
So it was there from the 4th, okay? And it was the 9th that they brought it back?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time the car was brought back?
Had to be before 3:30 p.m.
There was 3.
Oh, no. It had to be before 5:30 because my sister got off work at 5:30. So mid-afternoon.
Okay. But you're not sure the exact time?
I'm not sure the exact time.
Was it light or dark outside?
It was still light out.
Okay. And they came up, they pulled the Jaguar in first, the driveway.
Correct.
Right. And then Cordell's car was behind it.
I believe so.
Okay. When they pulled up, did you see them exit the vehicles?
No.
Okay. So you don't know who was driving?
I don't.
Okay. So at that point, they came into the house, correct?
Correct.
And did they all walk in together? Or
Yes.
Okay, so Cordell came in, followed by Jarvis, correct?
If y'all see me looking real confused, I'm trying to see where the defense is going with their line of questioning. And y'all know sometimes it can take me a minute. I'm trying to understand what we're getting at with his questions, because from his tone, it sounds like he's trying to get somewhere. I'm just not picking up what he's putting down.
I can't tell you the exact, I don't know if Naziah walked in first or if Jarvis walked in first.
Okay. And this young lady, and to be fair, you didn't know who she was, correct?
Not at all.
Do you recall what she was wearing when she came?
I think she had on a jacket. But I can't really.
Don't recall?
No.
Okay. Do you recall what any of them had on that day?
Not really.
Okay. So, do you recall, without going into your house, was it dark, light in your house?
So Zakiya said, hey, I think they're trying to create doubt. And maybe that's why he's trying to be specific about what she had on that day. But I'm going to say this. I can tell you just about everyone who was at my aunt's house on Thanksgiving. That was November, 28th, 2024. I can tell you just about everyone who was there. But I cannot tell you if I can tell you what they had on. But I can tell you for a fact who was there during Thanksgiving. What they had on, I probably can't do that. But I know they were there. But I do see this is probably where he's going with this. How can we be sure that was her? Because we do have documented evidence about what Naziah had on that day. Maybe she saw another girl. So I get that point of what he's trying to do, but I'm not buying it, sir. Because I know that this lady saw her. They interacted too much for her not to know that face.
Were the lights on?
The lights were on.
Okay. And you have a fairly large living room?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they came in, you said that Naziah sat next to the television.
So yeah, like when you're coming in, there's like a red cabinet type thing. The TV sits on top of it, and then there's a chair, right? Like a chair sitting right next to it, and that's where she was sitting.
Okay. And when she came in, did she introduce herself?
She did not.
Okay. So she came in, sat down, right?
We offered her to see, came in, Cordell said hello. He was doing most of the talking. Jarvis said hello.
Hey, Miss Jefferson. And baby, come on, Talasia. Come on, Talasia. Do you hear what Talasia say? You're not finna do this, Mr. Defense Attorney. I need to get all of these attorneys' names. You're not about to do this, Mr. Defense Attorney, because if you think what you're about to do is act like my living room so big I don't know who was in it, we're not finna play that game, sir. We're not gonna play the game that she was so quiet, y'all, because y'all know that people can be like this. I don't know if you guys have this. If you have this in your family, do y'all know that family member, that friend, that coworker who is so quiet, they can literally slip into the background. They can fade into the background. You don't even know. You forget that they in the room because they're so quiet. See, that's what Mr. Defense Attorney's trying to do. She said, no, because I spoke to that baby. I spoke to that baby. Listen, Tim, I'm already pissed off. He said, I'm already pissed off. He said, baby, I spoke to that baby. I spoke to that baby. And Zakia, I told my friend last night, I said, listen, thank you for being awareness to this, because what she has done, I forgot all about this case. I saw it months ago, but T brought it back up, and she has made sure that her, and I've seen other creators get on board as well. Thank you. Y'all, look, don't play with my friend. My friend says she do this for real, okay? But what Miss Ma'am said, you're not about to act like I don't know who was in my house. You're not about to act like I don't know that was that girl in my house that day. Why won't? Because we actually spoke to her. He tried to say, no, she didn't sit down. I offered her a seat. I offered her a seat. I initiated because she's an adult, and that was a child, not a lady. That was a child. Come on now.
Said, this is my niece. Then was like, y'all have a seat.
Okay.
Cordell sat on the couch. There's a couch this way, and then a long couch this way.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was just gonna say, I believe that they were both on this couch. Naziah was in the chair, and me and my mom were on the longer couch.
So your mom was there?
Yeah.
Right. All right.
Don't play with Talasia. Talasia closed her eyes and said they were on this couch. She was sitting in the seat. My mom and I were here. She can even place people where they were sitting. She can place people where they were sitting that day. Don't play with Talasia.
And you all were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you weren't conversing with Naziah, correct?
No.
You were conversing with Jarvis. I'm sorry, you were conversing with Cordell.
Cordell and Jarvis about the car and the invoice that they brought.
All right. And you said at some point your son came up and was talking with Naziah?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did this conversation last?
Like all of our conversations?
Right. How long were they there?
Probably.
File free in the app by 2/18. When you switch to TurboTax, do it yourself.
Between like 30, 45 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe an hour.
And while they were there, you didn't notice anything, and I think you already mentioned this, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Jarvis Butts conversing with Naziah Harris?
No.
So they didn't have any conversation?
No.
Okay. And you didn't notice anything awkward or out of the ordinary between the two?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't notice anything.
So after about an hour, they left.
Correct.
Was it light or dark? At that
It was
point?
still fairly light.
All right. And they got into Cordell's car, correct?
Correct.
You don't remember the seating, I think you've already
No,
said
I
that.
do not.
But was Cordell driving?
Correct.
Okay. So that day you didn't think anything out of the ordinary happened, correct?
Correct.
And at some point you were contacted, correct?
Correct.
When were you contacted?
Well, we were contacted by Cordell the next day because when we paid the invoice, it was $70 short. So we had to get Jarvis's Cash App to send the rest of the money. So that was the last part of the conversation. And then the detectives came, I want to say the end of March.
So the end of March. So
I believe. I don't know the exact day, but it was It was at least a month or two later.
And it was when the detectives came, is when you found out that the person that was in your house was Naziah Harris, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did they tell you that this person was Naziah Harris?
They asked me if I knew who she was, and they asked me if I knew who Cordell was. They showed me a picture of Mr. Butts. They asked me if I knew who all these people were. And they asked me if I knew her name, and I did not know her name at that time.
Okay. And they told you her name?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay. And at any point, did you look up why they were there or look up any information about this case?
Yeah, after they left.
After they left.
Mhm.
Okay, and what did you look up?
Objection, relevance.
I just want to see where her information came from.
As long as the results of what she looked up.
I want to see the information that she had that go into her testimony.
What?
Go ahead.
There's podcasts out that are a bit unfavorable.
Okay, let's see what happens here, because he said he wants to know. So let's recap real quick. About 3 months after she saw, about 60 days or so, a little over 60 days after she saw Naziah in her home with Jarvis and Cordell, the police come to her door. Ma'am, do you know these people? They have a picture of Naziah. She did not know Naziah's name, and as of today, she doesn't know if the police told her Naziah's name. But what she does know is she knew that that little girl was in her house. I don't know what the police told her. They didn't really go into detail here. But what she do? The same thing any of us are going to do. Hey, Kika, baby, we're going to go to the internet. Why are they looking for this little girl? What happened? What's going on? The lawyer is asking her, what did you look up? The state objects to relevance. He says he wants to know if the things that she searched are influencing her testimony today. Here's my two piece. Here's my little piece. I don't give a damn what she looked up, because what we know for sure is that little girl was in her house with Jarvis Butts. She couldn't Google that. That's not something she could have looked up and that could influence. The part of her testimony that matters the most is, was that little girl in her home with Jarvis and with Cordell the day she went missing? That's not something she could Google. That's not something she could Google because she was personally there. She saw with her own two eyes. Come on now. But so let's see what the judge is going to rule. What is he getting at? Because for me, I don't care what she Googled after the police left. I don't give a damn. Because the biggest piece of this puzzle was that she was with that man the day she went missing. That's all that matters to me.
It's not obvious. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Okay. What did you look up?
I looked up Mr. Butts' oldest record.
Okay.
But I tried to type in his name, I typed in Cordell's name, tried to see if anything came up. At that time, there wasn't anything posted, but I didn't find much, other than his record.
Okay.
Okay, come on, y'all. Because y'all know we're a team over here. Did she not search Naziah Harris? Now, if I'm not mistaken, she did say she doesn't think they told her the girl's name. She don't think they told her Naziah's name. So she didn't have anything to go off of but Jarvis and Cordell's name. That's what she searched. I don't think they told her, Miss Sheila. I may have missed this. How did the original... I hadn't gotten that yet. Capture with Low. I haven't gotten that far yet. I don't know. Probably so, India. Listen, Brad. Are y'all getting that too? Just to make sure. She was a minor, so they probably didn't tell her, okay, Mikhail, that would make sense. We about to crack the case wide open. Do you hear me, Zakia? She said she didn't know her name. Okay, I want to make sure. We're on the same page over here. I think they just showed her the picture, but didn't say her name. That's what it sounds like to me too, India. Okay, so that explains why she only searched Jarvis and Cordell's name, because in her mind, if I search their name, I can figure out what's going on with them and this girl. She didn't know her name. Was this the day she went missing or before? Brianna, January 9th is the day she went missing. That's the day she went to Talasia's house. Now they came back to her house late March. By this time, she's gone at this point. But I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Just one more thing. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yeah, very brief. Ms. Moore, Mr. Reagans was just asking you about information that you looked up and things like that. When the police were at your house, though, when the detectives were at your house, first, do you know if those were Detroit police officers?
Yes, Detroit police
Detectives, okay. And you said that they showed you a picture of, in court, you said Neziah, right?
Say it one more time.
They showed you a picture of Neziah at that time, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify that picture when the police were there as Neziah Harris? Did you say her name?
No, I said that's the mechanic's niece.
So just to be clear, you identified her as the girl that was at your house
Correct.
with the defendant, Jarvis Butts.
Correct.
Oh.
Talasia said when they asked, do you know this girl? She said, yeah, that's the mechanic's niece. That's the mechanic's niece because that is the story she was told when that girl was in her house. That's the mechanic's niece. Oh, yeah, I know her. When the police left, y'all, what was she thinking? Why the hell are they looking for his niece? What happened? Okay.
And that was before you had looked up any information.
Correct, because I didn't know anything until the detectives came to the house.
And while Neziah and Jarvis and Cordell were at your house, you said Neziah was sitting next to the TV?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did Neziah, during that 30 minutes to an hour, ever get up and leave, use the restroom or anything like that?
No.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned earlier that Cordell was on a tether and that's the reason he had to leave, right?
Correct.
Do you know what Cordell's tether hours were at that time? Like what time he had to be back home by?
I don't know.
How far of a drive is it from Detroit to Ypsilanti?
Probably about 40 minutes.
And what was the reason that Cordell had to leave again?
Because he said he had to be back in the house for his tether.
Okay, so did it seem like he was in a little bit of a rush to get back, or he was cutting it close maybe with that drive, 40 minutes?
No, I think he had whatever he needed to do, and he just wanted to make sure he was in the city on time.
But is it fair to say that he would have left somewhat closer to his cutoff time? If that's the reason he left, or that he said?
Yeah,
I
object that calls for speculation on her part.
I was gonna say I
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
You gonna respond?
If she knows, I think it's a close call.
If you know the answer.
I don't know. I can't say.
I have no further questions.
Okay, you are done testifying.
Thank you.
Watch your step.
So how do you guys think she didn't understand? I thought she was a great witness. I thought she was a great witness for the state. Great witness. Memory intact, okay? Very sure of herself, very sure of her answers. I thought she was a great witness. King. Let me see. It's the Webs of Key. I'm taking notes too. I thought she was a great witness. She was really helpful. She was. She was a great witness. I can appreciate her honesty. Not only her honesty, I mean, just the visualization of where people were sitting in that room added to her credibility. Added to her credibility instantly for me. For me, it did.
Ms. Ripley?
Yes, Judge. At this time, people would call Tawana Butts.
I was going to ask, does anyone need a 5-10 minute break? Are we all okay?
I'll take it.
Okay, 5 minutes. Use the restroom.
Yes.
Come back at 2:15.
Okay, y'all, I need to hop. Give me just a second. This is just the preliminary hearing, Brett. So this is the preliminary hearing to see if they have enough evidence to proceed to a case. I mean, to trial. If they have enough to try this man. Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all. So this is Jarvis Butts' sister.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Watch your step. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Tawana Butts.
So, India. So what I did was I went to Detroit Channel 2 and they have the videos on their page. I'm playing them in order by the days that they are posted on their page. So there were actually 2 days for this particular date. So I had, this one was 2 hours. So I said I'd start with this one. The other one is 5 hours. So we're probably crossing something, but we'll know once I get the 5-hour video up. I started with here, it's 2 hours. I figured we do this, take a break, hear some comments from everyone. Then we'll go through the 5-hour video. And if we need to skip through, we'll skip through so that everybody knows what's going on with the videos on here.
All right. And how old are you, Ms. Butts?
46.
And do you know someone named Jarvis Butts?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's my brother.
Okay. And how old is Jarvis Butts?
42.
And do you know his birthday?
Yes,
When's his birthday?
November 21st, 1982.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
I saw him walking in.
Okay. And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
He has on, I believe it's dark green shirt. He's sitting behind the lady to the side of you.
And you're under with the record reflected when he said identified the defendant in this case?
So reflective. And just to be clear, you said I saw him walking in. You saw him when you were walking in or when he was walking in?
When I was walking in just now.
Thank you.
And Ms. Butts, where did you know Jarvis to work?
He worked at a shop on Warren and Neff, called Frank's, and then he moved to a shop on Hopper and Connors. I don't know the name of it.
And Ms. Butts, do you remember talking to Detroit police back on February 26th of 2024?
Yes,
And what's the reason that you went and talked to Detroit police?
I had reason to believe that I saw Naziah the day she went missing.
Tell me about that. What makes you believe that you saw Naziah on the day she went missing?
Let me say something, because we're going to get to that grandmother. We're going to get to Miss Ma'am. But his sister is showing more emotion, and I haven't watched the grandmother's entire testimony, and I only saw a piece of this because I stopped so I can watch with y'all. She's showing more emotion than the grandmother. Do y'all know how hard it is? And I don't know if any of you guys have family members, and I'm not just talking about sex offenders, any family members that do anything that disgusts you, okay? Do you know how hard it is to look at that person and not recognize them? You're looking at a person, you don't even know, how in the hell could my family member, friend, how could they do this? She looking at her brother disgusted. That emotion is all of this, like this, like that's my blood. That is my blood. She is disgusted. This is hard. I know this is hard for her. Who wants to see their brother, who you probably had good times with growing up, probably, I don't know, be accused of this, and you know this is something that he did?
Where do you want me to start this alive?
So from the very beginning, where is it that you think you saw Naziah?
At the shop on Harbor and Connors.
Okay, and whose shop is that?
My brother Jarvis Butts and his partner.
Okay. What's the reason you were at your brother's shop that day?
Something was wrong with the car that I was driving, and I just needed him to check it out to make sure it was safe for me to drive.
Do you recall about what time did you go to Jarvis's shop that day?
About 4 p.m., give or take a few minutes.
Okay, and around what time did you leave?
Somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Okay. And what is it that you noticed while you were at the shop?
So it's a two car, like garage. So I was sitting outside of the shop in my car because they were working on another car on the inside. As I sat there for the time that I was there, I kept seeing a little girl get in and out of his truck, going into the gas station and going back to his car.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you right there. Whose car are we talking about?
My brother.
Okay, and what kind of car was it?
I believe a Cadillac Escalade.
Okay, do you remember what color?
Kind of like a pearl white, off white cream color.
Okay, and you said you described this as a two garage shop?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to approach with people's exhibit 7.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Butts, do you recognize what is it we're looking at in people's exhibit 7?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That is the shop.
Okay.
Right in the middle.
And where at were you parked when you saw someone getting in and out of Jarvis's truck?
In front of the car doors of the garage right here, I was parked facing, I don't know what direction it is, but going towards garage. So I was like in front, but outside.
Okay, so you were kind of parked parallel with the road?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you draw a T where your truck was?
My car?
Yeah, your car was.
Can I?
Yes. And then put an arrow the way you were facing. And where is it where that Jarvis's truck was? Just put a J where Jarvis's truck was. And what way was his truck facing?
It was facing my direction, so the front was
Towards you. Okay, so put an arrow for that direction. Okay. Now, do you get a look at this little girl that you see getting in and out of his car?
I saw her, as she was walking. I never saw her face.
Let me say this. Now this is sister. Y'all don't find it strange as hell that there's a shop, and I'm sure the shop has a waiting area because she clearly had to be in a waiting area of some sort. And you keep saying a kid walking in and out of a truck, like that wouldn't alarm you. And even if you're not going to call the police, it might make me want to ask. And I don't know if that's going to be further her testimony. Who the hell is that coming in and out your truck? Who is that? You walk into the store because why is she not waiting in the shop? And that's her brother, so they have a different relationship. I'm just going to say if that was my brother, I would feel comfortable enough to do that. Miss J said keep watching. But that's my first thing. Okay, I'm going to ask, who is that?
Did you see any clothing?
I did.
Okay. Did anything about the clothing stick out to you that you remember?
I just remember her having on a colorful jacket.
Okay. And what door, which side do you remember seeing her getting in and out of Jarvis's truck? Or did it change?
I don't really remember.
Okay, that's okay. So you said you mostly remember a jacket, a colorful jacket.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Exhibit 2, which is already admitted, and People's Proposed Exhibit 10. You understand my approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's marked as People's Exhibits 2 and 10. Okay. Do you recognize anything in those photos?
I just want to say for those of you on the live, this is my first time watching. For some people in here, they have watching. So, they have seen this already. So I'm just asking questions that are coming up in my mind. She's probably going to answer this going on down the line. And from the comments, I'm thinking she's going to answer that. So thank y'all for not spilling it for us. But I'm just stopping and telling things that's going through my mind as I'm watching.
Photos.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
Right here, this jacket.
And for the record, you're pointing up in channel 1, and you recognize this like pink colorful jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And that's in People's Exhibit 10? Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 10 as Exhibit 10. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the proposed People's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 10.
Okay. And in People's 2, is that also, where is what you recognize as People's Exhibit 2?
It looks like channel 2 here, maybe.
Okay, facing the back?
Yeah.
Okay. And you recognize the jacket in this photo too, right? Yes.
It's a little blurry, but it looks the same.
Okay. And what about in channel 1 of exhibit 2?
It would be this one right here.
Okay, and it's fair to say that's the back of a jacket? Or it seems to be the back of a jacket? Okay, thank you. And you said that you saw this little girl with this jacket on getting in and out, going into the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know who this little girl was at the time?
No.
Okay. Is there a time that you ever get out of your car?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I needed to use the restroom, so I asked his partner if I could use the restroom. He told me to go and tell him in the gas station. And as I was walking towards the gas station, she was walking in front of me going into the gas station.
Okay. So about how far in front of you was she?
I would say maybe where the gentleman in the gray blazer is behind you. Maybe a little bit further, I'm not really sure about that distance.
From where you are to him?
Yeah.
Okay. And boy, I'm really bad at estimates.
20, 25 feet.
I would agree with about 20, 25 feet. And you said you never got a chance to see this little girl's face.
No.
Was there anything else about her that you can remember?
I totally got Botox Cosmetic for me. And this is like the first thing I've done for me in a really, really long time. As a mom.
Just remember her being kind of small, like outside of just seeing her get in and out of the car. When I was walking towards her, I was like, she's tiny. And I just remembered the coat.
Okay. Tiny, like in what way? Like tiny, skinny, short?
Kind of skinny and short.
Okay. And did you ever ask Jarvis who the little girl was?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me, and I can't remember if it was this exact word or he said it is my partner's niece, or he said it was King's niece.
Okay, but you knew who he was referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think anything of it at the time?
No.
Okay. And what is it that made you think something? Was there a time where you thought something different?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that made you think something different?
I received phone call, a video call from one of his kids' mom, and she told me about some things that happened on Valentine's Day, and then she sent me a video of a podcast about my brother.
Okay. And what did you do?
Baby, we got to watch that podcast. We are going to watch that podcast because it makes me feel like that podcast got some missing.
As a result of receiving those things?
I called Shannon and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And who's the Shannon that you called?
His kid's mom.
Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do anything before you go and talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you do?
Okay, so after having a conversation with Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed that his partner King, I guess something happened where the
Objection, this is hearsay.
There's not a statement yet, Judge.
Being informed.
I'm not sure what she's even about to say.
Okay, just to the extent that it's informed or someone else's statement.
You might have to object in a couple moments.
You need to speak up.
If you could stand up
Please.
and make your objection.
Yes, just objecting to the fact that she was informed of something. It appears this might be hearsay. But we'll see.
Yeah. Could you finish what you were saying? I don't know where you were going with this.
I'm trying to remember where I left. Okay, so after talking to Shannon Harris and his other kid's mom, I was informed of some things that had taken place I think Valentine's Day. So they told me that his partner King
Okay, so
That
at
is-
this point, this is hearsay. They told me the lack of personal knowledge to the things that she was informed of.
So listen to this. If this baby went missing in January, Valentine's Day, what took place, and we don't find out, but what took place on Valentine's Day, because she was gone at this point. This baby was missing at this point. What took place on Valentine's Day?
Can I finish?
1 second. What is an objection?
I'm
Everybody-
sorry.
The witness
Sorry.
has to stop talking.
So based on those, do you go and talk to someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you go and talk to?
His partner King
Okay. And where is it that you go and talk to King at?
at the shop on Harbor Encounters.
Okay. And without telling me what King said, kind of describe what was your conversation about?
Well, I went to see what happened and what was going on. During that time, I told him that I had never seen any little girl at my brother's shop besides my nieces, outside of the little girl that I saw getting out of his truck that day.
Okay.
And you told this to who?
King.
And who is King again?
His business partner.
Okay. And do you know his government name?
I believe it's Cordero or something like that. I just always call him King.
Okay. So you went and told him that you hadn't seen anyone out at the shop besides your nieces and then the one little girl you saw that one day.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him about that little girl?
Well, I didn't ask him about it. After I said that to him, he told me.
Objection, Your Honor, this is gonna be hearsay again.
Judge, it's going to go to the effect on the listener.
There could be an exception. I don't know what she's saying. So you might as well just stay standing up. Go ahead, say what you were gonna say.
After I mentioned to him that I had only saw my nieces and one particular little girl, he then told me that that was Naziah that I saw that day and I was there.
So I would object then, given now that she has testified to that it is hearsay, that it is being introduced for the truth.
And Judge, I would say that it's actually a statement of identification.
So this is not an identification that she personally made, she's just being told.
When she saw Naziah that day, so it's.
She didn't know who it was. I mean, she had no idea who this was. That's
She
not
didn't know
her
who she was.
identification.
So it is hearsay.
Okay. So without saying what King said.
So what just happened is she's trying to say that she talked to King and King told her that was Naziah Harris that she saw. So because at the time she did see the young lady, but at the time she didn't know that girl's name and she didn't know who she was, they're saying it's hearsay. And the state was trying to say this is identification. She's like, no, it's not identification because she didn't know who Naziah was. So judge ruled it as hearsay.
Were you informed of anything about a little girl that you saw on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Jarvis had told you that that was King's niece.
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to King, did you have reason to not believe what Jarvis told you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know your nieces from Jarvis? Sorry. That is a poorly worded question. I am sorry. If that was your niece, would you have recognized her that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not recognize this little girl as your niece, did you?
No.
Okay. What is it that you did after speaking with King that day?
I called Shannon Harris and I asked her for Sergeant Jones' phone number.
Okay. And did you eventually talk to Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. What day was it that you went to the shop and saw the little girl?
Can I ask you a question? I didn't remember the exact day at that time.
Okay. What is it that makes you believe that it was Neziah Harris that you saw on that day?
I'm not quite sure how to answer
I think she's
what
ready
you're
for
asking me. Like,
That may be a poorly worded question. I'm sorry.
it. What makes you so sure it was January 9th that you last saw Neziah?
Can I just have 1 second, Judge?
Yes.
What makes you, she could say, I went through my text messages. I remember because this is the day I couldn't go to work because like something, what is it that makes you so sure that it was January 9th?
Did you come to learn of the day that you had gone to Jarvis's shop by going through the locations on your phone?
yes,
Okay. And that's the day that you don't remember off the top of your head right now, but it is revealed in your phone locations?
yes.
Okay. Let's see here. One second, find it.
That would make sense too, India. Hey, I checked my phone and then when I saw my phone, then here it is. The state just worded that. They worded that wrong. Yeah, Miss Sheila, she is not sure because when you're on the stand, it's different. She wants to make sure she's doing it right. She's just not sure how she confirmed it was January 9th. See, did I tell you something said that on FedEx a while ago? I was taking my sister to downtown, and I said, I'm driving down, and I pass the area all the time. I said, oh my damn. I said, that's the BP. That's the FedEx. Just the light Shamel was there. It was crazy. I said, Lord, I watched too much of that trial. But I passed the area all the time and didn't know that was the location. The street's also a one-way. I don't know if I told y'all that. It's a street that.
When is it that you went through your phone locations to determine that?
Hold on, that's a one-way street, y'all. There's no way. People were saying, oh, that car was just trying to turn left because Shamel's car was in the way. It's a one-way. That person was in a panic to leave. They didn't know that there was a one-way street, or they didn't care because they were in a panic to leave.
The date. I'm sorry, do you need a moment?
I believe February, I think the 24th or the 26th. I can't remember the exact date.
Okay, that's when you would have went through your phone to find those?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also go through that in your interview with Sergeant Jones?
Yes.
Okay. And did you give Sergeant Jones permission to look at your location data?
Yes.
Okay. And your phone kind of extraction in general? Like to go through your phone for the data?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
Thanks, Chris. Actually. So you go to the shop where your brother works periodically, right?
From time to time, yes.
You've been there prior to the day we've been talking about today?
Yes.
A couple times at least?
Yes.
And you'd been back there after?
Yes.
But the day we've been talking about, that's the only time you ever saw a child there?
That was the only time I saw a child I didn't recognize.
Okay, so you had seen other children there before?
Yes.
Okay, when you say that you recognize, these are who exactly?
My
usually?
nieces.
And when you first arrived at the shop that day, Jarvis told you that he wasn't going to be able to work on your car?
No.
No? Did you ask him if he'd be able to?
Judge, I think this calls for hearsay. They can't accept statements of the defendant.
I'm looking more so for her own statement, actually.
For her
Let's
what?
start with her own statement.
Okay.
Did you ask him right away if he would be able to work on your car
I talked to him prior to coming to the shop.
before you arrived? You asked if he could work on your car that day?
I asked him to look at my car that day.
Okay. Did you arrive at the shop with the understanding that he would or would not be able to?
I arrived at the shop knowing that he was going to look at my car.
Okay. One moment.
Y'all, do y'all think this man that told his lawyers he didn't know why his sister pulled up or some foolishness like that? Because the defense seems to keep asking her, had you spoken to him about working on your car? Had you confirmed it? And she keeps answering, listen, basically, why the hell would I go to his shop if I didn't know he was going to work on my car? Why would I come up there? So I'm wondering what he told the defense about the sister coming to the shop that is having them go down this line of questioning.
And was that via text or call or some other way?
Probably a video call.
Okay, so a video call a little bit before you headed over?
Earlier in the day, maybe. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what time.
Okay, so that's how you decided that you'd go over later?
He told me I could come.
Let me tell you something. Sister girl is not a lawyer, but she said now what he is not about to do is have put me in on his damn lies. Y'all see how she corrected him? And I think they're about to say, hey, this is hearsay. That's when you decided that. Did y'all hear the wording? She said that's when you decided you would go up there. She said, no, he told me I can come. He told me I could come. She said, play with somebody else. And let me see. I just saw a comment that said she lost her husband from a hit and run. Now she has to deal with this from her brother. We talked on my way to work. She was my Lyft driver before. Oh, wow. You must be in Detroit. I gathered that from something else you said, another comment. Listen, she is not. She is not playing, Miss J. Wow.
Kind of all calling for hearsay in a backdoor way.
The response is hearsay. Not that she necessarily asked for it, but it's hearsay.
Sure, we can keep it as her own. So to be clear, we don't need to talk about what he said to you, but you did a video call to him. And in that call, you asked if he could work on your car.
You keep saying work on my car. I said look at my car.
Okay, look at your car. But you asked him personally in a video call.
Yes.
Okay. And that was maybe that morning?
I don't remember what time of day it was, but it was before I went to him.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And And as you were saying, this day, I think you said you saw some other children there at other times, but this particular child, you only ever saw this child on this particular day.
Yes.
And the whole time you were there, from your testimony and from that police interview, you said that you never saw her face.
Yes.
And then you did also see some news stories about this case.
Yes.
Yeah, in the podcast that you talked about. Right, there were some podcasts.
I had already saw her on the news, but I did not know who she was.
Sure, but that was by seeing those stories, that's how you started to think.
Well, I was sent the podcast after some other things that was told to me. That's when I received the podcast.
So initially, between the day you were at the shop, right, and then until you started to see that news, at first you didn't make this connection that maybe she was anyone in particular.
Not at all.
Okay. And then through seeing that news, those podcasts, that's when you started to think she was.
That's not the reason why I thought that.
No, but that's the timing, or it's not?
Hey, girl, stop playing with me.
I guess you could say that.
That's when you started to, at least when you saw those things, that's when you started to wonder.
I was wondering before I saw the podcast.
Okay. In your police interview that you did, did you tell?
I'm sorry, did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear what the sister said? She said, I was starting to wonder before I saw the podcast. Before she saw the podcast, she was already wondering, who was that little girl? And was that the little girl that I saw at the shop? She was already wondering it, baby. So I'm sorry, defense attorney. Miss Ma'am said it. I wasn't influenced. I was already wondering. The podcast just confirmed what I already thought.
Tell them that at first when you saw the news, you didn't really make a connection because of not having seen her face?
Yes.
Okay. So that interview was on February 26th, 2024, right?
Yes.
And you were having some trouble remembering some of the specific details from January 9th at that point?
Not so much as remembering maybe the order I remembered it in.
Okay. Were there some times, at least though, when you were asked some questions and some details that you had to say, I can't remember some things?
I can't remember now.
Okay. And would you agree that at least
Like,
when
it's been a minute.
Okay. I would just say.
Probably did. I guess it would be safe to say because I didn't know.
Okay, so you think it's safe to say that at that point in time, there are at least some details you were having a hard time, some questions you couldn't answer.
I can't disagree.
Mm-hmm. And it was pretty close in time, shortly before that police interview. That was when you first started to think that maybe this girl you'd seen at the shop had been Messiah Harris.
Can you repeat that?
So the first time you started to think that maybe that child, the one you saw, maybe that was Messiah Harris, that was pretty close in time to the police interview.
Maybe about a week or so before.
Okay. I believe, does it sound right to you that I think you told the police that it was on the Thursday prior to the interview?
Whatever the Thursday was after Valentine's Day.
Okay. So probably February 22nd. That was the Thursday prior to your interview.
Okay.
I'm sorry. And then when you were at the shop, you primarily saw this child while she was inside a truck, right?
I didn't know it was a child in the truck until she kept getting out.
Okay, but
I'm sorry. The sister, my type of person, because not me saying no, it was when the child was getting out of the truck. She didn't know who was in the truck. She kept saying her getting out, let me know that it was a kid. And she just said that. No, I didn't know it was a child till she got out.
But when you saw her, she was in a truck?
I saw her getting out the truck.
And were you inside your vehicle?
Yes.
You arrived in the daylight, right?
Yes.
And that's, I think, what you're referring to, right? Initially, that's when you didn't yet know somebody was in the truck.
Can you say that again?
So at the beginning, when you first got there, right, you didn't know right away that somebody was in the truck.
No, I didn't.
I think you had said before, because it was so light outside, it was a bit difficult to see into the truck.
I wasn't really paying attention to his truck. He was outside of it.
Sure. And then in your police interview, you referred to then seeing a light in the truck, and that's when you started to see somebody?
Yeah, that's when the door opened.
Okay, so there's a light turned on, and at the same time, a door opened?
That's how most cars work.
That's the reason the light was on.
Okay, because the truck door was open.
I know. She on my nerve too.
Yes.
Sure.
She on my nerve too.
And you said that you saw a couple different times her go back and forth to the gas station?
Yes.
And only one of those different times you were on your way to the gas station as well.
Yes.
But for that whole time, she remained in front of you?
When I was going into the gas station, she was in front of me. When I walked into the gas station, she went to the left, I went straight, and over to the right.
For that walk over to the gas station, was it getting dark at that point?
It was already dark.
Okay. And while she was in the truck, you were not sure exactly which part of the truck this was?
I can't remember.
Okay. So you understood initially that when you arrived, you'd probably have to wait at the shop sometime?
Yes.
I think you referred to just one other car you worked on first. Is that all there was before you?
It was actually another vehicle out there, but I don't pay my brother to work on my car, so I had to wait until he was done making his money.
Sure.
And let me tell you something. This is what I love right here. She said, I don't pay my brother to wait. So I don't pay him to work on my car, so I knew I had to wait. I don't know any of y'all that have some type of skill, some type of hobby that you do for your family members. But if you're not paying them, you may have to wait. She knew she was going to be up there. She was up there from, I think she said about 4:30 till about 6 or 6:30. She was there for 2 hours and she expected to be there for that amount of time because she doesn't pay him. He's going to just do what he needs to do on her car. Now, I do hope she tip him or something, okay?
All right.
Sure. So do you know how many cars he worked on before?
Not him, but family members, because I don't give a damn about him. But y'all get what I'm saying.
Before he got to you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if there were any other customers present in person?
I did see someone, I can't remember what kind of car it was in, but it was, I believe, a gentleman that needed to pull into the garage because Jarvis asked me to move my car out the way because I was blocking the garage. So, yes.
Was this someone you recognized at all?
No.
So in total, other than Jarvis, or who you referred to as King, was there anyone present that you recognized that day?
No. Just King and my brother.
So as you said, the sun set while you were there. Do you know about how long it was light out before it got dark?
Well, I got there about 4 o'clock. It didn't take long for it to get dark. I don't remember the exact time, but it got dark pretty fast.
Okay, and then other than when you went to the gas station, were you always at the shop?
What do you mean?
So did you go anywhere else?
No, I never left. All I did was move my car when he asked me to move my car. And once the driveway was clear, I back where I was. I didn't go anywhere else.
Okay. And when you were present, not going to the gas station, were you always inside your vehicle?
Yes.
Were your doors open or closed?
Closed.
Okay, and were your windows up or down?
They were up unless I asked him something,
Okay, so sometimes if you needed to communicate, you just open the window.
or I would call him, yeah. Yes,
And you were saying today that at one point you did speak to Jarvis about who this girl was.
yes,
And when you were talking to the police about this, you had said that you weren't sure exactly what his response was.
what I said was I wasn't sure of the word.
Sure, that's what I mean. That
Okay.
You told the police, right, that it might have been King's niece, or maybe he said it's my homeboy's niece.
He said it was his partner or King's niece, but he definitely said it was someone else's niece.
Okay, I think, does it sound right to you that you used the term homeboy's niece with the police?
I probably did.
Okay.
It's all the same to me.
And then that's what you continued to think at first, right? At first, you just believed that it was someone else's niece.
Yeah,
Specifically, you thought it was probably King's niece.
that's what I was told.
Which I think, as we established, right, King is the same person as Cordell, right?
Yes,
And then after that, you would listen to some of these podcasts and to the news.
I listened to his kid's mother, and then I watched the podcast.
Okay, so there's also some things that happened. Both.
Yes,
And then once you started to have this different information you were gathering, then you kind of started to look into it for yourself.
yes,
Do some of your own investigation.
yes,
And then at one point following that, that's when you decided to go back to the shop
yes,
to speak to Cordell
yes,
and to discuss some of these things you've been learning with him.
yes.
You and Jarvis are not particularly close.
I wouldn't say that we're really distant. I don't see him every day. I don't talk to him every day, but he's my brother.
Okay. He's your brother, but you don't have a very close relationship, or?
He's my brother.
Okay. What about with his children? Are you close with his children?
Some of the ones that I know,
So he has 13 kids, right?
I have no idea.
Do you have an idea of around how many kids he has?
A lot,
Okay.
Is this Woody?
Do some of them live with different mothers?
yes.
And you don't spend time with all of them?
No,
So which ones do you know?
I don't want to say their names. They're minors.
Okay.
And I don't want to disclose their identity.
Could you just give like a number instead? How many do you know?
I'm counting.
Yeah, they say he has like 20 plus kids.
About 8.
So when you say 8 that you know, does that mean 8 that you have like personal contact with?
I have.
Okay. When is the last time that you've seen any of them?
So what is she doing here? She is trying to establish the sister's relationship with Jarvis, and establishing this relationship to kind of see, would she have a motive or a reason to get up here and say something that's not true when it comes to Jarvis? Does she have how credible is this witness? Does she have some type of vendetta? What's going on? She's trying to use this questioning to establish that they're really not that close. First of all, he does have a lot of children. If he has a lot of children, when you think about how close a person he is, then you kind of want to look at, well, how often do they interact? He has all of these kids. How many of them do you know? When's the last time you've seen them? Trying to distance it, make this relationship seem like they weren't close, and she might have a reason to get up here and say these things, because if they were really close, maybe she wouldn't be on this stand testifying for the prosecution. Kind of what Miss Ma'am is going here, in my opinion, guys. Wait a minute, y'all. This is coming. This could be another reason.
Yeah.
Another reason here, India, someone else is saying it. They're too short of red, establishing that because she doesn't know all of his kids, that who she saw at the shop that day could have been one of his kids. And if they're not close, then there's no way that she knows all of his children. Sorry, I like that. I like that way too. The 20 kids, multiple mamas, I couldn't possibly know them all. They're close enough if she taking her car to him. There's two. There we go. Why they ain't close? Great question. Come on, that's something else. I also like the angle of that you guys said too. Could that have been one of his kids that you saw? I like you guys pointing out that angle as well. That's another perspective, another way that the defense attorney is using their line of questioning.
2 months ago.
Were you and Jarvis raised by your grandmother?
For the most part.
And were there some events surrounding her death that related to your relationship with Jarvis that impacted some things?
Here you go, y'all.
No.
Oh, line ass Jarvis is trying to lay it on thick. Did y'all see his sister face? His sister know that boy over there lying about something. She's appalled. She is disgusted. She is disgusted because their question let her know that this fool has said something to those attorneys. Because why would they ask that? Was there something surrounding your grandmother's death that could be the reason why you guys are not close? Baby, listen. Look at her face. Disgusting.
Oh, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
And then they ended with that. They ended with that question, y'all.
Yes, Judge. Ms. Butts, you said that there was another reason, there was a different reason that you thought that it was Mizai that you saw that day. When you started to compile, or you talked to Shannon Harris, and then you got the podcast. Before that, you said there was other reasons why you had thought that was Messiah.
So, am I?
Yes. What is that? Yes.
So, at the time, I didn't know. Once I realized that it was a possibility that I saw her, there were several reasons that led me to believe that it was a possibility I was there. And I didn't want to get into detail as far as what I knew before the podcast. But if you would like, I would explain to you why I thought these things. It's up to you.
Can we? Yes. We'll be right back.
I can tell you why I thought these things if you would like. That's funny to me because, of course, she's not a lawyer and doesn't know what she can and can't do on the stand. So she's trying to be careful. If you want me to, I can walk you through why I felt the way, why I said the things I've said. We can walk you through it. So let's skip. They went to the back. I kind of want her to explain. Okay. Mikhail said this is going to be something we want to see. Girl, look at this. Look at this man. The hell you back there writing? Sir, goodbye.
No knowledge are these things that you observe yourself.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Repeat that.
So these reasons that you were thinking of, what are the sources of them? Is it somebody told you something? Is it something that you saw yourself, you observed? or a coupling of that?
I gotta go back. Jason, I need to go back.
Are these things? What's the, Ms. Butts?
Ms. Swift, you go right ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Butts, what's the sources of these reasons that you have? Are these things that you know?
But do I need to go back?
More? No, just it. Okay. I got like 2 more items.
I didn't do this. She wanted me to go back when they first went to the bed, but I didn't think they would. Okay, y'all. We're gonna go back to more right when they were. Yeah.
Distant, I don't see him every day. I don't talk to him every day, but he's my brother.
Okay. He's your brother, but you don't have
all of that day.
Give me some water or something. Can you get some water from there? Can you give me some water? Oh, please. It's gonna be all right.
And he ain't. Oh. I love that writing his ABCs or something. Hey, look at her. I ain't writing nothing copy on it. I ain't writing nothing. I mean, the things on here. Guilty and scrambled. Scribble. Oh.
You need to do some more? No, this is it.
Do you hear me?
I got like 2 more items. Okay, we are back on the record. Ms. Butts, you are still under oath. Ms. Swift, you go right ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Butts, what's the sources of these reasons that you have? Are these things that you know from your personal knowledge? Are these things that you observe yourself?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So these reasons that you were thinking of, what are the sources of them? Is it somebody told you something? Is it something that you saw yourself, you observed? or a coupling of that?
I would say the both things that I was told and things that I heard.
Okay. Were there heard from Jarvis?
No,
Okay. Were these things that you had already known prior
prior to.
to thinking that you decided?
I'm sorry, I'm confused on the question.
So are these things the sources that you have for these reasons? Are they like things that you have personal knowledge of, or are they things that somebody told you about?
These were things that I was told. I'm trying to understand the question that you're asking.
Ms. Ripley, you're referring to the question before we went into sidebar about her leading up to believing that it was possibly Naziah Harris at the shop, correct?
Yes.
Does that help clarify
Okay.
the line of questioning?
Okay, so those reasons, those things, are those things that you had known before? Are they based on your observations, or?
Well, these were things that I was told. And after asking the questions that I needed to ask, I came up with the conclusion that it was a possibility that Naziah was the little girl that I saw that day.
Thank you. You said that when you were parked at Jarvis's shop, that it was getting dark out.
Yes.
Okay. That darkness, is that maybe the reason why the color on the jacket stood out?
Well, the jacket didn't stand out until I was walking into the gas station behind her because I wasn't really like paying attention to what she had on. I just kept seeing her get in and out of the truck, going in the gas station and coming back to the truck, and that's what caught my attention.
Okay, so the movement is what attracted you to it at first?
Yes.
Okay. Evan, the judge.
Okay, Mr. Bessie, you're done testifying. Watch your step. The witness box. Okay, one last witness for today, correct?
Yes. At this time, we would call Latricia Johnson. Please.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Watch your step.
Speak into this microphone. Pick it up and hold it in your lap if you like.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Latricia Johnson.
And how old are you?
31.
And I don't want to know your exact address, but what is this? What street do you live on?
I was driving in Delphorn.
And what kind of vehicle did you drive back in January of 2024?
A blue Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And do you recall being interviewed by Detroit police back on August 30th of 2024?
Yes.
And fair to say that was in relation to a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you know Jarvis Butts?
He's my daughter's father.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
Did this woman just say? This Jarvis is her child's father. How in the hell are you women laying down with a known pedophile? Like what the?
He's right there and he's wearing green.
And Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
So reflective.
Thank you. And you said that he's your daughter's father.
Yes.
How old is your daughter?
She just turned 2.
Oh, hell! And when did you meet?
She just turned 2.
Jarvis Butts.
2019.
And how was it that you met him?
I had a flat tire and I went to his auto shop.
So his auto shop, he uses that auto shop not only to fix cars and make money, but pick up women. Creepy ass. Man, this is crazy.
Worn and casual enough.
Now, you said you have one daughter with Mr. Butts. Do you have any other children?
Yes.
Okay. What other children do you have?
I have a son.
Okay. And how old is he?
He's 7.
And that is not a child by Mr.
No.
Butts. Okay. Now, do you recall, we'll take you back to February 15th, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened that day?
Police came to my home, asked me if I know Jarvis and have I seen Naziah before.
All right. And did you, did they do anything at your house when you were there?
They searched my house.
Did they ever search, on that day, did they search your vehicle?
No.
Okay.
They just looked in there. They didn't do it for, I don't know if that was what you call a search, but them looking inside.
Was there ever a time that you allowed Jarvis to use your vehicle?
Yes, one time.
Okay. And which vehicle? 2 times? Okay.
Ms. Johnson, can you speak up just a little bit louder?
2 times.
Thank you.
And which vehicle was that?
The Nissan Sentra.
Okay. And I showed you a PowerPoint before of 197 photos of a Nissan Sentra. Do you recall seeing those photos?
Yes.
Ms.
And
Ripley, can you hold on for 1 moment for the court reporter?
oh, sorry.
You're fine.
Yes. Do you recall me showing you the photos of a Nissan Sentra before?
Yes.
Okay. And in showing you those photos, did those fairly and accurately depict how your Nissan Sentra looked back on August 30th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now, well, first I'll move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 11, the PowerPoint of the Nissan Sentra.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 11.
Thank you, Judge. And may I?
Time out. Brianna. Baby, I'm about to call him because I know my son ain't walked out of nothing. I'm about to text him right now. Let me ask. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on. Just a second, y'all. I got Brianna talking about my son's school and had kids walk out in support of the superintendent. I know for a fact LJ better not walk out of school in support of any. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, LJ wants to go ahead.
Hey, everybody.
LJ wants to tell y'all, hey, he didn't go to school today, and y'all see me. I'm talking to him, and he's talking about, well, if a person is treating me bad in class and some grown man cursing me out, I just might cuss him out or walk out. I'm like, hold on, what the hell? What's going on? Okay, Pooh, I'm gonna call you back, okay?
I love you.
I love you too, baby. He didn't go to school today. He's not feeling well. Baby LJ, baby LJ better stop playing with me, y'all. And somebody put in the comments, Mel had to put him on mute because it's LJ. Y'all know him too well because as soon as I got on that phone, I said, now would you be out here protesting? I don't know. Wait a minute. That's not the answer I was looking for. I don't know. It's not the answer I was looking for. And I'm almost scared that if he went to school today, my baby would have been on that news. I could see my family now screenshotting to my mail. LJ is on channel 3. Lord, I had to put that baby on mute because y'all know my baby. Y'all know my baby by now. Back to this fool on this stand right now. Back to this fool. Can I ask y'all something personally? If this was your friend, how are you ever going to be friends with a woman who can knowingly lay down with a pedophile? How can we be friends? They said nephew said it depends on the reason. Let him be LJ Luther X. And Ash, that's why I'm gonna have to talk to him. Baby, y'all know what? Y'all scared me. Listen, I would never speak to her again. Me too. Man would have called his daddy so fast. Baby, listen, Key, LJ better not play with me. We can't be friends. I wouldn't trust her. I'd never trust her. Miss Ma'am here, I'd never trust her. We can't be friends. We can't be friends. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back after this live and read these comments about LJ because y'all know that boy better than me, it seems like. Y'all know this boy better than me. Yes, put your black forces on for the live tonight. I probably would fight her. She wouldn't be a friend of mine. Can't be friends. Imagine if you are her friend and you have kids. She would have been blocked the minute I found out. Let me tell y'all something that's so strange. I can't say a lot of details because if you're from Memphis, you'll put 2 and 2 together and get 4. But there's a person that I know that literally used to be around me quite often. And it came out like, oh my God, it came out that this person was, I don't know if you call this person, I'm going to say this person was an accomplice to a murder. And it is so strange because I remember how this person acted when the murder first happened. And I was disgusted. I'd never look at this person the same. It's real weird. It's really, really weird. It's so weird, y'all. It's like we're not friends or anything like that. Do I still see the person and I'll speak to the person, hey, keep going. But it's a very weird place when something like this happens. I mean, oh, I wish one day I ain't gonna give a damn and I could go in details. Like, I wish I could, but it wasn't a child, but it was still a person. It was still somebody's child, right? This case did not involve a child, but for that person, I was absolutely disgusted by this person because, like, I'm telling you, like, I remember when it happened and how this person acted, and I said, no way you acted like this. And hell, you knew the whole time. People, like, you don't know what people will do. And like, for me, I would never, ever, ever, if I were a man, I never want to be around any person who could do some shit like that. Like, I don't care if it's a murder, like people like that, I'm gonna stay, because how do you lie so well you can hide the fact that you knew somebody was killed? Same with this woman, because some people saying they think she may have been involved. He used her car. You just do not know. That would scare me. I would not want to be around this person. I just couldn't. I can't do it.
Public.
Yes, yes. Exactly.
Now, when you let Jarvis Butts borrow your vehicle, did it look? Did it look how it was photoed?
The back was messed up, but the front was good.
Okay.
It was fixed.
So back in January of 2024, your car still had the front end?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only difference in how it looked from?
Photo, yes.
Okay. So that's the only difference in how it looked from January of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. When is it that Mr. Butts borrowed your vehicle?
January 9th.
Is that the first time?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second time?
Yes.
When was that?
I think it was either the next day or the day after that day. I don't remember.
Okay. The first time, let's talk about the first time. How did it come about that he borrowed your car?
He called and asked if he can use my car to do something with his son.
Okay. And
Did she just say he called and asked to use the car to do something with his son? He does not. I hadn't heard anybody say he was a really involved parent, so that would have been a red flag for me right there. Red flag right there.
when is it that how did he get your car?
I didn't get home till about 9 o'clock, and he came to my house.
Okay. Is that 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.?
9 p.m.
9 p.m.? Okay. And you said he came to your house and picked it up?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Mr. Butts say how long he was going to borrow your car for?
No.
Okay. Did you have a reason, a time where you expected it back?
At least 2 hours.
Okay. When did Mr. Butts return with your car?
The next morning.
Okay. Was this normal, abnormal?
No, not normal.
Not normal? Okay. And did Mr. Butts say what he was doing when he had your car?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything different about or in your car after his use that first time?
No.
Okay. Did you notice anything in the back seat that was different?
There was a pair of glasses that was left that my son was playing with at the time.
Okay. And I'm going to show you. In People's Exhibit 11, photo 37. where at would your son be sitting?
On the passenger side,
Okay, in the passenger.
on the back seat.
So you can kind of see it better in photo 41. He would sit behind the passenger seat.
Yes.
Okay. What describe the glasses that he was playing with?
I believe they were clear around the frame part. I don't know what the ends look like, but I do remember they were clear around the frames.
Okay. And I want to show you what's already been introduced as People's Exhibit 12.
Yes.
Is there anything in People's Exhibit 12 that you recognize?
The glasses.
Okay. What? How is it that you recognize those glasses?
They were clear just like that. The one my son was playing with.
Okay. Now, you said your son was playing with them in the back seat. How did you get them from your son?
I told him to give them to me because I didn't know whose glasses they were.
Okay. How is it that you go to ask or come to ask Jarvis about these glasses?
Well, my son was playing with them when I was with Jarvis at his shop.
And I guess
The next day, I went up to the shop, and my son, picking my son up from school, Jarvis was see his daughter, and my son was playing in the back with the glasses.
Okay. From when Jarvis had borrowed your car and returned it to you picking up your son from school, had anybody else borrowed your car?
No.
Okay. So you're at the shop. You see your son playing with the glasses. You take them from him. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now tell me, what does Jarvis do?
He snatched them from me and said those were his son's glasses.
Okay. Okay. And do you think anything of this at the time?
No, I just thought that was his sunglasses because he said he was taking his son somewhere in the car.
All right. Now the second time that Jarvis asked to use your car, you said that was either the day after or the next day.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about how that comes to happen.
Well, he comes to my house when he get off work. He comes by to get my car. Said he needs to use it again for his son. I said okay. And he said he wasn't going to be gone for that long like he was the time before. I said okay. He was only gone for like 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
Okay. And are those the only 2 times that he ever used your car?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Were there times that he would be in your car with you?
Yes.
That he would take in places?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any contact with Jarvis since he turned himself in on February 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that through?
Phone calls, get out, text, app.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson, you need to pull that microphone off the ledge. Yeah, that way.
Do you recall a phone call in which Jarvis asked you some things about your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard that call before?
Yes.
Okay. And was that call that I played for you, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the call that you had with
Yes.
Jarvis and him asking you about the car?
Yes.
No, I'd move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 13.
Any objection?
No objection.
And
Okay.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yeah, it'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 13 and you can publish. Can I also see Exhibit 12, when you get a moment.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
And for the record, this phone call is 6 minutes and 43 seconds long.
The call from
You didn't get what she said?
Defendant at Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The inmate has requested that you pay for this call. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Tell-Me. Yeah.
Anyway, I got one more for you to do. 313-207-2195.
Hello.
Hello?
What is it?
207. 219.
217?
Huh?
217?
0.
Hello?
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 Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright. I don't know what the fuck going on, man, but yeah, they done did everybody shit.
You said what?
I said, I don't know what the fuck going on, but they done did everybody shit.
Hold on, y'all. Is he whispering in this damn call? What? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get. I'm like. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up. I said, wait a minute, I must be going crazy. Is this nut whispering in the jail call? She like, huh? Say what? What?
Everybody shit. You on everybody house? They come to my shit? I don't even think they know of me.
But I need you to, anything that I had, anything that I touched, that's for yourself, man. Anything about me, man. That's for your goddamn self. You feel me?
Yeah.
Huh?
Clearly.
I don't feel it.
Yeah, so let's say go to my house.
Go on.
Yeah. Go to my house, man.
Alright.
Okay, y'all know we got a No Millionaire Left Behind. Is this call him making her aware that is he saying they've been going to everyone's home that he knows or that he's been to? And for her, did he tell her to wipe some down? She did too, pretty. And as India just said, Goofy, they know about you now. This is not Shannon, y'all. The young lady that's on the stand now, if I'm not mistaken, this is her on the call, right? If I'm not this is her on this call, correct, y'all? And that's why they're planning. They said, recap what he said. Shameen, friend, I'm trying to make sure I'm listening right. Y'all, I can barely hear him, but it sounds like he's telling her they going to everybody's house that I've been around or houses I've been to. Like, if it has anything to do with me, it sounds like he's telling her to wipe stuff down or get rid of it. Like, it sounds, is that, he said, take everything out. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. No millionaire left behind. Okay, y'all, do y'all want to, okay, y'all know we're going to do this as a group. Y'all, we're going to rewind. We're going to rewind, and I need everybody to listen, okay? Because this nut is whispering in the call as if, as India pointed out, is not recorded. Okay, y'all, we're going to go back so that we can kind of see. That's what I gathered, but we're going to go back. We're going to go back.
You didn't get what she said?
Wayne County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The inmate has requested that you pay for this call. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Tell
Yeah. Anyway, I got one more for you to do. 313-207-2195.
He wanted her to call somebody on three-way, guys.
Hello? 207. 219. Huh? 0.
Malaysia said he called Shannon so we can keep. He called Shannon, had Shannon add the other baby mama to the call. Okay, guys, are we following? Okay.
Hello? 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 Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. All right. I don't know what the fuck going on, man, but yeah, they can do everybody's shit. You said what? I said, I don't know what the fuck going on, but they can do everybody's shit. Everybody's shit. You on everybody's house? They come to my shit? I don't even think they know of me. But I need you to, anything that I had, anything that I touched. That's for yourself, man. Anything about me, man. That's for your goddamn self. You feel me? Yeah. Huh?
Let me tell you something right goddamn now. Okay? Mariah and Elja, if you're watching this, hear me clearly. Hear me clearly. Like, hear me. First of all, I'm not with either of your fathers. Okay? Neither one of them. I ain't been with them in years. Okay? If either one of them call me from jail, and they, let's just say for shits and giggles, they've been over my house because one of y'all done had a party at graduation, and tell me to wipe my house down, get rid of the fact that they was there or something, I'm telling you right now, I'm turning them in. You don't call me from the jail phone and on the jail phone say, for your own good, wipe your stuff down? I'm telling you right now, your dad is going to jail. Okay? How smart, not smart, how dumb can this man be to be on that jail phone telling the woman, I'm telling you for your own good, wipe it down. For my own good or your own good? Because I didn't do anything, and I know I didn't do anything, but you're telling me to wipe for my own. And this must be Boo Boo the fool on the phone. She's like, I feel you, baby. I don't feel you. I don't feel you because why the hell I'm wiping some down? Malaysia, do you hear me? I'm not wiping shit down. I'm calling the sergeant. I'm calling the sergeant. First thing is say, I just got a disturbing phone call. India says she's not even answering the phone. Operation Clean Up. Do you? Y'all, let me see if I can do that. That's smart, friend. Oh, y'all, we do have captions. Shout out to our friend who said, Mel, turn the captions on. Ashley said the same. Ashley said, I'm not even answering the calls. The definition of ride or die, because Shannon, no way he calling his other baby mama with you on the phone. Check.
Yeah, so just say go to my house. Go on. Yeah. Go to my house, man. Right.
Y'all know he's shot.
How you calling me? My house, I'm doing something I ain't supposed to be doing. Go to my house.
I got to rewind that because it sounds like Miss Latrice is saying, so how are you calling me? Y'all remember y'all said Shannon called her on three-way. I can't hear what he's saying, but it looks like he's avoiding the question. At least that's what I heard. That's why I rewinded it.
How you calling me? My house, I'm doing something I ain't supposed to be doing. Go to my house. Huh? Get her car? She gotta go home, use her car.
Does that sound like an innocent man telling your baby mama if she has to go home, use her mother's car? You want me to hop? Like, does this sound like the work of a man who's innocent? Also, let me say this. For this nut to sit on this stand and want us to believe he'd only borrowed her car those 2 times, she is absolutely insane. Because any man that can call you from jail, okay, and give you orders from jail and you just say, okay, you want me to believe that man ain't just walked in your house and he'll take your car when you go lay down to go to sleep for work? You want me to believe that? This man is giving you orders from jail. You're not even really asking no questions. You just saying, okay, babe. Y'all, she thinks we're stupid. You're not gonna tell me after in 2 years of, you say you've been dating him since 2019. From 2019 to 2024, the only time he's ever asked to use your car was the 9th and the 10th. Girl, come on now. Come. He drove her car every day. India probably did a baby boy, dropped her off at work, had her mad because he 30 minutes late. Like, ma'am, stop playing with us.
Okay. I told you not to go to my house. I said, go home, you took her. So don't use my car, though? I don't know what's going on, bro. They're taking everything out, bro. Use your mama's car, man, and drive around, man, trying to do something with your mama's car, man. Your brother carries somebody's car. This shit is beyond.
He's telling her he doesn't know what's going on, but if she needs to get around, she needs to drive her mom's car instead of her own car. What's wrong with my car all of a sudden? Is what I just don't hear this fool asking him. What's wrong with my car? My car works just fine. Why would I inconvenience myself and my mom by driving her car? I don't know about y'all, but I prefer driving my own car because if something happens, I want to be in my own car. I don't want to be responsible for something happening in someone else's car. I don't care if you my mom, my sister, especially some friends. I don't want to be in your car and something happens. Why am I having to switch? Why I got to switch and get in my mom's car? I ain't heard her ask him that one time. All I hear is him saying something's going on. I don't know what's going on. Baby, I'm going to be one. Why the hell I can't drive my car?
It's beyond me. I don't know what this fuck, man. Clean them motherfuckers up, so I don't know. My car? Yeah, they got my phone, they got my car, they got their cars, they got their guns, I don't know what the fuck they do, bro. Yeah, but what the fuck did that got shit to do with me is what I'm saying.
Y'all, not this damn man in this jailhouse acting like he don't know why the hell they want his phones. Like he ain't been told why they want his phones. Like he ain't been told why they searching all these She on the phone talking about they up to something. Let me ask y'all a question. And I know that the government can be a crazy place. We can be doing conspiracy theories all day. Okay. But baby, they ain't just taking this man's phones and retracing his steps and going to people's houses that he know for no damn reason. He a mechanic. He's a mechanic. Why the hell would they just pick him out of everybody in the world to start looking at him? Talking about they up to something.
I got shit to do with me, man, and I'm not understanding what the fuck is going on. You feel me? I'll call you later, man. Like, I don't know what's the hell wrap my head around this shit, though. This shit's trying to piss me off.
Oh, you okay?
I'll get in touch with you later, man.
Okay.
All right. Hello? 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 Mm-hmm. Oh, what's going on, bro? You got chipped down your regular job? Mm-hmm. Yeah. My regular job.
I am so happy to be at Overture. I'm so comfortable here. Every day we
6:45. I'll call you about 7:30. All right.
Now, what is it? What did you think when Jarvis told you those things?
I didn't know what to think when he told me those things.
Okay. What did you do in response to receiving this call, if anything?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you clean anything up?
No.
Did you wipe anything down?
No.
Okay. And that would be in your house?
Yes. House, car,
Car?
everything.
Okay.
Didn't touch it, nothing.
All right. clarify a little bit. Jarvis borrowed your car on the 9th,
Yes,
brought it back the 10th in the morning,
yes.
Did-
Yeah.
about 6 a.m. or so, or in the
Yeah.
morning,
In the morning, about 8:30, 8 o'clock.
8:30. All
I
right.
was taking my son to school.
Okay. And did he borrow it later that day again or the next day?
I can't remember if it was later that day or the next day. I just know he did it again.
Okay. I think they're good.
Let's see what he as the defense has to ask.
Good afternoon. Now, you indicated that you knew Mr. Butts since 2019.
Yes.
Correct. You met him at the shop, correct?
Yes.
At his shop.
Yes.
Would you describe your relationship with him as a
Whole.
I'm sorry?
You said as a whole, we do.
Would you describe it as a physical relationship or was it a real relationship?
Let me tell y'all something. What the hell is Jarvis back there telling his defense attorneys? Because how dare Jarvis get up on this stand? Now he trying to act like they wouldn't like that. The man said, was it a physical relationship? He said, or a real relationship. Jarvis done told this woman, I don't know what's finna come next, but it's giving me the vibes. He said, babe, we weren't even like that. What he say? We just be what he say? We ain't going steady. Yeah, that's good, but damn, babe, we fucking around. Like he making it literally. I just feel like this where it's going. Because why would you ask her that? Why would you? It's given the same way they asked that sister. Were y'all close? Did you know his kids? But we listen, Ash. That's okay. Let's listen.
It was a physical relationship.
Okay. So you knew Mr. Butts was seeing other people, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's not a surprise.
Okay.
Correct.
The fact that he lied. You know.
Y'all think she peep game with that question? Oh, I know this. I know he ain't. Y'all listen, Key. That is what's going on right here. Yes, we do, y'all. Yes, we are. So we're almost done with this video. After this video, we're gonna bring up before we transition to the next video. Did y'all hear? They already know he's not innocent. He has previous cases. They just want a man that bad. It's this disgusting, Evelyn. She look. He asked that first question. She's not okay with it.
That's a surprise.
Okay.
He was lying.
So he would tell you he was coming over and you wouldn't know where he was coming from, correct?
Yes.
That's nothing new.
That's nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a surprise.
Okay. So he would tell you he was coming over and you wouldn't know where he was coming from, correct?
Yes.
That's nothing new.
That's nothing.
Okay. Do you know, besides your daughter with Mr. Butts, do you know Mr. Butts' other children?
I met quite a few of them.
Okay. Have you met any of the other mothers?
About two in the beginning of the relationship we had. He introduced me to about 2 or 3 of the mothers.
Okay. And have you had any issues with the mothers?
No.
Okay. So you know Mr. Butts works as a mechanic, correct?
Yes.
And have you ever seen him wearing safety glasses in the shop?
Yes.
Okay. Safety glasses are clear, aren't they?
They're not those.
They're not.
They're not the kinds that I've seen. No.
Okay. So he borrowed your car on the 9th, correct?
Yes.
And you said he came over around 9 p.m.
Yes.
All right. When he came over 9 that you noticed.
No,
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him that day?
we swapped out cars. We had a quick swap out cars, and he was gone.
And there was no other conversation
No.
that day? You didn't notice anything about his appearance? Didn't notice anything about his demeanor?
No.
Okay. And you say he came back the next day?
Yes.
All right.
The next morning.
Could he have dropped your car off later that night? I mean, earlier that night?
No, he did not.
He didn't drop it off at, say, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you said that your son, and forgive me, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
So does he think she gonna lie to him after he done just had her admit on the stand that all they was doing was messing around? It was never anything serious. You think she finna? Okay.
But there was a lot of things in this car. Is that the condition the car always was in?
I mean, my son has his toys. There's always stuff in there, yes.
Okay.
But it's only my kids' stuff that be in my car because me and my kids are the only people that really be in my car. Or my mother.
Okay. And your testimony is Jarvis Butts, prior to the night, had never been in this car before?
No, he's been in my car.
Okay.
He's been in my car. I take him places.
Okay. So your son finds the glasses,
Yes.
correct? And you say he finds the glasses, this would be on the 10th? He finds the glasses?
Yes, either the next day or whenever. I don't remember what day, but I know the next day. It was the next day we went over. Yes, it was.
So you're not sure what day the glasses were
I'm
found?
not sure what day the glasses was found because I went to his job twice
Okay.
after that. So I don't know which day. I don't know if it was the 10th or the 11th.
So it could have been either day.
Yes.
All right.
But
And
it was in my car.
so your son was playing with these glasses.
Yes.
There was nothing remarkable about these glasses, correct?
They were just clear glasses.
And so you couldn't identify the glasses and say, hey, these glasses were smaller than a normal pair of glasses. These must be a pair of kids' glasses, right? You couldn't say that,
He
correct?
said they were his son glasses. So is he saying as his son that would mean it was a kid glasses, right?
Okay. So you said he said they were his son's glasses.
Yes.
And
Mr. Jarvis. You sure? I gotta call you on one right quick.
Oh, she mad, baby.
Oh, okay.
It's not you, Kevin.
It's
so you said your son was playing with the glasses, correct? And you took the glasses from your son, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do with them once you took them?
He was playing with them when I was up there with Jarvis. When I took it from him and said, "Do not your glasses." Jarvis took them from my hand.
Okay. So you didn't examine these glasses, correct?
I looked at him on his face. And he was playing with them on his face.
Okay.
So how can I not examine these glasses?
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at my son with these glasses on his face.
You didn't study these glasses, correct?
No, I didn't study these glasses,
Okay.
but they were clear and they were on my son's face.
So later on, you showed a picture of Naziah Harris, correct?
Yes.
And you saw her wearing clear glasses as well, correct?
Yes.
At the time you saw her with the glasses, did anyone tell you that she was missing?
Yes, they did.
Were
And
you
they showed me the picture.
were you aware that she was missing?
From the news.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Butts was a suspect?
No, not at the time until they came to my door.
Okay. So when you told them that these glasses, you saw glasses similar to this.
I didn't tell them then.
Okay.
I didn't know about that until
All right.
it took me a minute to think about the glasses
So you came back and told them later.
when they came to my house.
Okay. That you saw a pair of glasses in your car.
Yes.
And the best you can say is that these glasses may be similar, correct?
They maybe was similar.
Right.
Yes.
You cannot testify that these are the exact same glasses, correct?
No, I cannot testify those are the exact same glasses.
Can you tell whether the glasses had prescription lenses in them?
I didn't put them on my face then, so how do I know?
Did your son say anything about that?
No, how would he know? He said he was, what, 6'7" higher than me. So how would he know what prescription glasses are?
You wearing prescription glasses, right?
Yes.
If you take them off, you see different, correct?
Yes, but I did not put the glasses on.
Yeah.
So how will I know they were prescription glasses if I didn't wear them?
My question
My son
was-
wore the glasses. So how am I supposed to know? I don't have his eyes.
My question.
And let me say that everybody's glasses aren't like, if you look at my glasses from the side, baby, you can see this little thick lens, okay? Of course, when I get glasses, I say, hey, I want the thinner lens. One, that baby was 7. 2, if those glasses, if it was like a small amount of medicine in those glasses, the lens was probably so thin you wouldn't even be able to know that they were prescription. Now, you look at my glasses, you're gonna goddamn know that they're prescription, okay? You're going to know that my glasses are prescription because all you got to do is hold mine to the side, baby. You're going to see it. So it ain't as thick as Coke bottles, but they like Coke bottle little sister. You know what I'm saying? But she's not going to know that. Maybe the prescription was that thin. You wouldn't have known if they were actual prescription. And then she took them off the baby's eyes.
Did your son say anything about the
No.
glasses? He didn't
He
say
was
that.
playing with the glasses, and I told him to take the glasses off because we didn't know who glasses they were.
Okay.
I didn't know if they were prescription, so I told him to take them off. When he took them off, he handed to me. Oh, Jarvis said, "Oh, those are my sunglasses," and he snatches it from my hand.
Okay. And what did Jarvis do with the glasses?
I don't know. He went towards his car.
Okay. You didn't think anything else of the glasses, did you?
No.
Okay.
All he said was those were his sunglasses at the time.
You're employed?
Yes.
All right. And your Nissan, was that your primary mode of transportation?
No.
That was a secondary car?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't drive my car. I use my mom's car when I'm working.
So is the Nissan your car?
Yes, it's my car.
Okay. And Mr. Butts called you and told you to drive someone else's car?
Yep.
All right. Just one moment. So when he told you that, you didn't do anything, right?
No.
You didn't think anything of it,
No.
correct? You didn't clean out this car, correct?
No.
So anything of Mr. Butts would still be in this car, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Johnson, you were asked about knowing that Mr. Butts was seeing other women,
Yes.
but you said he lied about things.
Yes.
What is it that he lied about?
About how many women, if he was still dealing with the women.
Your man?
Everything, pretty much.
Okay, so you didn't, fair to say you wouldn't know how many women were out there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that he would be dealing with women at the same time as he was dealing with you?
Indiana,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I'm not sure what the relevance of that is.
You brought it up.
How many women he's dealing with?
It goes
You have a
to,
response?
yeah, it goes to whether or not he would be whether he's secretive about things, whether he would know about.
He's very
1 second.
Yeah. That was really that was really the extent of the question.
It was asking Ross how
Yeah.
many women he slept with.
Yeah.
And whether she knew.
Wanted to get that was really the extent of the question.
Okay, we'll just ask the question again.
Yeah. Just was he a secretive person to you?
Yes, he's very secretive.
Okay. And when he told you a reason why he wanted to use your car, did you have any reasons to think that that might not be true?
I honestly thought it was for his son. That was, whenever he says anything about his kids, I believe him when it comes to his kids. I thought he was a great father to his kids. That's what he put on to me, but.
Okay. So that's what he led you to believe?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing further.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you a couple of follow-up questions.
Go ahead.
Now, you said that he was secretive, correct?
Yes.
And that's when it came to women, correct?
Yes.
That bothered you, correct?
I mean, it would bother anyone when a man is supposed to be telling you the truth and he being really secretive about everything. And you being honest with them.
So you were upset about that?
Honesty.
So you were upset about that, correct?
About him being with other women, cheating? Not really, because I was doing it too. How about that?
You all gotta be quiet.
No further questions.
Baby,
Any last questions? Okay, you're done this time.
Baby Latrice said, baby, two could play that game. Latrice is up there pissed, and it's just disgusting. You pissed about this pedophile. Not you trying to get your get back on that stand with this man. Oh my God, sis. In the words of my good girl Isis, oh brother.
Okay, is that the last witness for today?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, anything else that needs to go on the record before we end today?
Not for the people, Judge, thank you.
Not from the defense.
Okay, we're off the record. Back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay, y'all. So before we stop here, we're gonna add on and jump to the grandmother. Let me see. I think she's in this one. This is the same day. It said this one is 7. Oh God. It's 3:22. Before we start the new video, let's talk about what we saw there. So I'm going to open the chat up. Y'all just remember, don't curse. It's about 300 of us in here today. Let's keep it to 2 minutes. And I'm gonna get my Memphis, Shelby County schools on, and I'm setting a timer. Okay. But if you want to say anything about the case, what we've seen so far, because remember, some of us have not seen the whole trial. So, hearing. So only what we've seen so far. If you want to talk about that, that's what we're focused on. And we can do about 30 minutes or so of that. And then I'm going to swap to our new video, okay? With the other testimonies. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Here we go. We're going to put the, come and talk, Jaleesa. Link is in the chat, guys. Come up. You do not. Hey, Kelly. You don't have to have your cameras on, so don't feel like you have to. We're gonna do a couple of minutes of that, and let me get my timer out, y'all. Because I'm gonna have to get like they did at Memphis City Schools, y'all. Y'all remember they were cutting their microphones because we want to give everybody an opportunity to talk. And just what are you feeling after the testimony that we saw? We do have some more testimony to go. It's 3:20 Eastern Standard Time. Y'all know we're only going until about 5:30. about 5:30, so another 2 hours or so, because we are swapping to watch the Memphis Shelby County School board meeting that's going on. So let me set my timer before I start adding people up. And as soon as you come on, we got two. I'm starting the timer. We're gonna do 2 minutes. Because again, it is 300 of us in here today. So we got Billie Jean up first. Hi, Billie Jean. How are you?
Hey, how you?
Oh, what happened? Oh, let me stop the timer. Y'all remember that lady at the board meeting? She said, "Start my time off." Billie, there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, let me start your time again. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm sorry about my background, girl. But yeah, I was the one told you that she was my Lyft driver, right? Um hold on, I'm got you on this thing. I gotta mute you. Hold on 1 second. I gotta mute.
I think she done muted us over here. Yeah, I did cut the laptop down. I'll tell Billie Jean that it's a little loud. I did stop it. It's a minute and 35 right now. Let's just watch the grandmama. Oh yeah, well, Nikki, I'm trying to scroll through that particular day. Billie Jean, I can't hear you. I think the volume is off.
Oh man.
Okay, got you now. I got you now. I'm gonna start your time back. Okay, you got a minute and 35. I stopped.
Okay, well, all right. So I want to say a couple of things. Hey, everybody. But first off, I think they need to check Belle Isle for that baby. And then, like, personally, I think he wanted her to wipe down the car because Tuda was in that car with him. She was in that car. And when old girl heard him talking to the other baby mama when they was in together, she was like, oh, heck, I'm not wiping nothing down or whatever. I'm not wiping nothing down. You got her talking with me or whatever. I'm not doing none of that. But I just feel like basically, man, they not looking enough for her. Like she around somewhere in Detroit. She definitely around. And for that baby, her stuff to be all the way by me where I live at, that her little ID thing, he was tossing that mess out. And I looked at I looked at her TikTok this morning or whatever. She had on that pink little outfit before. She definitely did. So that is hers or whatever. But that's all I wanted to say. They need to look a little more definitely in Belle Isle because a lot of bodies can be around in there and ain't nobody been looking. You get what I'm saying? Think about it. Like that is a perfect place for you to put a body and they never go search it.
How you know that?
I'm just, sister, just in general, think about it.
Like, walk us through it. Tell us what it looked like. Why do you feel like that?
Okay, so basically it's a lot of woods. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of woods, and it's where couples go and meet and mangle and dangle and all that stuff. And it also could be where you can just drop somebody off and they deteriorate and you never see until somebody discover a skull. You get what I'm saying? Like they definitely need to check more or whatever. But thank you for letting me chime in with y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Belle Isle is an island. Okay, thank you. Because maybe Miss Billie said not only do they go out there to hang out, but skulls out there too. I don't think that's a romantic spot, baby. I don't want to go anywhere where it might be some skulls. Okay, here go my girl. Happy New Year, friend. Hi.
Happy New Year.
Okay, girl, hold on. Let me start it over. Let me start our time over. Okay, and I'm finna be quiet. Go ahead.
I just think this is sad. It was a failure from the beginning. The fact that they didn't even report her missing the day of just shows their lack of care because she was 13 years old. They claim she has never did this before. So why would you not report it immediately? And then not only did you not report it immediately, you didn't even go to the police ever. You went to the school. And they kind of dropped the ball because he was retiring the next day. So they didn't even really start looking for her till way after. And that's lost time. Like I said in the chat, like if they would have actually been looking for her, what you mean you called him and told him he was missing? I mean, she was missing. You should have pulled up to that mechanic shop because you know
I
that
don't
she'd be up
get it.
there. And I
Exactly.
feel like they could have found her the day of. She was with them all. She was with the two guys like till at least 9 o'clock because that one dude was on a tether and had to be in the house. She was
Mhm.
with them all that time. If they would have reported it immediately, they would have found her that day.
Do you think they would have found her that day?
Yeah, she was with him all that day.
She was with him all day.
Look at the timeline.
You're
She had
right.
got off
You're
the
right.
bus. He picked her up. They fixed the car or whatever. They dropped the car back off to the lady who testified earlier, who with the mother-in-law, baby mom, whoever she was, whose house she was at. They were there. Then they had went back to the shop. Like they was just all over the place till at least like close to 9 o'clock when the guy had to go home because he was on house arrest. So she was with him all that time, and Shannon claiming she texted him that day saying, "Oh, have you seen Tuda or whatever?" And he told her no. Meanwhile, she was with him.
It's crazy.
It's just, and like I said, like I feel like I don't know. I just feel like there's something in the milk ain't clean with the whole family situation because, like I said, they were not looking for her. I don't believe they was driving around looking for her. I don't believe none of that. So y'all could drive around looking for her, but y'all don't call the police. Like it just don't make no sense. And the lady who just testified, I mean, I don't think she's lying about anything. Like it is what it is. He used her car, whatever. But I don't know. I just think it's sad. I think everybody failed her. And I think, like the lady before me said, I don't think they were really looking good enough for her body.
No.
She's out there somewhere.
True. Because he's not that smart.
Yeah, he's not that smart.
He's not. This is not his MO. Right. I think like everybody's saying something happened, something went wrong. Before you go down, India, are you from Baltimore again?
No, I'm not from Baltimore.
Where you from? They want to know where you from in the chat.
None of your business, guys.
She told us before, and I can't remember. Y'all, she really hopped down. She told us, y'all. India told us where she was from, but it is so many lives ago. I'm talking, it was last year. It was during YSL. Like when I first started going live over here. I just can't remember. I'm gonna have to go back and find it. But she did tell us where she from, y'all. I can't remember, but it's yeah. They said we ain't trying to kidnap you. Yes, Nikki, we need to find out what she heard on Valentine's Day. Yes. Okay, y'all. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I don't know if anybody else is going to come up. I'm going to go ahead and cue the video. They said, now, India, I know you didn't play us like that. Yes, she did. She's in the chat often, guys. I don't know how you guys are like, oh, who is this? Y'all have heard her talk several times. Several times, especially when we first started on YouTube with YSL. They said, see, the lives always go left. Okay, y'all, let's start.
Defendant 17 years of age or older. The inhibition of the fourth with this notice set for exam today. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Give the court reporter your name right here, and then I'll swear you in.
Day, I will after we're done with this.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay,
Watch your
India.
step. And once you get situated, you can hold that whole microphone with the little white cap on it in your lap, or just link to it.
No, this is not the grandma, y'all.
Tug it off of
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Tashiana Davis.
And Ms. Davis, I want to ask you about someone by the name of Jarvis Butts. Do you know that person?
Yes,
And how do you know Mr. Butts?
he was my fiance.
Oh,
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and identify if he's the culprit?
She's right there with a green top on.
yeah, I'm starting to think this man has a type. This man absolutely has a type. And this is his fiance that we're watching right now. This is his.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant, Jarvis Butts, in this matter.
So reflective.
Thank you. And how long, you said he was your fiance.
Yes.
How long in total have you known Mr. Butts?
4 years.
And
2019.
2019?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And when did you become engaged?
2023.
And can you tell us a little bit about the nature of that relationship? Do you have any children with him? Things like that.
No children.
Okay. And would Mr. Butts sometimes stay over at your house?
Yes.
How often would that happen?
Pretty often, but we didn't live together.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to January of 2024 and February of 2024. Did there come a time when Jarvis Butts asked you to drive him to court?
Yes.
And when was that?
February 7th.
Of 24?
Yes.
And was there a time before that that you had to drive him to court?
Yes.
And when was that?
January, I think it was the 9th.
Okay.
It was in January.
So you've at least driven him to court twice?
Yes.
And let's talk about the January 9th date that you drove him. What was the reason he wasn't driving himself? Why were you driving him?
Because he thought he was going to have to turn himself in then for another case, and then they rescheduled it.
Y'all give me just a second. Okay. Did y'all hear what she just said? She took him to court on January 9th, the day Naziah went missing, because he thought he had to turn himself in. Lord, if he had turned himself in, he'd probably never get out because that baby would be pregnant and would be having a baby that was his. He'd go to jail for it because she's 13 and pregnant by a 42-year-old man. Resetting his court, they reset his freaking court date. Like, we might not even be here if they had locked his ass up. Exactly, Key. Also explains why he had to get rid of that baby. I'm going to possibly be going to jail February 9th. This baby has to go. They said this is for this. India saying he was going to have to go to court for a gun. Oh my, Tanya! It seems like he's got a type of woman that he goes after, and for all the women I've seen, they are dark skinned, and I hope that doesn't imply that there are light skinned men walking around thinking every dark skinned woman has low self esteem, because this one is not the one. This is so crazy to me, though. Y'all, had this man gone to jail January 9th, that baby would still be alive. That's heavy.
Okay, so on the 9th, he was supposed to turn himself in, but didn't actually end up doing that.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the 7th, did he ask you to drive him to court again?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you drove him to court on the 7th?
Because he was supposed to turn himself in.
And did he end up turning himself in on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. When you were driving him.
Wait, I'm confused. At first she said the 9th, and now she's saying the 7th. Even still, had he gone to jail on the 7th or the 9th, she'd still be here. But he said the 9th at first. Now he's saying the 7th.
On the 7th of February 2024.
I'm sorry, y'all. We've moved on to February. Just for, I didn't hear that. February 7th. Sorry, guys.
First, what kind of car do you drive?
2005 Suburban.
And what color is it?
Tan.
And when you were driving him to court, who else was with you, if anyone?
Nobody.
Just you and Mr. Butts?
Yes.
And when you were driving to court, did you ask him about his cell phone?
Yes.
What did you ask him?
I said, where's your phone?
And what was his response when you asked him that question?
He left it at home.
And did you have any other conversation regarding his phone on the 7th when you were driving him to court?
No.
And what did he, you said he did turn himself in?
Yes.
And so you drove back home, correct?
Yes.
Did you eventually have some contact with the police department?
Yes.
And where were you when you had that contact?
In the hospital.
And what did they ask you about generally?
Did I know anything about a missing child?
And do you know anything about missing child?
No.
Did they ask you about his cell phone?
Yeah, I believe so.
And did you know or have any reason to believe, other than what Jarvis told you, that his phone was someplace else?
No.
And did you know that his phone was in your car?
No.
Did you give permission to the police to search your car?
No, they just came and took it.
They had a search warrant?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you present at your house when they came and took your car?
No.
And did you observe them search through your car and pull anything out?
No.
Oh. May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
And you said you knew Jarvis Butts for 4 years?
Yes.
And would you communicate with him via cell phone?
Yes.
And do you know the last 4 digits of his phone number, if you remember?
9.
If you don't remember,
I don't remember.
okay. With looking at text messages, refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
If you could just look at the phone numbers on
The first one.
and does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And what were the last 4 digits of Jarvis Butts' phone number?
8719.
At some point after you dropped Jarvis Butts off at the courthouse and he turned himself in, did you go to his place of employment on at 9000 Connors?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to his business partner, Cordell Wright?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Morning, Ms. Davis. You met Mr. Butts at Frank's Garage, is that right?
Yes.
And that's where Mr. Butts was working about 4 years ago.
Yes.
You taking your car there?
Yes.
And I think in your words, you said you kind of never left after you met him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You guys got along really well?
Yes.
And you just kind of started a relationship from there?
Yes.
Would you go up to the garage after that relationship started,
Yes.
kind of just to drop in?
Yes.
At any point in time while you were at Frank's Garage, did you ever see any children there?
No.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Butts was very protective of his phone around you?
Yes.
He would never let you see his phone screen.
No.
Wouldn't give you access.
No.
Certainly didn't give you his passcode or anything. In fact, you actually actively tried to get into his phone, right?
Yes.
I think you had mentioned that when he was sleeping, you tried to kind of wave it in front of him to see if that would unlock it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, baby, Jarvis back there telling them lawyers everything. That man said one time she even tried to get into my phone. I remember I was asleep. She tried to wave it in front of my face to get it. Jarvis is telling these lawyers every embarrassing detail about these damn women. I don't know how this ties in. Cause look at the little smirk on her face, y'all. She remembered. Look at that smirk on her face. She like, yeah. Child.
You took a picture of his face once and tried to put the screens together.
No, ain't no way in hell. You got to do all, if you got to do all of that, ma'am, let the man go. She took a picture of his face. She took a picture of him and tried to use it to unlock the phone. Is she stupid? Y'all, look at her face. She like, yeah. If you got to do all of that, let the man go. Let the man go. She up there. She thinks it's funny. Exactly, Nick. She thinks this is funny.
So you wanted to know what was in his phone?
Yes.
She said yes.
And he did not want you to know what was in his phone?
No.
As far as you know? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to him about why he was so secretive with his phone?
Yes.
And does it have something to do with the fact that he was seeing other ladies?
Yes.
And you suspected that at the time?
Yes.
And so that's why you were looking for proof?
Correct.
Okay.
Indy, I don't know about this friend. I hope not. She said ex-fiance that we were engaged. I'm assuming.
So even though you suspected that Mr. Butts was unfaithful to you, you still stayed with him?
Yes.
One reason for that is because he was good with the kids?
Yes.
He cared for your kids?
Yes.
He took them places?
Yes.
Y'all, the most sick. Oh, the sickest part of this. And like, I'm going to have to, like, I haven't dated in a while, but when I tell you I want a mean background check on the next man I date, because this woman may have operated in effect her. She met him 4 years ago. He probably never gave her a reason to research him running back. I just do it all the time too. And I got a friend who can do an in-depth background check, okay? So maybe she didn't think to do that. But the most sickening part is that this man was around all of these children. Like, he was around all these kids. Oh my. When I tell you, like, and I don't have small kids, but I have a 19-year-old daughter. I have a 13-year-old son. I would never, ever want to endanger my children because I want to date a man. It ain't that important, baby. It'll be me and Barty till the wheels fall off before I ever get desperate enough to have some sick-ass man around my kids. I'm the cool auntie, y'all. I keep the kids all the time. I love keeping my nieces. Like, I would never have my place not be a safe haven for them because I want to date a man. That's the sickest part of all of this. It's never that deep, Erica. Do you hear? Y'all will be on this channel 20 years from now, and it'll just be me and Barty because I would never. Like, no, but listen, whenever I get back out there, whoever got the hook up on the background checks, that's probably better than my friend. Let me know. Let me know. This is crazy.
He took your son up to the shop?
Yes.
He showed him how to change the oil in the car?
Correct.
And you viewed him as a good father figure?
Where's Daddy?
Did you ever see anything inappropriate or that would cause you to see a red flag with regard to him and your children?
No.
Hey.
Did you ever see him acting inappropriately with any other children?
No.
Certainly, if you had, you would not have allowed him in your house.
No, absolutely
not. You knew that Mr. Butts had other children, right?
Yes.
With a woman named Angel.
Yes.
And a woman named Shannon.
Yes.
He talked about his children with you.
Yes.
Did he ever talk to you about his niece?
No.
About how often would Mr. Butts stay with you on any given week?
Maybe like twice.
Were they like the same days or was it random?
Random.
Okay. About what time would he come over?
After his work hours. After like 6 o'clock.
Okay, so you think he would come kind of straight from work?
No, he would probably do something else and then be there later on in the night.
Okay, so closer to like 9, 10?
Yes.
Okay. Would he stay the night with you?
Till about 2 o'clock in the morning, 3.
Oh, hell.
Okay. Do you know how he would get to your home?
Y'all, I thought she said this was her fiance. Bae's giving side chick. Yeah, Shawty Red. Yes, Ronnie. Yes, Keita. 2:00 in the morning. Are you serious?
A couple of times he was in the white truck, a white Cadillac truck. Sometime I think he would walk. If he was coming straight from the shop, he would walk. Or if he had my truck, that's how we would get back and forth.
And that's the Suburban?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Butts to ever have his own vehicle?
Yes. He had a white Chrysler truck, van like.
Okay. And when did you know him to drive that?
Like maybe the first 2 years when we were together.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Butts would come visit you, would he park in your driveway?
Yes.
Would he spend weekends with you also?
Yes.
1 second.
Y'all, it sound like these women sharing custody of this man. Would he spend weekends with you also? What the hell is going on? Would he spend weekend? It sounds like a custody battle here. You get him 2 weekends out the month. I get him the other 2. Like, what the hell?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, I just have a couple more questions for you. Ms. Quick asked you about Mr. Butts being secretive with his phone. Can you tell me about a time that you had a conversation with him about him being secretive or something like that?
He would never really say anything. He talked in circles. So if you try to ask him a question, it's just always, you can never get a straight answer out of him.
But fair enough, you had multiple conversations about his phone and your access to it, I guess, or lack thereof.
Yes.
And Ms. Quick also asked you about Mr. Butts staying over the night, or staying the night at your house. You said that he would leave around 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you know where he would go when he would leave?
No.
Did he ever tell you where he was going?
Home.
Did you know where he himself called home?
Yes.
Where was that at?
Wilshire.
And you said he would walk from his place of employment if he was coming straight from there, right?
Yes.
How far from that on Connors, the auto shop on Connors, do you live? How far of a walk?
No, that was when he was on Warren.
Warren and Neff?
Yes.
How far of a walk from that location?
Like 4 blocks.
And did you ever see him drive but not park in your driveway or out front of your house? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
He parked around the corner and he would walk to my house.
And do you know
he
the,
was in the white Cadillac truck.
you said Cadillac?
Yes.
Oh. Was that an Escalade? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know the reason why he would park around the corner?
I don't know. I asked and he would just be like, I didn't drive.
But then would you see his truck?
I would see the truck.
What is she? Barty, stop. Did y'all hear this? He would walk, tell her he didn't drive, and then all of a sudden she would see the truck. You married him after he lied about something as simple as did he drive? Well, became engaged to him. What?
Anyone more, Judge?
Yes.
One last question. You said he lived or called home on Wilshire?
Yes.
Have you ever been to that house?
Yes.
Have you ever been inside that house?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
I guess the prosecution says since he want to play, we gonna play too. He wants to embarrass women. We're gonna embarrass this said fiance. Because how the hell that's your fiance? You've never been inside his house. Hey, Diamond. Hey, you've never been inside his house?
Ms. Davis, you are done testifying. Watch your step. I'm not going to stop.
Get off the stand, her and this friend. Get her gone.
Anyway, one moment, Judge.
Yes.
Yes, she knew she had made it inside the house. You were right, sir. Right.
Your Honor, at this time, people would call Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Oh, he's just, girl, not him. Not him looking like he'll be.
And I'm going to request permission to share my screen again.
I didn't know what to do for a drink.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Name's Wyatt Barnes.
And how are you employed?
I work for the United States Border Patrol.
And how long have you been employed by the U.S. Border Patrol?
14 years and change.
And were you working back on March 12th of 2024?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was working in a search and rescue capacity. That's our primary job, or my primary job.
Okay. And were you working alone or with a partner or a group of people?
With a team. There was a sizable team that day.
And what is it that you guys were doing?
We were responding to a missing person in that area.
And which area are we talking about? Where were you at?
7 Mile and Berg.
Okay. And what was your role in searching the 7 Mile and Berg area?
I was searching the riverbank of the River Rouge. We were searching south along the bank. I was on the east side of the bank in the 7 Mile Berg area.
Okay. And when you were searching this area, was there anything in particular that you were told to look for?
Just nothing solid, but there were just some like child-sized clothing things, just anything that could have been washed up on the riverbank. There was a storm recently, so we were in the water and on the riverbanks.
Okay. So you're kind of looking for maybe some child-sized clothing.
Yes.
Okay. And did you come across any clothing that you thought maybe would fit the description?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that at?
That was south of 7 Mile and Berg, near a abandoned structure next to a dirt parking lot. About, I can't give an exact distance, maybe 50 feet off.
Okay. And when you find articles of clothing, what is it that you do in your role?
So there's a lot of stuff that might be washed up. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to age it and make sure that it is something that could possibly be related. And then I'm going to just immediately report a picture to the incident command so that they can send people to properly inspect it.
Okay. And when you say age, what do you mean by aging?
Just to make sure that it hasn't obviously been in the brush for years, or it's not some garbage that washed up. That's all.
Okay. And in this search in particular,
what was kind of the time frame that you were supposed to be like using to age?
Recent, not like within a month or two.
Okay.
So it would still look new.
And so when you find items, you said that you age them and then you kind of report them to Instant Command.
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you report them? Do you go like a walkie-talkie? Do you call them on the phone?
Via radio.
Okay.
Yeah, via radio, and then there's usually some type of a chat, but I wasn't communicating directly on the chat. I just kind of forwarded the photos to a supervisor who then gave the photos to the incident commander.
Okay.
And they would divvy those out to the detectives.
Okay. And what is it that you found in this case?
I found I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like a onesie.
Okay.
It was mostly balled up in the brush with a shoe inside of it. And so I pulled I didn't know it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out of the brush just to kind of open it up and see what it was. And then
So he answered the question I know we already kind of answered, was this stuff laid out like that? We kind of said, well, maybe they, I think the chat was saying it too, that they laid things out. I've been emotional for some reason. Hold on, y'all. I was reading and talking to y'all. So he's saying that he did the onesie, the shoe was found inside of the onesie. And if they pulled her clothes down and grabbed the shoes with it, I could see that they took the stuff out. They took the stuff out and then took pictures. And Jaleesa said, I'm in my feelings. I've been an emotional bitch this week for some reason. I just want to say I've thoroughly enjoyed today. And you got so much work done. Well, good. That's the whole purpose of me streaming during this time. It looked like he crying. Oh, yeah, Taylor. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. She said, well, why the hell would you discard the shit out like that? I guess they were trying to get photos of it, but he's saying when he found pretty much that the things were closer together than we were seeing in the pictures.
Once I saw that it was clothing with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the incident commander.
Okay. And when you're touching these items, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, describe the onesie, color, size, anything like that?
Pink.
Okay.
Honestly, the size, small.
And what about the shoes? The shoe that you got.
It was a small Nike shoe.
Okay.
And
sorry.
It was inside the onesie, which was inside out.
Okay. Okay. And were you instructed to recover those at the time?
Like bag them and bring them somewhere?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, that wasn't.
Were you? How do you, I guess, convey to someone where at these items are?
GPS coordinates.
Okay. And did you author like a paragraph report in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you include coordinates in that report?
Yes, and they were incorrect in that report. I just went over it yesterday. I do have the correct coordinates if you guys want those.
Okay. Yes. Could you please provide us with the correct coordinates?
Yes.
And is there something that you're going to be using to refresh your memory?
I have a piece of paper here.
Okay.
So the coordinates that were provided in the paper were for the incident command. These coordinates are very close to where that piece of clothing was found.
Okay.
Their decimal degrees, 42.426693.
Okay.
Negative 83.268497.
Okay. So the coordinates that are in your report are where incident command was kind of set out.
That's the incident command, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already admitted as People's Exhibit 14. And I'm going to show just some specific pictures from that. We're looking at picture 63 here. Tell me, do you recognize anything in this photo?
Yes.
What is it that you recognize?
The pink article of clothing in the shoe.
Okay. And when you initially saw these items, is that how you saw them?
No, they were just balled up in the brush, just kind of stuffed in there.
Okay.
So
Sorry, continue.
I pulled them out and set them that way so the detectives would see it.
Okay. So I'm going to go to photo 69. Is this the shoe that you had found that was inside the leg of the pink jumpsuit? Or
Yes.
onesie? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And 67. Is this also a photo of them just from the behind?
Yes.
Okay, and you're the one who kind of took them apart and placed them separately like that.
I did. Yes. Yeah.
And did you do anything else as it relates to this case?
No.
And nothing further, Judge. Oh, sorry, 1 minute.
Everybody keeps asking the same question. Why are the articles of clothing so clean? The shoes, this jumpsuit. The only thing that looked a little dirty to me was the jacket, the black jacket. But some people have said, hey, those clothes came from the house. But I do think there's testimony that she was wearing these articles of clothing the day she went missing. Why are they so clean? Did they preserve them? I mean, is this an area that doesn't have a lot of traffic? It's literally just a wooded area where if I set these things down, I could come back and it's the same way. I don't know, but a lot of people are asking that same thing. The shoe was inside the jumpsuit, India, which made me think if he was stripping her down, they just stripped it down and just pulled the shoe off with it. Because look at the back of the shoe. Do y'all see the back of the shoe? Like it was bent or something like that, that could have happened when they were taking it off.
Coordinates that you came, are those latitude, longitude?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. It's definitely
nothing further, Judge.
Okay. Well, like decimal degrees. So.
Thank you.
Agent Barnes, you said that you were taking part in a search of the area of 7 Mile and Bird. Was that, how large of an area was it?
I probably searched at that point, not quite half a mile of river at that point. So not a huge area.
And you said you were part of a team?
Yes.
About how many people were out there?
There was multiple counties out there assisting in the search. Honestly, I couldn't give you an exact number. Probably several dozen.
7 dozen?
Several dozen.
Several
There
dozen.
was different teams assigned to different parts of the river.
So different people were assigned to, or different teams were assigned to one like half mile location, another half mile location, or coordinates, I guess.
Yes, even smaller than that. Smaller sections than that, yeah. Just to keep guys fresh.
And was it like a coordinated effort then to kind of sweep this area?
Yes.
So you're just walking like in a straight line, or
For the most part.
can you describe kind of how that looks?
Yeah. So in the river, I'll go from the river to the banks. So in the river, you have different teams wearing dry suits, using technology, looking for anything that resembles a body, and then sticks to kind of push stuff loose. And then they're searching the log jams in the river. Then you have guys on the edge of the river because the water level was high. So we wanted to cover the river banks as well, which the water level was high and had become lower. Then you have teams on the banks and then teams kind of doing an S pattern along the river edge to make sure they cover as much ground as possible.
Thank you. And so you said that on this particular day, the water level was high?
No, the water level was high the week prior or so. So we wanted to make sure that we covered the river banks where the water was. The water was back to its normal level.
Was there a way to tell where the water level had been previously? Is there a way to mark that?
Sometimes it's just where debris gets caught up in
Okay.
the brush. It was maybe a foot higher, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was you personally that saw the pink onesie first, or the pink thing that you initially saw?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of it, how it looked when you initially found it?
I didn't. No.
Would you normally do something like that?
There's just so much stuff. I wasn't taking. It would taken all day if I'd taken a picture of everything I found. So
You stopped and kind of moved it, manipulated it.
I pulled it up to inspect it, noted that it was worthy of reporting, set it back down, radioed it in.
Okay. And how far did you set it down from the location where you initially located
Same
it?
spot.
Exact same spot?
Same brush.
Okay. And you said that part of what you do is kind of to note approximately how long it looks like it has been out there.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, what was it that you kind of found or thought when you noticed it?
There was no discoloration from the sun. Typically if something sits outside for a while, the sun's going to change the color that it sees, and then underneath it's going to be a different color. There was no discoloration in the article of clothing. So, and that can happen in weeks, and it's pretty quick. Depending on how much time there is. There was no evidence of animals getting in it. There was no significant dirt. It looked very fresh.
Y'all said this. Now, the forensic analyst testified that this was March 14th, 2024. Everybody, almost everyone in the chat that has commented is like, those clothes look too clean. Like this, they couldn't have been out there for 60 days. As just said, it doesn't even look like the elements have gotten to the clothes. And he is saying the very same thing that you guys are saying. It looked fresh.
Did you find or see any other clothing other than the shoe in that area?
Very old clothing, years old.
Like what, for example?
Maybe just old coats, but it was nothing pertinent. Things that were under layers of lots. Yeah, I mean, there's a fair amount of debris.
In that general area, in that half-mile area that you were scanning?
Yes.
Okay. Once.
India, the thing I was saying about the whole Canada thing is it's just like how people get into the United States from Mexico. There are ways around. I'm not saying Jarvis had these ways, but there are ways people can bypass Border Patrol. I don't know what the border looks like going from Detroit to Canada, but there may be an area of land where it can be crossed. I don't know if this is the case, but the same thing happens when people get into the United States illegally. So anything could have happened. So I think that's why people are saying maybe he went into Canada and did something. Maybe, we don't know, but that baby's body is somewhere. It's somewhere.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
A bridge. It's only a bridge, y'all.
Given that you photographed these and alerted these, did these the pink onesie and the shoe, those matched your aging description that you were following?
There was no age necessarily, if that's what you mean. Like they hadn't been out there for a long period of time.
Yeah, I'm not over here Googling to see. I mean, I think I'm gonna go to.
Thank you.
People not a passport. We did out in this is like There was no he didn't do anything sophisticated. He did not, I do not believe he meant to kill this girl. I think something happened, right? I think something happened. So to think that he went through some sophisticated way to cross into Canada, no. Why would they let him go down for murder if she's alive? I think it was AB gone wrong and they buried her somewhere. I do think so. To India. This is March 14th, guys. Want to tell him. Oh, yeah. So Kiara, at some point, I need to see another picture because I knew she had the black jacket on with the white shirt from school, but at some point she could have changed clothes. I haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, I think it's a botched abortion too. I think he had help. Okay, y'all talking in the chat now. Hold up.
At this time, Judge, people call Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke.
That's right. Yeah, I think either are to go off or it's something with the clothes.
Good morning. You just want to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. Walk this way. Just make sure you watch your step and make sure the witness stops. And also, you can pull that microphone off the ledge if it's easier for you, or just lean into the speech.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Did you state your name for the record?
Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke,
What do you do for a living, Sergeant?
a sergeant with the police department,
Which police department?
Detroit Police Department.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
Approximately 11 years.
And are you currently assigned to a specific precinct or unit within the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, I work at major crimes.
Okay, and what sort of crimes do you investigate at major crimes?
Generally, homicides.
And how long have you had that role, or have you been in major crimes?
I believe since 2016.
And do you do any specific role within major crimes that requires a little bit of training and education to do?
Yes.
And what is that?
I do forensic analysis of cellular call detail records and tower mapping.
Okay. And what sort of training, very generally right now, what is that?
What types of training?
No, sorry, new question. Generally, what is called forensic analysis of CDR and tower mapping?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Have you had any training to do that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I've had T-Mobile training. T-Mobile is the prevalent company here in the Metro Detroit area. I've had Excel training. Excel is the format that most of our call detail records come back to us in. I've had cell phone use and drug trafficking training, Penlink training. Penlink is the program that the Detroit Police Department utilizes. It basically puts the records in a readable format. I've had CATS training, which is an acronym for Call Analysis Training School. I've had Penlink training, PLX training, which is an upgraded form of Penlink. Approximately around 450 hours of specialized training in cellular analysis.
Okay, and that 450 hours in that training, does that allow you to utilize that to generate what you said earlier, tower maps based on your analysis of call detail records?
Yes.
Okay, and what are call detail records?
Historical records.
And does that allow you to place certain things based on cell towers on maps to give an approximate location of a particular phone number that's
Yes.
associated with the phone?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert before in this field?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
Over 35 times.
And has that been in Wayne County?
Yes.
And have you testified in 36 districts before?
36 and 3rd, both, yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Sergeant O'Rourke as an expert in the field of forensic analysis of call detail records and tower mapping.
No objection, Madam.
Okay.
Now, can you describe for the record, when you get call detail records, the process that you would go through to generate maps?
Yes, the OIC or the officer in charge would supply a search warrant for a particular target number. We would submit that to the respective cellular company, whether it's T-Mobile, AT&T, or Verizon. They will submit back to us in the form of raw records, usually in Excel format, the call detail records, and other various forms, subscribers, things like that.
And in terms of the call detail records, what is contained in that spreadsheet? What sort of information is contained within that spreadsheet?
It'll be dates, times, locations, the target number in question, any contact ID, who they're having any type of activity with, whether it's a text message, a voice call, the duration. There's multiple things associated with the call.
And you
detail
talked
records.
about location. How are those locations generated and put it into that spreadsheet?
So these records will supply an actual either latitude and longitude or a location area code or other location information for the cell tower that the, we're just gonna say cell phone in this case, cell phone interacts with.
Okay. And can you describe well, first, silly question, I know, but what is a cell tower? What do you mean by that?
It's the cell towers that you see all over the place. They can be, one of those huge mammoth things that you see. They've got a bunch of cells on there and antennas that you see, or it could be, really small and, but they're all over the place in the city.
And the records provide a indication of which tower it was, that phone number was interacting with at a specific time?
Yes.
And does that allow you to take that information and put it into a map or go through a process to generate that location on a map?
Yes, we actually receive the information and put it into a system called Penlink. And that information will, like I said before, will basically put it in a readable format. So the information that you receive today, that's what you're gonna look at.
Now let's talk about this case. Did you do that, follow your process based on your training for a target number of 313-585-8719?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and that was a T-Mobile record, correct?
It was.
Okay. And did you generate maps based on your training and experience using Penlink to map that phone number and that phone at specific times related to this case?
I did.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibits 33 through 39. If you could take a look at those, Sergeant, do you recognize what I just handed you?
I'm pausing to say that, y'all, I was thinking 2 to 3 months because I thought I read the text messages said I haven't had a period since November. India was in the comments saying 5 months. And so somebody else just said they heard September. They read September as well. I'm going to say this. I thought 2 to 3 months. Maybe he was thinking he could drink something like the baby's so small she could miscarry. If we go with 5 months, what in the hell did he think he was going to do to cause her to get rid of a 5-month-old child? So that makes me look at this man even crazier. I'm not saying, okay, let me explain what I'm saying. 2 to 3 months, there's an old wives' tale, right? Old wives' tale, maybe she thought he could have make a concoction and she'd miscarry immediately, okay? 5 months, you're not making what? I don't even know what he thought he could do at 5 months to get rid of a child that would not end with possibly ending Naziah's life. What did this man think he could do? Like, not at 5 months. At 5 months, if we go with the 5 months, okay, what on earth did this man think he was going to do to hide this baby? That wasn't going to result in this girl either ending up in the hospital or dying. Like, he was going to cut it out. Yeah, this is just insane. 2 to 3 months, I'm thinking, oh, he's thinking I could make her drink something, she'll miscarry there. 5 months is I don't even know what the hell this man was thinking.
Yes.
And are those maps that you generated for that target number ending in 8719?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 33 through 39, Judge.
Objection? No,
Okay.
there'll be admitted people's exhibits 33 through 39.
Thank you, Judge. And permission to publish.
Yes.
And on the screen and in your hand is Exhibit 33. First, I want to talk about what's at the top, very top of this, and what information goes there.
The first row is going to have what's going to be on our calls report, a condensed version. There's going to be a lot more in the actual calls report, but this is the information that exhibits what's in the map down below.
Okay.
So for row 1, which we only have 1 row in this instance, we're going to have the target device, which is the phone number, and the date, time that was requested. So in this case, it's going to be January 9th of 2024, and the time, which is in UTC time or military time, it's going to be 16:09 or 4:09 p.m. And then the duration, how long the activity lasted. You have a start, lack, and SID. That's actually your location information. And then the call type. In this case, it was a voice call. Call status, whether it was completed or not completed. The direction, incoming or outgoing. Did he make the phone call or did somebody call him? And then you have the contact ID, which is who the device was contacting or interacting with.
Okay, and that would have been the phone number that in this case that we're looking at, an outgoing call was placed to?
Yes.
All right, so let's back up to the date, January 9th, 2024 that's what it says on Exhibit 33, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know to do that date in particular for this case?
So for all of these maps, this was requested by the officer in charge.
That information is supplied to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the details of other parts of this investigation, or are you just taking the information the OIC gives you?
I know the general information, but they asked for a specific date and time, and this is what we placed on the map.
Okay. And then moving over to the next row for time, it says 16:09 and 24 seconds, correct?
That's yes.
So that's my next question. You said that that's in UTC time. Can you describe or tell us what UTC time is?
No, this time that you have here is in our time, Eastern Standard Time. UTC time is Universal Time Coordinated, and that's like on the world clock. So you're going to have a -4 or a -5. The raw records come back to us in Universal Time Coordinated, and then we turn around and put it in our time so that you can read it and know that what time it happened here.
Oh. And so just to be clear, the 16:09 or 4:09 p.m. is what time it was in Detroit.
Yes.
Where this phone was at 4:09 on January 9th.
Yes.
Okay. And that's a conversion that you have to do based on whether it's -4 or -5.
Yes.
What does that depend on, -4 or -5?
It's the UTC time, Universal Time Coordinated. So it's on the world clock. So our Eastern Standard Time will change, fall back or spring forward based on the summer and the winter. And so during the summertime, it's going to be -4 from UTC time. And then during the winter time, it's going to be -5. So we just put it in so that the time that you have here is Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And then the 2 rows over, one next to duration, start, lack/CID. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that information means and why it's important?
So that's going to be your location information. Your LAC is location area code, and then the SID or CID is your cell ID.
Okay. And that is what allows you to generate, or part of what allows you to generate the map that we see below?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the map that we see below. First, you have those two lines going out in almost a incomplete triangle. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what's in the middle?
Yes. So the middle part, you're actually looking at a V, and it's going to be about a mile long here in the Metro Detroit area. The cell coverage that you're looking at for any particular tower is usually about a mile. So that V is a representation of the intended area coverage of the cell phone company.
Okay. And then there's a little pie chart in the middle in a little shade. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, that is the intended area coverage.
Okay, so that's the mile that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have a blue dot located to just above the top line there. Can you tell us what that is indicating?
That blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, and that was requested to be placed on the map at this particular date and time.
Okay. And so what essentially is your conclusion about this map that we're looking at here? What does all of this mean?
In this particular date and time, so January 9th at around 4:09 p.m., the target device that we're looking at ending in 8719 is consistent with being in the area of the 9,000 Connor.
And how precise is this location? I mean, you say in the area, there's no specific spot that you can say this was at this address. How precise can you get with this?
So we can only tell you what the address and location of the cell tower and their intended coverage. They actually give you that. So you're working with radio frequency. So it's not going to be an exact V that you see here. You're going to be working with radio waves. So it can be a little bit outside of the V or a little bit inside of the V, but basically this is just to demonstrate, the intended area coverage of the cell phone company.
Okay. Going now to exhibit 34, which is on the screen. First, is this the same information that we saw in exhibit 33 across the top of the map in exhibit 34?
Yes.
Okay. And you have 4 rows here instead of 1. Why do you have 4 rows instead of 1 in this map?
In this instance, the officer in charge requested to see a travel duration. So during the time between, I have 1838 and 1922, there are actually others in between, which you can actually see in the raw record. But to put that many records that happened in between is a lot. So basically we are showing the travel from, the blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, and then the black dot indicates Ypsilanti. And they wanted to depict the travel from 9,000 Connor down to Ypsilanti during this time period.
And the first time period that you have for row number 1 is 1838 and 16 seconds?
Yes.
So that would be 6:38 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a...
Now, because he's giving us the time frames, I'm thinking going from the shop to them dropping that car off. Based on the time frames, is that where y'all at? Because he's saying 16 for around 4, and then 18, giving them the duration of where he's going. He is leaving his shop during this time frame, and then around 6-ish, he's leaving the shop and traveling to. They got to go drop their car off at the woman's the mom, back to the Talasia's mom.
corresponding number on the map that relates to each row?
Yes, on row, you can actually see the row column. So number 1 is going to coincide with number 1, which is just leaving the 9,000 Connor area. And then you see on row number 2, it's depicted on the map as number 2. And it's traveling down 94 west. And then number 3 coincides with line number 3, and then 4 and so on.
Okay, and so your conclusion, correct me if I'm wrong, would be that for number 4, at around 19:22 and 33 seconds, that phone was in the area of Ypsilanti.
Just west of it.
Just west of it?
I believe there's a little town there, but yes.
Okay. And 19:23, that would be 7:22 p.m., correct?
Yep.
Going to exhibit 35. And on exhibit 35, which is on the screen now, you have, again, 4 rows, but there's different coloring for that information. Can you describe what we're looking at and what the coloring means?
Yes, so the blue dot indicates 9,000 Connor, again, and the purple dot indicates 13362 Wilshire. And those are the 2 locations that the officer in charge requested to be placed on the map.
Y'all remember? So I'm assuming 9,000 Connor is his shop, but we know for a fact because of the fiance that Wilshire is where he lived. That was his house.
And they wanted to show that this device was in the area of either of these locations and at what time.
Okay, and so can you tell us about the lines closer to the 9,000 Connor location and what ones those correspond to in your records up top there?
So this is an RTT report or a time in advance report. And the row number 1 and 2, which one is a dark blue line, and the other is a light blue line, all indicate approximately around the area of 9,000 Connor during the time of 2028 and 2042, which is 8:28 p.m. and 8:42 p.m.
Okay, and so is it?
Okay, y'all. So now we're later in the day. And they're asking her to map. They gave her addresses to use to map where he is around, or well, what he's near. And they used his home address and the shop again to see if he was around those areas at around 8-9 o'clock at night.
Fair to say that this phone was in the area of 9,000 Connor at those times on January 9th?
It's consistent with being around the area.
Okay. And then the other 2, the purple and pink lines, can you tell us about those?
So there's a dark purple and a light purple, and that's around the area of 13362 Wilshire. And those are times of 2048 or 8:48 p.m. and then 2059 or 8:59 p.m. So the RTT information has moved from around 9,000 Connor to 13362 Wilshire during that particular time.
And so does that indicate that the phone was traveling towards the direction of the Wilshire address?
It could have been.
Okay. And you said RTT. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
RTT is a real-time tool or time in advance. Basically, it's a report that T-Mobile will send out, and it's historical location information. It's not necessarily based off of any type of activity. So you're not going to have phone calls during this time. It's not going to be text messages, or as long as the phone is on and the cell tower basically, or the base is able to get in contact with the device and back. So basically it's a time that it takes for a base station to send out a signal and then have it received back from the device.
Is it fair to say that that's more of a passive interaction between the phone? There's no input on the phone that's required for this?
There's no input required at all. There's not, any type of cellular activity at that time. It's basically for, efficiency and performance by the network.
Going to exhibit 36 now, which is on the screen. On that first page, you have 8 lines. Can you tell us the reason you have 8 lines and what they're indicating there?
Number 36 is a cause report and tower map of the date and time of January 9th from 22:53 or 10:53 p.m. to January 10th of 2024 at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. And so that's the time you're analyzing here, is from closer to midnight on the 9th going into the next morning, early morning on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
All right, and going to the second page of this exhibit. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this map on the second page of exhibit 36?
In this map, we're looking at rows 1, 2, and 3. So this, the red dot that you have right there smack dab in the middle indicates 2000 Harper, which is the Park Crest Motel. And then the next slide has a different address associated with it. But what we're looking at right here is the 2000 Harper Park.
Y'all, wow. So either they gave his like locations he frequented, or did they know for a fact he went to this hotel motel this particular day? Because there is no way you took that baby to a motel and then did whatever it is you did. Like, this is
Crest
Motel. And is that in Harper Woods? If you know.
That I don't know.
Oh. That highway that it's just off of, that's 94 highway, correct?
Yes.
Oh. And the two towers or the two lines that you have here, does that indicate the phone was interacting with those towers at the times in rows 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, you see the dark blue tower on the south side facing north. That's the area coverage, and then you have the light towers up, the light tower up top, the light blue, which is number 3, and that's facing downward, and they encompass the area. They overlap the area of the Park Crest Motel.
Okay, and the phone was interacting with both those towers at 12:37 in the morning on the 10th.
Between 10:53 and 12:37 a.m.
And then going to the third page of this map, what are we looking at here on the third page, and what rows do they correspond to?
This third page is going to have a purple dot that indicates 4 East Alexandrine, and that is another location that was significant for the officer in charge to place on the map.
And sorry, maybe I missed you saying this. What rows does it correspond to on this map?
And that corresponds with the purple row. So each color represents the call detail records, the color on the call detail record report. So that's going to be row number 8 at 1:11 a.m. on the 10th of January.
And this is all for that target number ending in 8917, correct?
8719.
8719, sorry, thank you. All for the same number.
Yeah, all of these reports are for the same number.
And does that indicate to you that the phone moved from that Park Crest location down to where this is on Alexandrine?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last page of this exhibit, is this just an overview of both of those maps that we just looked at?
Yes, it is. So you'll see in the beginning, or I'm sorry, at the end of the 9th at around 10:53, it's up at the Park Crest Motel up there on the northeast side, and then it travels down at around 1:11 in the morning on the 10th down to the purple area.
And that's the Alexandrine.
It
address.
is.
Okay. Going now to exhibit 37, which is on the screen. And do you have that there?
I do.
Okay. First, can you tell us again what we're looking at in the 3 rows on the first page of this exhibit?
So this is a time in advance report. You've got the row, the target, the day, and these are all in the color black and on the map for the second page. And basically it's showing on January 10th, 2024 from 22:51, which is 10:51 p.m. to 22:53 or 10:53 p.m.
So
on the 10th.
later in the day on the 10th.
On the second day, yes.
Okay, and so we moved almost 24 hours, or 20 hours up from the last map, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to the second page. And where is this phone interacting with on, at the times that you just said, later in the day on the 10th?
The information received from the cell phone company is right around Greenfield and 7 Mile.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County? Sorry.
Yes.
Oh. And going now to Exhibit 38. We're looking at a lot more rows on Exhibit 38. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the time period right after we were looking at 7 Mile and Greenfield. That time was all the way up until 22:53. So here we have from 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m. to 23:59, 11:59 p.m. And this is all on the same night of the 10th.
Okay. And this is so just about 40 minutes after the previous map, correct?
Approximately.
Okay. And was there any information in the records, if you know, between those two times, that 40-minute gap there?
They gave us a time in advance records.
Okay. And going to the second page of this, on the map here, first, can you tell us what that red dot indicates on this map?
So that red dot indicates 7 Mile and Berg.
And in terms of the circles around that, what do those represent?
The time in advance distance from the cell tower. So that's all going to be around 7 Mile and Berg area.
And is it fair to say then that this phone was interacting with those towers at the times you indicated around the 7 Mile and Berg area?
Yes.
And can you go back up to the first page? Thank you. Sorry. In row 1, what is the time there?
Row 1 is going to be on January 10th of 2024, 23:40, which is 11:40 p.m.
And then the last row, what is the time on the last row?
January 10th of 2024 at 23:59. And that was just because the officer had asked for just that day. It actually indicates that it stays there for a little bit more in the morning.
Okay, how much more in the morning if you know?
We actually have it in the next exhibit.
Oh, perfect. And so that phone on this exhibit, was it there from 11:40 to, at the very least, midnight almost on the 10th, correct?
The time in advance records, yes.
And again, this is time in advance. This is the passive interaction, no input from the phone or the user, correct?
Yes, no calls, no text, no nothing. This is just the signals that the base station is getting to the device.
And going to Exhibit 39, and can you tell us what we're looking at on the first page of 39?
So this is going to be essentially a combination of the last two exhibits that we just saw. So this is going to be from January 10th of 2024 at 9:49 p.m. or 21:49 to January 11th of 2024, the next day or the next morning at 1:34 a.m.
Okay. And going to the second page of this exhibit now. First, on the far left side of the screen, what area is that again that we're looking at?
On the far left of the screen is going to be the red dot indicating 7 Mile and Berg.
And that's the same area that we saw in the last exhibit in 38, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of what rows correspond to that one, how long was that phone there in that area into the next morning on the 11th?
You have, let me see. Okay, so starting with row 1, it's down in the purple area, bottom right-hand screen. You see that the purple dot indicates 4 East Alexandria, which we looked at a map from earlier. And then it goes to it's actually still there around the area of 4 Alexandrine, which is the purple on line 2. Then you see it start to traveling up to number 3, which is in the light blue area, which is in the middle one, just above the dark red. And then you see it show to the dark blue after the light blue, which is going to be still traveling north. And then that 7 Mile in Greenfield, which is that blue dot, and then going over to the 7 Mile in Berg.
And the 7 Mile in Greenfield, we looked at that one, I believe it was
We
exhibit
did.
36.
Yes.
And so where does the phone end up and at what time is the last entry for the 7 Mile and Berg area?
So the 7 Mile and Berg area is at 13413, number 8. And then you see that big kind of curved line, that's actually going to be line number 9. And that's when the device is essentially, moving away from the location.
Okay. And so that phone then was there from.
So Key is actually saying something that I'm kind of thinking too, Key. Was she still alive on the 10th? Because they're tracking him later that night. He's at this hotel. He's at this area. 7 Mile and Berg is where y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking that's where they found, this is the area, I guess they're assuming that it happened at. He's in this area all night on the 10th, it sounds like, and well into the 11th. Are you guys thinking that she may have still been alive on the 10th? Jaleesa says she's thinking the same thing. It really makes me feel like she may have still been alive. Yeah, okay. Very possible. It's kind of possible because, I don't know. She's tracking the time and he's at this location for a while, or maybe I need to listen to the times again, but it sounds like she may have still been alive or he finished moving her on the 10th. Too pretty. There's that too. So when I'm listening to the times, it's either Key just made me think maybe she's alive, or he left her body somewhere, went back on the 10th to clean it up. Hey, Abby, it's one of these. Damn, they had 48 hours. Yes, they did. Mm-hmm.
In that area of 7 Mile and Berg from about 1240 to 134.
1240 with,
Sorry, 1140.
11, yeah. Yes, 11:40 p.m. to around 1:34 a.m. on the 11th.
And on the 11th at 1:34 a.m., it starts to move away, which is row number 9 on your first page there.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, Dave, the last day anyone saw her alive was the 9th. No one saw her after the 9th of January. That's how they have the 9th as her last seen date. Remember, he was with the young lady whose car he fixed. His sister saw her at the shop as well. That's the last day anyone saw or heard from her on that day. After that, no one saw her again. So that's why they're using the 9th. This is the last day we know someone actually laid eyes on her.
And you had mentioned earlier that part of the search warrant return from T-Mobile includes subscriber information, correct?
Yes.
And did you get the subscriber information for this target phone number that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And do you remember what the name associated with this account was?
One of the subscribers didn't show any information. The other subscriber it was spelled wrong. It's like Jaris.
And what was the last name?
Butts.
Butts?
I believe so.
May I have one moment, George?
Yes.
Can you go back to the exhibit that we were talking about for the Park Crest Motel?
Yes.
I believe that's exhibit 36, correct?
36, yes.
And what's the address for the Park Crest Motel that's listed on there?
20,000 Harper.
Okay. Maybe I misheard you. I think you said 2,000 earlier. I just wanted to.
Oh, I apologize. It's 20,000.
20,000, Harper? Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
I have one question. Back on exhibit 38, the last 7 mile and bird with the top left corner.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess this one works.
This is 38.
This is 38?
Did you make 39?
Yes. 39. So there's an image of a house in the bottom right in purple. You have blue is the car. The left in the 7 mile and bird is shoes. What does that indicate? Or footprints?
I believe there was possibly some evidence there. That's
Okay, I
why
didn't know what the different images, if it was significant.
No.
Thank you. I don't know if you have questions based off of what I have.
No, I don't. Unless, yeah, one more. Nothing further.
Okay, cross.
Good morning, Sergeant O'Rourke.
Good morning.
You're an expert on this. I'm not. So I just want to go through some things, okay?
No problem.
So the cell phone data you have, you call it historical data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there are 3 ways that you can find phone location, correct?
There's a lot of different ways you can find phone location.
Sure, fair enough. But the 3 primary GPS information from the phone, right? The phone has a GPS and you can get GPS information from the phone.
That's not what we deal with.
Right, but I'm just saying that is a way of
That could
locating
be
the
a
phone.
way.
And you can triangulate a phone call, correct?
We don't do triangulation. So
Okay.
the mapping that you're looking is not triangulation.
So what you're doing is what's called cell site location information?
No, we're doing, the calls report, they actually give you a physical Latin long for the tower. They also give you the azimuth, which is the central location of the area coverage.
It's called a
So we're
CDR.
actually putting all the information that they give to us and putting it on a map.
Right, it's called a CDR, correct?
Call detail records.
Call
yes.
detail record, okay. So the call detail record is basically a bunch of numbers that tell you this phone is communicating with a tower in a certain area, correct?
Yes.
And from that, you come up with the cell site location information, correct?
No, they give you the cell site location information. That's the Latin long of the cell tower. They give you that.
Who gives you that?
The cell phone company, that's the call detail records.
Okay. And I think you mentioned this is all historical information
Yes.
and it's an interpretation, so it's not 100% accurate, correct?
When you say 100% accurate, the cell towers are the Latin long. There's no interpretation there. If you're talking about the intended area coverage.
Right.
With the intended area coverage, they give you an azimuth, okay? And then that intended area coverage is generally around 66 or so degrees area coverage.
Okay, so the cell phone, the information you get is the phone connecting with a tower, sending information that tells you this is the location of the phone.
For call detail records, they give you the tower, Latin long, the actual address of the tower.
Can we just say can we just all agree that everybody's sick of the defense and they bullshit? Because not her saying, listen, sir, let me say this one more time for you, because clearly something is not clicking for you. Everybody is annoyed with the defense and their questions. And I guess they don't want to not ask something. So they have to get up there and take us all around the world. And she said, we're not going to do that today. This is what we're about to do here.
They also supply the intended area coverage, which is the beam width of how far or how big the intended area coverage is, along with the azimuth, which is why we do it in the shape of a V. So they're giving you the V-shaped and the azimuth, that smack dab in the middle. So they're telling us that's the intended area coverage.
That is the intended area.
Yes.
Okay. And Sergeant, it's true that the cell phone is going to get a signal from the tower that it gets the strongest signal from, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's the closest, correct?
No, it doesn't have to be the closest.
Okay, and there are factors that will affect which tower or what sends out the strongest signal, correct?
Yes, there could be factors.
Okay. Things like the distance from the tower, obviously. The height of the tower, would that affect it?
What normally affect, I mean, it could, but what normally is going to affect anything regarding, connection to a tower, possibly weather, tall buildings, if you have a huge event where there's a ton of people trying to get on it, like, Ford Field or Comerica. Those are the types of things that can determine where the strongest tower is going to be. However, here in the Metro Detroit area, it's still going to be approximately a mile because we have so many towers that they can connect to. So you're not going to get one, that's 20 miles away. It's still going to be within a mile radius.
Okay. I think you've already answered that. Now, isn't it also true that the tower isn't actually owned by the cell phone company, generally?
So they can lease it out, but you have the person that actually makes it, and then you have, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon. They can all utilize any of the towers that you see here.
Right. So your information is from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes.
And from that very same tower, let's say AT&T could have phone.
Okay, guys, what's the angle here? Now is the angle that the cell phone information may not be accurate or as accurate as she's presenting it to be here.
Calls coming in, correct?
Possible.
So there's no way to tell how many phone calls AT&T it has from the closest tower, correct? At the same time as T-Mobile.
They're not going to be on the same network.
They're not going to be in the same, but
No,
they're
so
using
you
the
have
same tower.
You have the cellular network, but you have AT&T that is going to utilize some towers. You have T-Mobile that's going to utilize some. You have Verizon that's going to utilize some. Some lease them out to other people, but I don't know exactly what it is that you're asking.
So you're saying that it doesn't matter how many users are utilizing the tower, it just matters whether or not they're on the same bandwidth?
You have a SIM card that goes into each and every single phone. So, and that's on their network. So you're not going to get onto an AT&T network from a T-Mobile phone or vice versa. That's how they do their billing. That's how they, ensure that they have all the information that you receive is accurate. You're not going to have an AT&T phone,
That's not my question. My question is, can a single tower be utilized by multiple companies at the same time?
It could, yes.
Would that weaken that signal, the capacity of that tower?
I'm not an engineer. I don't know how big this tower is, any specific tower. That's something you would have to ask the cell phone company.
Okay. And it's also true that a cell phone can attach to a tower up to 20 miles away, correct?
So it could in, let's just say, Alaska or, rural areas in Colorado in the mountains where you don't have that many people. And so they have bigger towers that, go further distances because they're not servicing as many people as you would, let's say, in Detroit. In Detroit, we have so many towers here that they're not going to utilize something that's 20 miles away and skip over, the hundreds of towers that you have right here. That's not going to, I'm not going to say never, but that doesn't generally happen here in Detroit. I haven't seen one at least.
Okay. And there's generally overlap, and I think even one of the slides you had, there's overlap in these towers, correct?
When you say overlap?
Meaning that a single area can be covered by multiple towers.
That's generally how it is. You have one tower. I mean, even in the ones that we were looking at, you have one tower with multiple cells on there. So this is for T-Mobile or any company to make sure that they have coverage, that you don't lose your service. you know, you could have one cell facing this way, then here, then here, then here, then here. They're all going to overlap to ensure that the person has coverage, that they don't drop their service. So yes, you've had overlapping.
So basically, the data, you said that you use a program called Penlink. What exactly is Penlink?
Penlink is a program that we're able to receive the call detail records, input it, and basically it just puts it in a readable format. So for example, all of the calls reports that you see come in Universal Time Coordinated or UTC time. Penlink will make the time adjustments so that we'll have it in Eastern Standard Time versus having everything that you see and you have to do it in your head, -4 on each or -5 on each of these lines.
So all Penlink does is convert the time. It doesn't.
It does a whole bunch of other stuff too. We can do many different reports. You can do a call frequency report, see how many times that a specific calls report, called a specific person. There's a lot of different things that you can do. We can do tower dumps on them. There's multiple things that Penlink can do, but basically they're able to give us reports in a readable format that you would be able to understand versus looking at just raw records.
Okay. So you get raw records from the phone company, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if there's any error in the records that you get or in the data that you receive from the company?
Do I know if there's any errors
Right.
in the raw records?
Right.
I would have nothing to compare it to. That's the information that they give us.
Okay. So you don't know if the information that you receive is 100% accurate,
Well, that
correct?
information is certified by the cell phone company.
Baby, he trying, but she's not having it. She said, not today, sir. She's not having it. She said, come again.
So we're in the Detroit area, and this is just hypothetical. We're in the Detroit area, right? We're across the border from Canada, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gotten a message from Detroit that says you are roaming in Canada?
Yes.
Okay. But you're not in Canada, right?
Correct.
So that would be an error, right?
Yes.
So the cell phone can make an error, right?
That's not an error. They ask you if you want to utilize those towers and they charge you for it. You either say yes or no. And if you connect to them, you're being charged for that. And they notify you in call detail records when you're out of utilizing international, or Canadian towers.
Okay.
Answer. She's not folding, baby. This one woman said those 450 hours did not go to waste. Tasha, she waiting on you. She's ready.
You also mentioned that there were multiple subscribers on this phone.
Yes.
So there was more than one phone?
No. So you had the information from, I believe it was Sprint, who merged with T-Mobile.
Okay.
So now it's T-Mobile. But we received, I believe it was the Sprint subscriber information and the T-Mobile subscriber information.
Okay. So so when you said multiple subscribers, you did not mean multiple phones.
Multiple subscriber reports. There's not multiple phones, it's just one phone.
Okay. And then, of course, you obviously can't say who was using the phone or who was with the phone at the time this phone
No.
was being tracked, correct? Yeah, I have nothing further.
You redirect.
Very briefly, Judge, thank you. Mr. Reagan's asked you about the timing. And you mentioned UTC time. Just to be clear, all of the times that we looked at in the exhibits are in Eastern Standard Time, so local time.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned something earlier, azimuth.
Yes.
First, can you spell that? For the quote.
AZMIUTH.
Okay. And what is that?
It's just the center of the width of the, basically it's gonna be the center of the width of the triangle that you're
Okay,
looking
or the
at.
V shape?
Yes, the V shape.
And that has to do with the intended area coverage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that, well, Mr. Riggins asked you about connecting to a tower 20 miles away. You remember that question?
Yes.
You said you had never seen that in Detroit, correct?
Not in Detroit.
How many times have you done this analysis? How many times have you put these maps together for different cases?
Since 2016.
And is that like in the thousands then, or less than that?
Oh, yes.
Okay. More than 1,000?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that's all been for the Detroit area or Metro Detroit area?
Yes.
For the most part?
The Metro Detroit area, yes.
KB, I'd actually like to see her and Love go back and forth, baby.
And Sergeant, does the subscriber information that is received have a physical address associated with it?
That I don't know. You would have to actually look at the subscriber information.
Okay, would that refresh your memory as to
Yes.
this case? May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with the subscriber information. If you can just take that. Does that refresh your memory as to whether a physical address was associated with this, with these CDRs or call detail records?
Yes.
And what was that address associated with the target phone in this case?
13362 Wilshire Drive.
I have another very interesting.
Okay, you are done testifying. Thank you. Ms. Murphy, are you doing the next witness? Ms. Murphy. You don't want a 10-minute break?
Yeah, Judge.
Let's do it. Make it 15. We'll come back at 11:55. You okay?
Okay. Y'all know Talasia had it at first. I think she might be my favorite witness because not only was she very detailed in, let me just say, I understand we have to get technical because this is court, you know. Y'all just be wanting them to get up there and say, okay, we pinged him by his house, then he went to the shop, then he went here. I just want them to say that because cell phone reports, I know they have a lot of data that they go through. But getting to just the point is always so draining in this case and YSL. You're like, damn, just tell me where he was. Just tell me where he was. But she was on it and she was not playing. She was not playing with that attorney. Like, sir, don't play with me like I would get up here and lie or I would get up here and misrepresent any of that information that you guys have there. She was on it. She was on it. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate someone who is prepared.
Jarvis Butts.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973. Also on behalf of Mr. Butts and with co-counsel Lauren Butler.
Number 88126.
Thank you. Mr. Butts, state your name again, please. Okay, you can have a seat. Yes.
Oh, now he can't speak. Now he can't speak. Okay.
Sir Macy's, before we do part of that, it's just a question about how many witnesses you intend on calling today.
Today, Judge, we have 5 or 6 more today, Judge.
Okay. Join us for this.
At this time, people call Valerie Smith.
Hey, look, he said his own name. He just said it so low. It sounded like it came from someone else. But he said his name himself.
Good afternoon. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay. Walk this way. Watch yourself. Yes, watch your step. Take your time. Get up the stairs. And once you get situated, that microphone, the one with the white cap on it. Yes, ma'am. You can pull that whole microphone and put it in your lap, or just make sure you speak into it when you testify. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Valerie, excuse me, Valerie Louise Smith.
And Ms. Smith, I want to call your attention back to March 7th of 2024.
Yeah, I don't know why Miss Smith is up here, but I don't think Miss Smith coming up here to play no damn games with anybody, okay? I don't know why she up there, but I don't know who she is. I don't know what the testimony is gonna be. But I can tell by that hair, she is not coming in here to play with not a damn soul.
At that time, in what area did you live?
That's where I live currently, I'm 7 Mile Evergreen area.
Okay, and is that near Evergreen and St. Martin's?
Yes,
Okay, is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
yes, sir.
Okay. And on March 7th, 2024, did you come into contact with the police?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason you came into contact with the Detroit Police Department?
I found a young lady's ID
And where did you find that ID?
directly across the street from my house.
And was it like a driver's license, school ID, or something else?
School ID, it looked like.
And when you found that, was that the first time you had seen it there?
No, I stepped over it for 2.5 weeks before I decided to pick it up.
Okay, and is there a reason after 2.5 weeks of noticing it there that you decided to
I
pick it
just
up?
decided to pick it up that day. I was going out shopping and I said, well, let me get it into the.
What I tell y'all? What I tell y'all? I said, baby, Miss Smith is not coming to play the radio with these people in the schoolroom. He said, is it a reason? She don't give a damn, it's the prosecutor. She his witness. She said, God damn it, I just decided to pick it up. I was tired of stepping over it. I said, I'm gonna pick it up.
Then back to whomever it belongs to.
Okay, and when you picked it up, did you read the name on that ID?
Yes.
And what was the name on the ID?
Zanaya Harris.
And did that raise any concerns in your mind?
It sure did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the news before it came out.
You heard her name?
Her name, yes.
And when you picked it,
I do think people just genuinely don't want to go to court and they don't want to have to testify. But goddamn, Granny, baby, she just got on that stand and she is goddamn annoyed. She is annoyed. She just got on the stand. You ain't even been up there 5 minutes. Naziah Harris. Like I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's just the fact of being on this stand in general.
Did you have gloves on or anything like that?
No. No.
And
There's Zanaya.
use your bare hand then?
I took my phone and
Let's
put
get
it
into it.
before it came out. It did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the
Is that on the ID?
Zanaya Harris.
She says Zanaya.
And did that raise any concerns in your mind?
It sure did.
And what's the reason it raised concerns?
I just heard it on the news before it came out.
You heard her name?
Zakaya, it's her school ID.
Her name, yes.
And when you picked it up, did you have gloves on or anything like that?
No, no.
And you used your bare hand then?
I took my thumb and flipped it. And when I saw the name, I just put my hands on the outside of it.
And what was the reason you just put your hands on the
I
outside?
didn't want any disturb any of the prints that were on there.
And when you picked it up, did you place it in anything?
Once I got to the next stop, I was on the bus line. I took it in the gas station and I put it in a lid.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. You picked it up and then got onto the bus?
Yeah, but I still had it like this.
And
I never put my fingerprints, any more prints on it.
And for the record, the witness indicated by holding her hands about
Yes.
3
Yes.
inches apart,
Yes.
her fingers. And when you got to the gas station, did you go into the gas station?
Yes.
And did you tell the people in the gas station about what you found?
Yes, sir. I also told the bus driver what I had found.
And then after you told the gas station people, what happened next?
But I asked them to call the police for me.
And did they?
Yes.
And then did the police come to your location?
Yes.
And after the police got there, what happened next?
They took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found the ID at.
And did you show them that?
Yes.
And did you give them the ID as well?
Yes. I gave it to them when they initially pulled up.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 40. Ms. Smith, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the ID that you found?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit People's Proposed 40.
No objection. It'll be a minute.
And permission to publish on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Smith, I don't know if you can see the screen from where you are. That's the picture I just showed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the cup or the top of the
That's the lid I
the
put it
lid
in.
that you
Yes,
put it
sir.
in? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And on the bottom left, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, thank you. You said that you picked up the ID, was it March the 6th? Or I'm sorry, the 7th?
Yes.
Yes. And you said you had been stepping over it for approximately 2 weeks?
2.5 weeks I stepped over it.
Okay, so that puts you in February.
When I initially saw it.
When you initially
yes.
saw it, okay. And you said you had been stepping over it?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that it was actually on the sidewalk?
No, it was in the grass.
In the grass?
Face down.
The grass next to the street?
Yes.
So there's like usually kind of like an easement between like the street and the sidewalk?
Yes.
And there's like a patch of grass there?
Yes.
And is that right in front of the bus stop or?
No, it was a little ways off from the bus stop.
Okay, from the bus stop, between the bus stop and what other landmark would you say?
Nothing else is there.
Nothing else there?
No.
How far to the corner of the block?
St. Martin's. It's not that far.
Okay, so a few steps?
2 steps, yes.
Okay,
2 steps.
perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, briefly. Ms. Smith, just a couple of questions for you. Ms. Quick asked you a couple of questions about specifically where you found it. You said it was in a patch of grass next to the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you had been stepping over it for about 2.5 weeks before you gave it to the police department.
Before I decided to pick it up. Yes, sir.
The 2.5 weeks that you've been stepping over it at the beginning of that, is that the first time you noticed it?
Yes, sir.
And it could have been there before those 2.5 weeks, correct?
Yes, sir.
No, I object. I think that causes speculation.
I don't think it's a yes or no question, Judge. I don't think that calls for
She knows
speculation.
how long it's been there. She can only test.
Can you stand up to the court reporter?
Yes, Your Honor.
My objection is how
Look
can
at her.
she testify to how long it could have been there prior? She can only testify to what she knows, and she testified that she knows.
Look at her, y'all.
You see it being placed there on the grass?
I'm sorry?
Did you see it being
No,
placed on
ma'am.
the grass? Okay.
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to sustain objection, because she wouldn't know, but she didn't see it dropped.
Okay. So the first time you noticed it was 2.5 weeks prior to March 7th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you talked to the police officers, did you look at a photo, a Google Street View of your location?
Yes, sir.
And did you indicate on that photo where you found it?
Exactly, yes. They took me, they took me back to my house so I could show them exactly where I found it.
May I approach that?
Yes.
Let me tell you something about Miss Smith. Miss Smith said, if I didn't came forward, I'm going to make sure I cross all T's and dot all I's. She said, hold on just a second. Let me tell you what happened. It's the fact that she knew to not touch the badge. She touched it on the sides so that she wouldn't mess up, add any fingerprints, put it in the lid, call the police, and could take them exactly where she found it. Give her a key to the city, because listen, she knows her stuff.
I'm approaching with what's going to be marked as people's proposed 62. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that the photo that you signed and indicated where you found it?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would move to admit people's proposed 62.
No objection.
It would be admitted?
And permission to publish, since I don't have a hard copy right now.
Yes.
Look at you on alert. I told you Miss Smith was coming to play. I didn't know who she was. I know she was coming to play.
And on the screen, is that the photo I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a circle with a line going up from the bottom of the screen there. Is that circle where you indicated you found it?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
I have just a couple questions based on this picture, and then you may leave it up.
Go ahead.
Yes, please. Ms. Smith, so as we look at the picture here, in which direction, left or right, is the bus stop?
To the right.
To the right, so closer to the church? Is that or that white building that's in
No, that's a person's house right there.
Okay.
It was like, okay, I come out of my driveway and it's like catty corner to the bus stop from my driveway.
Well, the sign is where the bus stop is, right?
Yes, right there.
Okay. And so, okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, Ms. Smith, you are done testifying.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Please watch
Okay, I'm gonna pause this one because Malaysia was right. So I have to go back. There is a video 8 days away. It has the grandmother and it has the grandmother and the aunt Shannon. So we're gonna watch that. It's gonna take us maybe 15 minutes past when the school board meeting starts, but it's live, so we just won't be caught up today, but we're gonna go over there. But I wanna go ahead today, since this is our first day streaming, let's go ahead and get the grandmother and Shannon. Let's watch their testimony. So I'm going to stop this video and we are going to watch the grandmother and Shannon testify. Now, Shannon is her aunt. So that is what we're going to be watching now, and that'll carry us in, and then we'll be done with Naziah. I'm gonna cut the light on, y'all. We'll be done with Naziah. For the Naziah's case, we'll be done with the we're watching it for today, and then we'll move over. The grandmother is first, guys. Hold on, y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever ready, Mr. Makepeace.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
And then Harris.
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone or did you know someone by the name of Naziah Harris?
Yes,
And who is Naziah to you?
my granddaughter.
Are you her legal guardian?
Yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted Naziah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all of that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes.
And back in January of 2024, did Naziah live with you?
Yes,
I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
How long had Naziah been living with you at that address on Bedford?
Oh, wow. Yeah, basically, I mean, ever since I've had her. I mean,
Since 2016?
well, we moved to another house.
Okay, when did you move into the Bedford house?
Let me see. 2019, we moved in that house and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford.
Okay. And did Naziah make those moves with you?
Yes.
And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there?
Just me, the kids. My other daughter lived with me at the other address. But it was just basically me and my kids and Shannon.
And who is Shannon?
My daughter.
And what's her last name?
Harris.
And she lived with you and Naziah and the other kids at the Bedford location?
At the first Bedford location.
Okay.
Yes.
At that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to Naziah lived there?
My other two, my grandson and my other grandchildren.
Okay. So how many kids total in that house?
6. Should have been 6.
And you and Shannon, correct?
Well,
Living there.
Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time.
Okay.
She would spend more majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township.
And when you were there in January of 24, how old was Naziah at that time?
January 24th, she had 13. She had her birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically Naziah, about getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay. 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we're loading up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include Naziah? You would drop her off at J.E. Clark?
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, let me ask it this way. Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up, then look around.
I don't see them.
Okay, y'all, this is where I got pissed off. This is where I got pissed off right here. And I'm sorry, y'all, I'm over here because I'm trying to make me something to eat while we're watching this. First of all, not this lady talking about she don't see him. You see that man. You see that man. Did you all hear her say, oh, Shannon had her own house? Why did she say that? Because she is trying to make it appear Shannon wasn't really at my house like that. And if Shannon's not really at her house like that, who else could not be at her house like that? Who else could not be at her house like that if Shannon's not at her house? Shannon has her own place. Is what the mama said. She's got her own place. Because if I can say on this stand that Shannon has her own place, then there's no reason for Jarvis to be in my house. Jarvis is not around my not around my granddaughter, because he really wouldn't be in my house. He'd be at Shannon's house. Then this nut get up here talking about, I can't see him. Now, let me tell y'all something about me. Remember, I don't have Coke bottles, but my glasses are similar. You know, they sisters. Even with my glasses off, I would have probably been able to squint my eyes, because that's not that far, and tell you that man is in the courtroom. This lady stood up. I mean, it's the dramatics of it all. Look at this.
If you need to stand up.
Let me tell y'all something else too. For her to ask for those glasses, people who wear glasses for real, I'm talking about if you really can't see because that man is not that far, your glasses are always on. Now, you people who wear reading glasses, y'all glasses are probably in your purse. They may not be with you because you only need them to read. Nobody's asking her to read anything. We need you to identify a man in the courtroom. And you want me to believe you don't see him. You need some reading glasses to see if that man is in the courtroom. I call bullshit. And I think this is around the time I stopped watching it. And I said, I have to watch this with my people. Right around when she stood up.
Then look around.
It was right here, y'all. I said, oh, I'm going to stop. I'm going to watch it with my people. It's not you just stood your ass up.
I don't see him.
You don't see him?
Do you need glasses? Maybe?
Yeah, my
Okay,
daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to go get her glasses?
Yes.
This lady stood her ass up and had them bring her some glasses. She done stood up in court and made someone bring her glasses to identify a man that she damn well knows is in that damn courtroom. Like, I mean, they said she can't see because of her wig. Look.
May I approach witness, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you could just stand up and take another look around.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and identify?
And that prosecutor messy because he said if you could stand up and see if you see him. She didn't need to stand up, but the prosecutor said since we playing games today, stand up and see if you see him in the courtroom. Now that you have your glasses.
Identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing.
Green uniform with the blue mask.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected?
And may I approach the witness again, Judge?
Yeah.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 9. And Ms. Harris, do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do they have together?
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did come, he would always pull up in a white truck, and Shannon would go out to the car and they would sit and talk or whatever.
Let me tell you something. And that. It was so much stuff that pissed me off. And you want me to believe Shannon got 5 kids by this man. Because he never came in your house. She said he would pull up and Shannon would go outside to him. Why is she saying that, guys? Because she wants to make it appear that she has some type of morals and she wouldn't let a sex offender in a house full of kids. You want me to believe that you made that man sit outside every time he came to see Shannon. He never came in your house. India, you mean like, did I hear the grandmama say that? I did hear her say that, and I said she was lying. If that's what you're asking me, India, are you asking if I heard the grandmama say that she would do a morning prayer, or is there a video of her doing the morning prayer? Which one are you saying? Because I heard her say on the way to school they would pray. I said, this lady, and that was another thing. I said, oh, this lady is full of BS. You, what? He would come and they would sit outside. She's been dating this man since she was 16. I think they say she's 25, 26 now. He been sitting outside your house for 10 years. What? No, there's a video. Oh, I hadn't seen the India. Yeah, India be on. India, send it to me and I'll play it if we get it while we're on here.
But he would very rarely come in.
I am gonna say this. She has some medication in them glasses. Her glasses might be close to the twin bottle sisters too. I do see medication in them glasses.
My house.
And during that time,
did y'all see that? He ain't coming in my house. Lying through her teeth.
when he would come around and sit in his car, was there any times that he would interact with Naziah that you saw?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about January 9th. You had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping Naziah off at J.E. Clark 7:15 to 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2024?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a two-piece set.
And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt. She wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember...
31. Okay.
Did she have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with the little hoodie. She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in the fall sometime when I bought it. When I first, I mean, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jackets she used when she go to gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No,
Okay.
it was fairly, really, like, kind of like still new, because she took pretty good care of her things.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 12. Ms. Harris, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a picture of Naziah?
Yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Oh, move to admit People's Proposed 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 12.
And when you dropped Naziah off at J.E. Clark, what was the routine supposed to be after school was over?
Okay, well, school is over, the bell rings at 2:40. Naziah was due to come home. And normally when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
And was that's what she normally did on other days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry,
And
yes.
what time would she normally arrive back at home?
The Naziah would be walking in through the door maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
Did y'all hear what she just said? She normally walks in the house 3:05. I'm going to use my children for an example because now Memphis, most kids, they don't ride the bus. But here in Georgia, when we first got here, this was my kids' first time riding the bus. My son's bus would get to the bus stop 3:15, no later than 3:25. That's about the latest. After 3:25, I'm worried. I'm trying to see if I got an email from the school. Do I need to call the school? Mariah's bus would get to the apartments about 2:45. I'm sorry, LJ was 4:15, 4:25. Sorry. Either way, if my baby don't get off that bus on time, I'm trying to figure out what's happening. And you just took your ass and ran errands. You just said she didn't get off the bus, but I figured out when I figured out I'm going to go run a little girl, a 13-year-old. You just say I'm gonna just go run. Oh my God, this lady is disgusting. I hope she don't have anybody else's kids. She doesn't need them.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home, Isaiah not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after school program, I went in and my daughter said,
Objection to what it was from your side.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, sustain.
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes,
about
Shannon said she was not there.
When you got home that day on the 9th, was Isaiah there?
No.
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
Yes, I did. Yes,
And when did you do that?
That morning when I got to school, I went up and dropped the kids off to school. I talked with the dean and the principal, and I told them that I was on my way to the police station, and they told me that they would call the police, and the DPS police came there.
And you said DPS, is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah.
And did you talk to an officer at that time at the school?
Yes, I did.
And was that at J.E. Clark physically at that location?
Yes.
And you said that morning, are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Was Naziah active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was. I mean, there were times that she was sneaking, go on it, but yeah, she was.
Okay. And did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok or Facebook or anything like that?
I tried a lot of times.
She strikes again. What did she say? She would sneak and go on it. Again, putting out there that this child was sneaky. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Whether she snuck or not, the question was, did she have social media? That was a yes or no answer. Yes, she did. But because this woman really is trying to distance herself and put this on that baby she really blames that baby for what happened to her. She's got to add extra. She would sneak and do. Oh. And that pissing me off, baby.
I would take her phone and stuff from her, so, to keep her from being on there,
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by Naziah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Have you ever heard, after the 9th, heard any communication or seen Naziah?
Mm-mm.
When, is that a no?
No.
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at J.E. Clark, was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
May I have one moment, sir?
Yes.
Bro, it is the absolute lack of emotion. You cannot tell me this woman did not feel a way about that baby. And this happens. I have heard it. I have seen it with my own eyes. Sometimes people have problems with the parent, and because they have problems with the parent, they can see that child as the parent, or the problem with the parent carries over to the child. And you can see that this woman had a problem with that little girl. She had Malaysia. I mean, the lack of emotion is crazy. Your grandchild is dead. And you up here don't give a damn. Just trying to make sure you look good. Make sure the world knows it wasn't your fault, but it was hers. Man.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this. Her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
And do you know where the location that she got dropped off at was, the address or the intersection?
Right there at a 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall.
And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did Naziah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her Tuda, but I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her that ever since she was born.
Say glamour?
Glamorous.
Oh.
Glamorous, you didn't give a damn about her.
You said Tuda?
Tuda. Mm-hmm.
She was proud of that Glamorous nickname.
Hey, Utah homeowners, are you worried that your old AC unit isn't going to make it another summer?
No emotion.
I know for the best.
Thank you, Russ.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Now, you are Naziah's maternal grandmother, right?
Correct.
You're also her adopted parent, right?
Correct.
And you said you adopted her in 2016?
Yeah, should have been 16.
Okay. Is her birth mother still around?
She is.
Okay, does she have a relationship with her?
No.
She doesn't have any type of relationship, no contact with her that you know of?
Well, let me say this. I don't deal with my daughter, so she really didn't have really no contact with Naziah like that. She only came around now and then.
And you testified that you currently stay on Bedford Street?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you testified you lived on 2 houses on Bedford Street.
Correct.
And did Naziah have friends on Bedford Street that you were aware of?
She had friends, but her friends didn't live on Bedford.
Okay. Do you know if she ever had any friends over?
No.
Did she ever spend the night at any of these friends' houses?
No.
Okay. And at your prior neighborhood, did she have friends that she may have spent the night over?
No.
You indicated that there are approximately 6 children in the house.
Well, not now. When he asked me about the address,
yes,
I lived at 2 houses, which is on the same street of Bedford.
Okay.
Okay. So the house that we lived in before, it was my children and my daughter's children.
Your daughter being Shannon?
No, Marquita.
Marquita,
Mhm.
okay. And did Naziah have any close relationship with any of these children particularly?
She was close with my granddaughter, one of my granddaughters, yeah.
Which granddaughter is that?
Naziah. I mean, Janiyah.
Okay.
All of their names are similar.
And Janiyah is Shannon's daughter?
Yes.
That would be Jarvis's daughter as well, correct?
Correct.
And at your Bedford Street address, how many adults live there?
Just me and Shannon.
Okay. When did Shannon move in?
I'm sorry.
When did Shannon move in to Bedford?
Oh, I guess back in October, last October or something.
That would be October of 23?
Yeah.
So in January of 24, she was there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you indicated that Desire participated in social media?
She did participate in social media. She was on social media a lot of times when she wasn't supposed to be.
So did you see her post or did you follow her post?
I didn't see her really posting anything. I mean, at times when I did check, I didn't find anything.
Okay.
And most of the time, if she did post something, my daughter's then would, let me know, if she posted something. But
So you don't know who her social media friends were?
the only person that I know that was one of her classmates that she would post little things with one of her little classmates.
But it's fair to say there are some things you did not know.
Yeah, well, something, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you drove Desire to school every day, correct?
Correct.
Who else went to school in Desire?
My other two children, Shannon's children.
Okay. And what type of student was Desire?
Nazar was a very good student, very mannerable, very outgoing. She got good grades. Her attendance was good. The teachers had no problem with her. They really liked Nazar. Nazar got along with just about anybody. She was very likable.
Did she have any disciplinary problems?
No,
Do you recall her ever getting into a fight?
she did.
One fight, more than one fight?
There was a young lady that she had couple of, consultations with in school. And it was like an ongoing situation.
Okay. And when did this first start?
I'm not quite sure when it started, but it was like off and on, with this particular schoolmate that she had.
And this is for her current school, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, did Desire participate in any extracurricular activities? Was she on band or anything?
She liked it, gym, robotics, art. I mean, she liked a lot of things that she was, involved in,
And would any of these things cause her to have stayed after school?
The only time she stayed after school was when she wanted to be enrolled in the after school program.
Just a moment. I just want to step back a moment. We asked you about your her social media. You said there were some things that you weren't aware of on social media, correct? Did you ever check her direct messages?
Like I said, I did, but when I did, there was nothing on there.
There was nothing.
No.
Okay. Did you monitor any of her conversations?
Yeah, I would, go check,
Okay.
but like I said, a lot of times, I took Nazia's tablet, from her, at one point, so there was really nothing that I knew of that she was on unless she got somebody's cell phone or something,
Okay. So you did mention that she had a tablet. How many devices did she have that allowed her to connect to social media?
She only had that one tablet that I had bought her. And like I said, I took that tablet and put that tablet up.
So on January 9th, you took her to school, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was her and two of your other children that went to
My
school?
two other children and my daughter's children. I dropped them all off.
And you said that you noticed that she did not come home at her normal time.
Correct.
All right. You did not call the police then, correct?
No. Driving around looking for her. My daughter reached out to some of her classmates. I did nothing. And that morning, I got up and like I said, I went straight to the school. And from there, I was on my way to police station to make the report. And they called the police from there. DPS police came to the school.
So the first report you made to the police was the next morning?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
School starts at 7:30. So I got there at 7:30. They got there about, I don't know, maybe 8.
So you didn't go to the precinct, you went to the school and the school called the police?
Yes, they called the police because I was getting ready to leave, and the dean said, "No, stay here." She said, "And we'll call the police."
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you are familiar with Mr. Butts, correct?
I know Mr. Butts.
Okay. And he dated your daughter, Shannon, correct?
Correct.
They did have 5 children, correct?
Correct.
And the children, did all the children stay with you and Shannon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I don't want to give too much detail on the kids. What were the mix of boys and girls?
Can you repeat that?
What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Well, I have a boy and girl, and Shannon has her 3 boys and her 2 girls.
So she had 3 boys and the 2 girls. Okay. And at any time, now I think you did indicate that Mr. Butts would come over and I think you said he would rarely come in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But he would come in on occasion, correct?
Not really on occasions, because most of the time when he came in, he would pull up in my driveway, and my daughter would go out to the truck, and a lot of times the kids would go out to the truck. So it was very rare.
Okay. Let's talk about it. Now, a while ago, Grandmama said he wasn't allowed in her house. He didn't come in the house. He stayed outside. Now, all of a sudden, if he did come in the house, it was a rare occasion. You want me to believe that his 5 kids he came to see his 5 kids and he sat outside the entire time he came to see his 5 kids? They probably weren't home half the time. I believe that too, Shay. Ma'am, please stop it. I mean, she really thinks we're some kind of fool. And this is why the judge said what she said. This lady said he would not come in her house. He would sit in his car. Even his 5 kids would go outside and sit in the car. It's the fact that she said this shit out loud and she thought we were going to believe it. She's lying so bad. So bad.
Very rare if he ever came in my house.
And you indicated that you were close, you were close with Naziah?
Nope. No, ma'am.
Can you think of any reason that Naziah would not share information with you?
No. Naziah would come to me and talk to me all the time.
Girl!
If something was bothering her, or if she had a bad day in school, she'll come to me and we'll sit and talk about it. I always kept the door open for communication with Naziah and with really all of my children. So she always felt free to come to me and sit down and talk to me about whatever.
So if something was frustrating Desire, she would come with you? If
She would, that I know of, yes.
All right, if something was scaring Desire, she would come to you.
If something was bothering her or she was frustrated about something, she'll come to me and say, hey, Nana, can I talk to you?
If there was any medical condition, she would come to you regarding that?
I believe she would, yes.
You take her to the hospital, take her to the doctor?
Yes.
India. Y'all have said this too, and I'm a parent of a daughter as well. You want me to believe time just went by and you didn't think about the fact that when you went to the store, oh, she asked me to buy pass this month. She didn't ask me to buy pass. If I wasn't going to Sam's for my daughters, I could be in the store and I'd call her if I walk past the aisle, hey, do you need some? It never clicked in your head that she wasn't using pads. Like a house full of women, somebody's bound to run out and use someone else's. It never clicked in your mind that that girl was not, man, but y'all so close. He's pretty.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me? Do you hear me, Mikhail? Because we're not buying it. He knew that that girl was pregnant. Me too. Brianna, we're gonna watch her and Shannon, then we're gonna swap over.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Ooh, Virgo, see?
Ms. Harris, I just have a couple more questions for you. When Mr. Riggins was asking you questions, you said that Mr. Butts would come and sit in his car, right? Outside your house?
Yes.
And you said that the kids would go out to the car.
Yes.
Which kids would go out to the car?
His kids.
Would Neziah ever go with his kids out to the car?
If Shannon was out there, she would.
How does this woman, how is she, when I tell you I hope it's a place in hell right next to Satan for her, do y'all hear what she keeps doing? She keeps, I'm going to tell y'all, because they say, I don't know if this is true, I didn't see this with my eyes, I've been told that this happened to Neziah's mom and it was her husband. Now, let me say this, because she keeps trying to, she's using these adjectives to describe that baby. She's saying all these things to make herself look like she was taking precautions when it came to her child. I mean, when it came to Neziah. He never comes to my house. If he does, he's sitting outside lying. She's sneaky. She would sneak on social media. She wasn't supposed to have it. I went through her phone. Oh, she's a protective parent. I never found anything. Oh, Neziah would always come talk to me. You know, we had a great relationship. Oh, she would only go to the car, to Jarvis's car, if Shannon was with her, if Shannon was with him. That's the only time. So what is she trying to say, guys? Neziah's never been alone with Jarvis. Like this, the lady is, it's a different type of, this is a different type.
And Mr. Riggins also asked you about the tablet that you bought for Neziah.
Yes.
Remember those questions?
Yes.
He is Ashley.
And when, if you can remember, narrow that down, when did you buy that tablet for her?
I bought that tablet for her one Christmas.
She is Dr.
I think it was the Chris.
I got to pause to say what the comments are saying is that she worked for CPS. They're saying she worked for CPS. That's what the comments are saying. And what they're saying is she knows what she should and shouldn't be saying right now on this stand. It's the judge called it all BS. All BS. That's what the comments are saying. She worked, they're saying 40 years. Let me go back up to the comments. Neziah's mom, I think Neziah's mom is an addict. And from what I've seen from different comments, she experienced the same thing that Zaya experienced at the hands of her mother's husband. And I think people do not we don't know how that affected what ended up happening to her child. It says 40 years of CPS, she knows how to use her words. So let me make sure, are y'all saying she worked for CPS? Let's make sure, let's clear that up. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure. No, wait a minute, I'm trying to make sure that's what y'all were saying. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute, wait. Time out. Y'all not saying she worked for CPS. Y'all saying she's been dealing with CPS. She has 40 CPS cases for her immediate family. Is that what y'all saying? Okay, I think they've been investigated by CPS. Okay, y'all are saying that in her family, the immediate family, there's about 40 CPS cases. So what you guys are saying, she has worked with CPS for so long because of these 40 cases. She knows what to say. Got y'all. Okay, watch the podcast. I'm going to watch the podcast, but I think I'm going to watch it with you guys. So not today, of course. We'll see how I'm feeling after we get off the board meeting, because I normally go to bed 1 or 2 in the morning anyway, but we'll see how I'm feeling after the board meeting. I might twitch that. But y'all, that is insane. No way 40 CPS cases related to this family and nobody thinks anything of it. Courtney, we got that on the to-do list. Somebody who works in the system. India, I don't think they're not saying she worked for CPS. They're saying that within the immediate family, and they're getting this from the podcast, there have been about 40 CPS cases in her immediate family. Okay. This is
I think it was in 22 when I bought that tablet, at the end of 22 when I bought that tablet for her.
So December of 22.
Yeah, I think that when I bought that tablet.
So she would have had that tablet for roughly just over a year then, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And did Nazai also have access to a cell phone?
The only cell phone she had access to was one of the cell phones when my oldest daughter came to visit me. She gave to Nazai.
Yes or no?
She could only use it by Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
You said your oldest daughter. Is that Nazai's biological mother?
Yes.
Okay. And through what's your oldest daughter's name?
Kenyatta Harris.
Through Kenyatta Harris, Nazai got access to a phone.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Oh, got you, India. Okay, y'all, look at India's question if anybody.
Mr. Reagan's also asked you about Nazia staying after school. You said that there was an after-school program she was involved in?
Yes.
On January 9th and in January of 24, was she still involved in that program?
No, I took her out of it because she was having problems with one of her schoolmates at that time. The same person that he asked me about before that she didn't get along with.
The same person Mr. Reagan's asked you?
Absolutely.
And so on the 9th, she was not supposed to stay after school?
No, she was supposed to come straight home.
And when she didn't come home, you said that you were driving around looking for her, correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what efforts you made on the 9th to locate her?
When I went to the school to go pick my son and daughter up because they were also in the after school program, picked them up, went back to the house. I thought she was there, and when I got to the house and I found out that she wasn't there, I got back in the car and I went back up to the school. And by that time, nobody was there. Nobody was at the school. So now, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm frustrated. Now I'm going like, you know, because whenever she wants to stay after school or do something, she would always call me. Well, hey, Nana, can I stay after school? Or she would call one of her TTs, hey, TT, can I stay after school? So that wasn't like her. So I'm really frustrated now. So now I go back to the house and I'm talking to my daughter, Shannon.
I want to stop you right there because I don't want to go into what anybody else said.
Okay.
But you went back to the school. Nobody was at the school. You went back to the house. Ms. is still not there, correct?
Correct.
Did you go back out looking for her after that?
I did.
Okay. Where did you go looking?
I was driving around in the neighborhood, everywhere. I'm just looking.
Girl.
Just like hoping I'll see her, you know?
Okay, India, thank you.
We have one more.
Now, this lady is a piece of work.
On the 9th, when you were looking for her, well, let me ask it this way. Did you know Nasiah to go to Mr. Butts' place of work to assist him with anything there?
Yes, there was a couple of times that she went with his daughter and they went up there to go clean up at his shop.
Okay. Make this make sense for me. Because I'm just trying to see if I'm missing something. Now, you're appalled at the thought that this man could come in your house. You're appalled at that thought. But you let these girls go outside of your house where you're not there to even supervise there or even give an inclination that you are supervising them. They can go to his shop and be alone with him. Okay, India, I'm gonna try to pull it up. Y'all, India sent something. I'm gonna try to pull it up over here. You're telling me that he couldn't come to your house, but the kids could go to the shop and hang out with this man? That's what you're telling me? Granny, you couldn't have thought that made sense. You could not have thought that made sense. Like, you hear me, Key? You can't.
And how would they get there? If you remember.
He would come and pick them up.
She just said the only time that baby went to the car is if he was with Shannon. But now he comes and picks her up and takes her to his shop. Man, get this bitch. I know the Bible teaches forgiveness, but I just can't, because what are you saying right now? You wanted to be sure that you told us that this baby only went to his car when Shannon was there. But now you're telling us whatever concern you had about letting him in your house and letting the kid be alone with him at your house, that concern went out the window because you would let the kids leave with a freaking sex offender to go clean his damn shop.
And was that in that white truck that you talked about earlier?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And did you yourself know where Mr. Butts worked at?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know, where is that?
It was Frank's shop located on Warren, East Warren.
And is that the last place that you knew him to work? Or did you know him to work somewhere else?
I knew him to work there, and then the shop moved to a different location.
Did you know where that new location was?
Personally, no.
Okay. And did you ever, on the 9th, did you ever try and go to Mr. Butts' place of work to look for Nasiah?
On the 9th, no.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Harris, we're done testifying. Watch your step. Please exit the box.
Okay.
Okay, let's do it. Y'all know it's been a while. I see the chat and let me just say that again. I always say this. I think I have one of the best chats out here on YouTube because I do love some of the comments, the questions, but I need everybody in the chat to give me one word to describe in it. My word is going to be disgusting. No. My word is evil. My word is evil because there's no way you do that to your grandchild. There is no way you do this till you're full of shit. I like how you put that in one word, Jasmine. Trifling, disgusting, sick, evil, liar, weird as fuck. Oh, Lord, she done made me say the F word. Diabolical. Hold on, Jaleesa. Your word list? Deplorable. Trash. Ashley, I feel you there. Deceitful. Ain't shit. I know that's right, Mikhail. I mean, Whitney said accomplice. I think I might like, I like that word. Wicked, heartless, scum. Y'all, this is, okay, so just so we're on the same page, you guys are following. Are we all, put a 1 in the chat, are we all getting the sense that Annette knew what was going on with that baby and she's trying to cover her ass on this stand? Or is it just me guilty? The devil, despicable. We are, okay, Satan, co-conspirator, that's a real good word, raggedy. Okay, so we got a 1. Annette knew what was going on with this baby. But I am of the mind that there are women in this world who are so sick in their head that they will blame a child for being preyed on by a predator. And Annette is one of those people. Annette is one of those people. I bet behind closed doors, she's had conversations with Shannon where she blames that baby for what was happening. Well before that man killed her. You're not going to tell me the thought never crossed Annette's mind. You're not going to tell me that. You will never tell me that. All right, Shannon's up next, guys. And then after this, for those of y'all that's hanging out, y'all, we like almost 300 strong, and we've been on the stream now 6 hours. So if y'all have not liked the live, this is going to be the perfect time to hit the X. Please like the live. I thank you guys for watching this trial with me today. I'm gonna just say, y'all must be my emotional mental support. I teared up a little bit with Jarvis's sister, but for the most part, I think I've been so disgusted. I can't have the emotion I want to have because I'm so disgusted. But I will say, talking to y'all in this chat helps. It has helped me tremendously. And I'm thankful that you guys are here watching it with me. India, I heard that too. India says she heard that on the day she went missing, Shannon was texting people saying she was out getting some D word. Erica, putting money on his books is crazy. Ugh, okay, but thank y'all. Y'all are my emotional support humans. Y'all really are. Y'all really are. Tarina, I love y'all because y'all let me stop and talk. Y'all let me stop and talk. Oh, Malaysia, thank God you're here, friend, in Jesus' name. Between Jarvis and Naziah, no, girl, I haven't heard them yet. I've seen some of them, but I think I told y'all I started watching. I didn't watch the grandmother's whole testimony. I saw a clip of the sister, but I started watching the grandmama. Y'all, when she said, what did she say that pissed me off? When she stood up, I said, oh, let me stop. I'm going to watch this with my millionaire. So I stopped watching it so that I can watch it with y'all. And then y'all know I changed my mind. I said, I don't want to watch it. And then I got to change my mind again. So here we are. But yes, I love watching trial with y'all. So we're going to keep it going. Here come this fool. Here come the fool, y'all.
And at this time, people would call Shannon Harris.
Yeah, I'm pissed off too. See, everybody shop at the same beauty supply here. Shannon look like she done lost weight. Everybody shopping at the same beauty supply.
Did you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Watch your step, please. Have a seat.
You want speaking to this mic, you also pick it up, holding your lap.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Harris,
And Ms. Harris, how old are you?
31.
And back on January, or in January 2024, where did you live?
But my mom resides with my mother,
With your mother? Okay, who's your mom?
Annette Harris,
And without telling me the exact address, what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And do you have any children?
Yes,
How many kids do you have?
5.
And do all your kids have the same dad?
Yes,
Who's their dad?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
green, blue, whatever. Green.
Green. Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And you said your mom's name is Annette. Do you have any sisters?
Yes, 2.
What are their names?
Kenyatta Harris and Marquita Harris.
Are they older, younger, something else?
Oh, there. Marquita is a twin. She's my twin, same age.
And Kenyatta's older?
Yes,
Do you have any nieces or nephews?
yes,
Do you know someone named Neziah Harris?
yes.
What's your relationship to her?
My relationship to her, she is my niece. I'm her aunt.
And whose daughter is she?
My older sister is Kenyatta Harris.
I think
And
so.
did you have any nicknames for Neziah?
Yes, we all call her Tuda.
And is that Tudda?
Yes,
And did Neziah ever know Jarvis through you?
yes.
And when did Neziah and Jarvis first meet?
When she was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between Neziah and Jarvis?
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
How often would Jarvis be around, like at your house with you?
He will call or say, can he come see the kids? Or the kids will ask, can he see their dad? And he will come pull up either to my house where I used to live or at my mother's house.
Would Neziah ever be around?
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, because now here she goes wanting to paint him as this amazing father. Would he ever come to the house? He would either call to ask could he see the kids, or the kids would ask to see their dad. Girl, if you don't get your ass off this stand line.
All the kids would be around.
To your knowledge, would Neziah ever text Jarvis?
From my knowledge, no, unless I will have her to text.
But to your knowledge, you didn't.
Baby, that little girl was 11 or 12. Why? Now, Shannon has she has a daughter that's around the same age as Neziah. Why would that baby even have his phone number? He is a freaking pedophile. Why would the baby have his phone number? Why would you put a child in his reach? Why would she be texting him? He's a pedophile. Hey, princess. Baby, this girl. And I don't know.
Didn't know of any kind of separate outside relationship.
No.
Would there ever be times where, where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Pardon?
Where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Where did I know him to work at?
Yes.
He worked at 2 different locations. The first location would be on East Warren, and the other location would be on Grashford and Connor.
And what were those locations?
Those are the auto repair shop.
Okay. Would you ever know desire to help Jarvis Butts at his shop?
Yes, he will call me and say, hey, if I can get our daughter and Messiah to come and work up at the shop.
So listen, let me say this, because I don't know, is India still in here? I know India was saying that the boys would go too. Baby, she's right here testifying. Maybe it's sometimes they go. Bart, come on. Maybe sometimes the boys would go. She testified that he would call and specifically ask for his daughter and Naziah. Again, y'all. Again, he is a freaking pedophile. Why would you let now what you do with your daughter and that's her daddy, but why would you send your niece? Now we know he didn't give a damn, but why would you send some girls to be along with a pedophile? The boys are babies, okay. Why would you send the girl? Oh, God.
And I would say, let me ask my mom first regarding Messiah.
Now I'm gonna say this again. Y'all want me to believe Shannon next to her mama? Or is Shannon trying to make sure that her mama don't get out of this? Shannon said, I would say, let me ask my mom first. Shannon, come on, Zakia, you better clock it. Shannon is saying, no, I'm okay. Thank you. Shannon would say, let me ask my mom first. Shannon, you want me to believe you did that? I don't believe you did that, Shannon. I don't believe you did that, Shannon. I don't think you did that. Come on now. Come on, ma'am. You didn't do that.
And which daughter of yours would that be?
That would be my oldest, Janiyah.
Would you ever know Naziah to go to Jarvis's shop alone?
No.
Mm-hmm. Hey, ask the mama this.
Whose birthday is on or around September 26th?
That's my my 4th oldest birthday.
Do you recall a birthday party on September 26th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And was Jarvis there?
No.
Okay. And that would have been his son's birthday party?
Yes.
Were there ever times that you would text Jarvis off of a text now number?
The only time I would text Jarvis off a text now number is if my phone is off. Other than that, no.
And do you recall the numbers that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
Okay. And does a 586-510-5161 sound familiar?
Yes.
And what number is that?
That used to be my old number.
And is that number that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
Okay. And what about a 586-842-4504?
That was the number before this number.
Before the 510 number?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a number you would also text Jarvis from?
Correct.
And what number did you have for Jarvis Butts?
The 313-585-8719.
And did you have any numbers for Naziah?
It was a funny looking area code. The area code was a 231.
to show you some messages from People's Exhibit 16
Ooh, not some messages.
and ask you some questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Brandon, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to messages on or about June 27th of 2023. Do you recall those messages? Did you send any of those messages to Jarvis Butts?
No.
Okay. And do you know, I believe there's a phone number here that's highlighted. Whose phone number do you know that to be?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And you don't recall ever sending any of those messages?
No.
Okay. And now I want to direct you to messages from June 28th of 2023. How about any of these? Did you send any of these to Jarvis Butts?
No.
What about any messages from July 2nd of 2023? Did you send any of those messages?
No.
She needs to go to jail.
What about messages from August 26th of 2023? Did you send any of those to Jarvis Butts?
Sorry, was the 26th?
August 26th.
They got to be some of her messages
No.
because they're
These
asking
aren't
her,
my
is she aware of them?
Did Jarvis Butts ever tell you that Neziah texted him to meet up on January 9th of 2024?
No.
Did you tell Jarvis Butts about not being able to locate Neziah on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
And what he say?
Tell me, how did you tell him that?
I called him. He didn't answer. I sent him a message asking him have he seen Tuda any whereabouts, and I said no Tuda, and he responded back. Oh wow.
I didn't hear what you said. The last part.
Last part I had I texted him. Well, at first I called him. He didn't answer. The second time I sent him a message. Still no Tuda. He replied back, oh wow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And
Oh wow, it's crazy.
And just for record references, I'm showing her what's going to be proposed, People's Exhibit 48. Ms. Harris, those text messages that you just referenced, do you see those on this page?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's fair to say you stated to Mr. Butts, well, first of all, whose phone number is this at the top?
The phone number is my old telephone number.
Okay, and who is the phone number below that?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And is this, I guess, do these fairly and accurately represent these two messages? 3, 4, 6 messages sent between you and Mr. Butts on January 9th, 2024 through January 11th, 2024.
Well, Kendra, they weren't in her life, so
The
she only
first
reached out
page
to the real
is
parents.
yes, is correct. Second page is correct. Yes.
Okay. And so on January 9th, like you had indicated before, you had stated that you told him that there was still no Tutta.
Correct.
Okay. And you said he responded, "Oh, wow."
Correct.
Okay. And on January 11th, was Nizaya still missing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
At this point, I just asked that if she's going to read from the text message, just admit the exhibit.
I can.
Issue with moving to admit?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Do these fairly and accurately represent text messages between you and your phone to Jarvis and his phone between, well, they start back earlier, some from December 3rd, 2023 through January 21st of 2024? These fairly and accurately represent text messages between
Yes.
you and your phone to Mr. Butts and his phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 48. Objection.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So on January 11th, did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
Yes.
And what is it that you asked him to do?
I asked him, can he share the missing flyer on his Facebook page?
Okay. And did you send him a copy of that missing flyer?
Yes.
Okay. And to backtrack just a little bit, on December 3rd, 2023, do you recall sending messages asking Mr. Butts if he needed Nizaya for anything?
Oh, yes, I do remember.
Okay. So do you remember this text on the first page of People's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do remember this message.
Okay. And did you send that message?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the message say?
Tada said, do you still need her too?
Okay. And do you know what is that referring to?
It was Tada had asked me to contact Jarvis and see if he still needed them to clean up.
Okay. And that would be to clean up his shop?
Yes.
Okay. And to fast forward, on January 21st of 2024, you sent some messages to Mr. Butts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read these last 3 messages?
These last 3 messages is to be honest, these messages I seen into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Stay away, Ramon, I mean it. The next message is I don't know what to say, or Twitter is on. Since this shit doesn't sit right with me, call it what you want. I'm good, period. It says this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it.
What messages did she find in this baby's inbox? What messages did she find in this inbox that would lead her to send him a message that says these messages between you and her don't sit right with me? What messages, sis? Because you just said it was a typical uncle and niece relationship. What messages did you see in this inbox that caused you to say, wait a minute, I'm not rocking with what I'm seeing. Or you knew it was inappropriate. You didn't go report his ass to the police. You still let that baby go to his shop, clean up. You still let him come around kids when he clearly was texting this little girl some inappropriate shit. Then she knew.
And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
Okay. So you were referencing some messages that
What
you
you
saw
see?
in Tada's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? Well, first of all, where were these messages, where were they at?
The day of Officer Gardner came to pick up Nazia's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
Hearsay. Without saying what.
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer had called and said that they was on their way to come
Still
pick up
hearsay.
the tablet.
Okay,
Okay. So
sustain as far as hearsay.
yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, continue.
So before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside to this tablet. She has 2 passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced from my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password
What's your
in.
password?
So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling. And I seen Jarvis Butts' Instagram page. I clicked on his page and I seen 2 messages.
Okay, and what were the messages that you saw? Who were they between, first of all?
Nazia, my niece, and Jarvis.
Okay, and what were the messages that you seen?
It was roughly 2 messages that I have seen that I can recall. States.
I'm gonna object to this as hearsay. They have not been.
I'm gonna say this. Y'all want me to believe this lady who already probably suspected he was messing with her niece. This lady gets in her phone, get in this baby messages, and she see her baby daddy who she has 5 kids with, and she only read some of the messages. I only read. So you saw 2 messages and you closed the tablet, girl. You saw 2 messages and you just closed the tablet. You didn't read all of.
Admitted, and the messages themselves would be the evidence. Were they of any?
Come on, Caitlin.
Were the messages of a sexual nature?
No.
Okay, and you said you saw 2 messages.
Yes.
Okay, did you see anything else?
It was 2 sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. It wasn't nothing there, but it was a picture was sent.
Okay. What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I see no messages, I called him and Jarvis Butts.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's 2 particular messages that states out and it's a picture. And he stated that, I don't know, on these messages, I told him what the messages were. And he said it was probably our children was messaging him. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
Man, you mean to tell me this sorry ass man blamed, which probably some freaky ass text messages on his kids? The messages came from his kids, is what y'all telling me?
And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes.
Mr. Butts, in that you've seen the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
Correct.
Okay.
And with them saying she doesn't know what to believe anymore, that leads me to believe that they've had this conversation before. She's asked him about that little girl before. She's asked that little girl about him before. Now she's seeing these messages. She like, damn, I don't know what to believe anymore because I thought this at first, but you talked me off the ledge and I believed you. Now it's in my face. It's not just me thinking. It's not just me feeling it or sensing it. It's in my face. I don't know what to believe anymore. This isn't a case of, oh, I read these messages. No, they've had this conversation before.
So, Sharon, I want to take you back to January 9th. Were you home that day?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see Neziah that day?
my senior did that morning, correct.
Okay. And do you remember what she was wearing at all?
Her coat and her uniform at the time, she had on some blue jeans. I don't really recall the outfit. I just know the coat she had on.
And what was the coat that she had on?
She had on, it was a 90s coat with all the characters on it.
And you recall seeing her wearing that the morning of January 9th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach people's already exhibit 2?
Yes.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 2. Can you tell me, do you recognize a coat in this photo?
Yes,
And whose coat do you recognize that to be?
Neziah's.
Okay. Now, after you were when you saw Neziah that morning, what did you do the rest of the morning?
Nothing, I was at home with my mom and my 2 children.
And do you ever leave the house at any point that day?
No, I was at the house the whole entire day.
And do you know what time Neziah would normally get home from school?
On certain days, she will stay for after school, and then on certain days she will come home. The days she will stay for after school is 6, and the days that she don't is at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And on January 9th, do you know if Neziah had the after school program?
Yes. At that time, my mom took her out of the after school program, so she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
And did you see Neziah come home?
No.
Okay.
Chad, y'all right. I don't know at this point which last outfit the baby had on because I'm just like y'all. I've heard like 3 different outfits. So all of you guys in the chat are correct. I don't know where the pink jumpsuit came from. Did she change clothes somewhere? They did go to a hotel. Maybe she changed there. I don't know. All I remember is the white uniform shirt and the black jacket. That's documented evidence of what the baby had on. With her bottoms, I don't know.
And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
No.
Okay. Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
No.
Okay. Did you, yes, when Neziah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel any type of way?
It did. When she didn't come home
I'm gonna say this because I just saw a comment that said she knew she was meeting him being grown. I hate, and I know you don't mean any offense by it, but I hate when people use this whole being grown term because she was literally a child. She was groomed to do the things that she was doing. You know, this kid, like this man had been messing with her for 2 years since she was 11 years old. So please believe everything you see this girl do, those text messages. Do not be fooled. Don't use the words being grown because she was quite honestly doing what she'd been taught by him to do. Please him. Talk to him that way. An ordinary 11-year-old girl doesn't talk like what this girl was talking about. But because this man had groomed her for years, her mama wasn't there. Her daddy wasn't there. This is what she thought love was. This is what she thought love was, and it's his fault. She wasn't being grown, baby. She was doing what that man told her to do.
When my mom went to go pick up the other 2 children from the after school program, they knocked on the door and they had asked a question and said,
Objection, sounds like hearsay.
But Shannon crazy.
A question isn't hearsay technically.
I think she said she said.
She asked a question.
Yes.
She was getting ready to say a question. Okay,
What
finish
was the
what you were
question?
saying.
What was the question?
Well, Marcy, no adult was correcting her behavior because it doesn't seem like they gave a damn about her. So there wasn't anybody really checking her phone. Because if they had been checking her phone, they probably would have seen these messages well beforehand. But based on Shannon's attitude, we can't dismiss the fact that they did see that this was happening and absolutely, like you said, did not check her behavior. They did not care. She didn't have one adult in her life and in that house that gave a damn about her. Not even fucking Jarvis. Because that's not love. And if he were to say some weird shit like that baby thought he was the only one in her life that loved her. That baby thought he loved her and he was sick.
The two children had asked me, mom said, did
That's the hearsay.
did Naziah come home?
The hearsay is mom said.
Okay, so were you asked directly whether Naziah came home?
So my mom was still in the car. I was inside the house. They was coming to the house, walking up to the door. When I opened the door, they asked me, mom said, did Naziah come home? I said, no.
And was Naziah home? Okay. And did you do any sort of looking for Naziah that night?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called my twin sister. I called some of her friends that I know that stays close by. If they had seen Naziah, heard from Naziah and everything. And when I reached out to my sister, she said no. Her friend said no. So after that, I asked my mom, did she want me to call the police? She said no, she will take it up in the morning.
I guess they didn't discuss that. Because now Shannon say, I would have called the police, but my mom said no. Oh, they couldn't have discussed this, y'all. They couldn't have discussed this one. They didn't discuss that. Grandma probably pissed at Shannon. What the cameraman noticed about her hands, y'all? Because while he's zooming in on her hands, he noticed something about those hands, her legs shaking or something. Let me move this. He a little messy kid.
Shannon, did you know Naziah to have a pair of red and black Nike shoes?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you a picture of them, would you be able to identify them?
Yes.
It said Maurice, is that you?
Your may I approach?
Yes.
And for the record, this is going to be from People's Proposed Exhibit 14, and it'll be picture 34. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes, that's a pair of shoes that my mom bought for to the birthday.
Okay. Thank you. Now, back on the 9th, you said your mom was going to file a police report in the morning.
Correct.
Okay. Did you go with her to file a police report in the morning?
No.
No, it was my older sister.
Oh, her
Did you do
mama
anything
went?
on the 10th as it relates to trying to.
Yeah, so at some point they did call her mother because she said she didn't deal with her daughter. She didn't deal with her daughter, but for this, she called the mama. What?
Find Naziah.
Yes. We went out. I and some others went out to go get some pictures, made copies. We went to other stores, passed out flyers, and everything that we need to do.
No, she just said they asked, did you go to the school with your mom? She said, no, my oldest sister went. Nazia's mom is the older sister.
Now, what was asked of us to do.
And since January 9th, 2024, have you seen Nazia?
No.
Have you, since January 9th, 2024, have you heard from Nazia?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Judge. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Harris, I also have some questions for you. You and Mr. Butts have been, or you've known him for about 12 years?
Correct.
And fair to say that you were in a dating relationship with him for most of that time?
Correct.
But towards the end, like last year, it was more off and on, fair to say?
No, it was on and off for years.
For years, okay. But you have 5 children with him?
Correct.
And this relationship that you had with him, even towards the end when it was on, it was a sexual relationship, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you go to a motel to have sex with him?
Correct. Yes.
And that motel was the Park Crest Inn?
Or the SharePoint.
There's more than one?
Multiples, yes.
Okay. But one of them was the Park Crest? Said yes?
Correct.
The hell?
In Harper Woods?
Correct.
On Harper?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. Butts, or do you suspect that Mr. Butts has taken other women to those motels also?
Correct.
You do?
Mm.
I believe you said that you have, of your 5 children with him, 2 are girls
Yes.
and 3 are boys.
Correct.
And in January of this time, well, January 2023, you were living with your mother on Bedford, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, were you living in Clinton Township?
Correct.
When did you leave the Clinton Township home and move to the Bedford home?
October 23.
And so there were times when you were in Clinton Township that Mr. Butts would travel out there to see the kids.
Correct.
And then when you moved to the Bedford address, he would go to the Bedford address to see the kids.
Correct.
And then the Bedford address is when Nazia was also living there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you just testified that on January the 9th, you were living at that house? on
Correct.
Bedford, and you were there during the day?
Correct.
And so were you one of the first people that realized that Nazia did not come home when she was expected to be home?
Well, we didn't realize.
I want to say this. I just saw a comment that said they're asking about this motel to establish that he went to this motel frequently. Well, that wouldn't be good for the defense, right? Because you want him far away from these locations that his phone was pinging at. I felt like they're really just trying to establish that when they did things of that nature, it would be outside of the house. Hey, we would go away from the house a lot, because establishing that he is always at the place that his phone pinged in would not help him, because they're building a timeline based off of his phone records. But if we can establish that me and this young lady, we had this relationship for so long and we would frequent this location, it's kind of, they're also trying to say, well, hey, he could have been there, but this is a place he takes women to. I just don't see with the defense how it would help to say he's always there, because it was in his list of things, right? But it could help if his defense is, I was there with another woman. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, that's a place he took women to. Not a little girl, but he would take women there, or take Shannon there. We go outside of the house and do things. It could be both ways. Sorry, y'all. I'm thinking as I'm talking.
But I didn't realize it until I had got a question by the other kids had asked, did I have Naziah came home yet, or have I seen her? And I said no.
Do you remember what time that was in the afternoon?
That was in the evening. My mom picked them up 6 o'clock.
So that was about 3 hours later than she normally should have been home.
Correct.
Was that surprising?
Yes, it was. One, we thought that she was at the after school program, but it didn't dawn on no one until my mom came back to the house and she wasn't here, or she wasn't in the car when they had got in the car.
And so when you all realized that she wasn't at school and she wasn't at home, was that surprising?
Yes.
But you didn't go to the woods that night.
No.
She ever not returned home previously?
No, this is her first time ever doing this.
Did she have friends in the neighborhood that she would go visit?
Yes.
And you said, I think, are those the folks that you contacted to ask?
Yes.
Do y'all see that she's talking about her?
We're just showing a pair of red and black Nike shoes, right?
Correct.
And you identified those shoes as being Naziah's shoe. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a shoe that looks like the shoe that Naziah is wearing, correct?
Correct. Correct.
You can't say for sure that that
Yes,
exact
sir.
shoe came from Naziah, is that fair to say?
Correct.
I think you testified that very rarely would you ever use text now to contact Mr. Butts.
Right.
Only if your phone was turned off,
Right.
and that was not very often.
Right.
Would Naziah ever have access to your phone to use it?
Yes, like she would ask, hey, TT, can I see your phone? Sure, I wouldn't mind. Yes.
And so would she text from that phone?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever notice any text from
No.
her on your phone?
No.
Did you ever notice if she had used your Text Now app?
No, the only time when I would notice something and say if me and Jarvis would we won't be on the same page seeing eye to eye, and I will call him and he say, why you will call me, or like why you continue to keep calling me, and I would say I haven't called you all day or in 2 days. Then I will go ask my kids like, hey, are y'all calling your dad because I haven't called him.
And until you looked in Naziah's Instagram account, did you ever notice anything on your phone that caused you to be concerned?
No.
Between Naziah and Mr. Butts?
No.
And Mr. Butts, we said would come to the house to see his kids.
Correct.
He would drop them off at the house sometimes. He would take them places.
Yes.
He would pick Janiyah up from there.
Like he, depending on like if he will pick up the kids, if I need him to pick up the kids from the pickup or drop off spot, for school, he will do that. Yeah.
And then take them either to Clinton Township when you lived there or to the Bedford Street address.
Correct.
Okay. But most times he wouldn't even come to the house, right?
He will come to the house. He will call me first before he will come.
Would he come into the house physically or would he sit in his truck outside?
50%. He will sit in the car and wait till the kids come outside, or he will knock on the door.
Would he be in the house for any length of time?
Only if I'm inside the house.
Like he was visiting with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with Naziah?
No.
You can't think of a time when he would have been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her?
No.
Or any other room in the house alone?
No.
Would Mr. Butts have ever been at that house if another adult, like you or your mother, weren't there?
He will. What you said.
Would Mr. Butts ever?
Girl,
be at the
come on,
house
hold up,
if,
I gotta rewind.
or with Naziah?
No.
So you, like he was visiting with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with Messiah?
No.
Let me tell y'all why this is so bad. In one of the text messages, and I didn't read all of them, but one of the messages I saw, she was asking him, where do you want to do it? And he said the basement. So it makes, now hearing her say he was never there when they weren't there, it's even worse. Y'all was just letting this man do this stuff while you were in the house.
Can't think of a time when he had been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her,
No.
or any other room in the house alone.
No.
Would Mr. Butts have ever been at that house if another adult, like you or your mother, weren't there?
He will, what you said,
Would Mr. Butts ever be at the house if you or your mother weren't there?
no, it will be me or another person.
The idea that anything was going on between Mr. Butts and Messiah is shocking to you, right?
Correct.
You had no idea.
No.
You never noticed anything between Messiah and Mr. Butts that made you concerned?
No.
You never saw any inappropriate behavior?
Not at all.
You didn't notice Mr. Butts paying any special attention to her?
No.
Certainly if you had noticed that, that would cause you concern.
Yeah, it would have raised the.
Let me tell y'all something. And women that are on this live, correct me if I'm wrong. If we are, just think back when you were young. You didn't smile a lot at the boy you liked. You didn't smile a lot. You didn't giggle too hard at his jokes because he was extra funny to you, right? If you want me to believe that this woman did not put two and two together, that this girl and this man had something going on, keep in mind he's a sex offender, okay? So you're gonna have an extra eye. I don't care how much she say he paid his debt to society, whatever. You're gonna look that. Y'all don't think this immature ass little girl was smiling every. Oh God, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to talk mean. I'm not talking mean about the baby, but she's immature. This immature little girl. You want me to believe that this girl was not looking at this man, paying close attention to this man, probably around him more than you liked. You know this because little girls, think when you were 13, think back to when you were 13. If say when I was 13, I think I had graduated from 8th grade. So when I was 13, I'm at the skate ring, baby. If it's the boy I like, I'm giggling, I'm smiling. Ma'am, you didn't see her look at that man no type of way. Baby, I'm 37 and I give a little giggle when I like a man, okay? Or a man, I might, when I'm flirting a little bit, I might laugh. I might look at a man like, this baby was doing something that gave it away, that someone right. Look at him fake crying. Oh,
A whole bunch of red flags.
Likely you wouldn't have invited him into the house, correct?
Correct.
Wait a minute, y'all. Let me see what's still right there.
Correct.
Would have raised a whole bunch of red flags.
Likely you wouldn't have invited him in.
Shannon, wherever you are, I hope you die slow. Because the fact that you talking about that would have raised a bunch of red flags, but the fact he was a freaking pedophile didn't raise a red flag to you? That didn't raise a red flag. That didn't raise a red flag. But if your niece and him, if you would have seen something, that would have been the red flag? Oh, God.
Into the house, correct?
Correct.
Yes, Karina.
You found it hard to believe even that Mr. Butts would hurt Messiah.
But I won't know. I don't know what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
Oh, hey. Did y'all hear what she just said? This lady just said out her own mouth. The question was, do you think Jarvis would hurt Naziah? She said, I don't know what a person would do if their back was against the wall. I don't know what a person would do. Y'all, she knew that girl was pregnant. She know what he did. Let me rewind it, because some of y'all probably was on y'all phone scrolling on Instagram and listening to me, and y'all didn't hear that.
You found it hard to believe even that Mr. Butts would hurt Naziah.
But I won't know. I don't know what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
But the thought of that was hard for you, at least at one point, to believe, correct?
Correct.
Baby, that public defender said now, Shannon, that was not part of what we discussed. That's not what we discussed. And everybody in this chat, if y'all been on this stream with me, we've been on here. Damn, we've been on the stream 7 hours, y'all. So those of you who have been on the stream most of this time, what did we say? We said that he never intended to kill this little girl. He never intended to kill this little girl. What happened? The abortion was botched. Something went wrong. Something went wrong, and I think the baby died. I really don't even think he killed her. I think the botched abortion is what killed her, and he tried to dispose of the body, because guess what? He was going down either way. You got to explain why you're trying to do an abortion on a 13-year-old girl. Why are you out here? He couldn't explain the shit away. He wouldn't have been able to explain it away, right? But this lady is literally on this stand saying, I don't know what a person would do if they're back against the wall. You're crazy if you didn't think he didn't call this dumbass woman and tell her something went wrong. Something went wrong. Told her what happened. She don't want to lose her beloved. She don't want to lose her beloved Jarvis. She doesn't want to lose her beloved Jarvis. So what Shannon got to do? Shannon got to go in that house, because I'm with y'all. The clothes look too fresh. Shannon got to find a way to go put them clothes out there. Can we check her phone? Can we check Shannon's phone?
Now, during the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, he had children with other women.
Correct.
Pretty consistently with other women.
Correct.
More than one woman.
Correct.
Some of those women you actually knew about, correct?
Correct.
They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood.
Oh!
Correct.
Oh, now she can't talk. You had so much to say about Naziah, right? Her not coming home. She was talking real loud. Now we done pointed out the fact that that man was sleeping with women, even in your neighborhood, getting them pregnant. Now you on mute. Now you can barely talk. Now, baby, I can't hear you anymore. All she can give us is correct.
Did you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Hell yes.
Even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side?
Correct.
You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024?
Correct.
Before January 20th, you had a conversation with Naziah about a location on Outer Drive in Belfour?
Yes.
And that was surprising to you, right?
Correct.
That's on the east side of Detroit?
Yes.
Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location?
Yes.
Why did you give her directions?
I was just getting out the shower and just getting myself together. She asked me, she said, hey, Titi. She said, where is Belford and Outer Drive? And I told her, I said, you know exactly where Belford and Outer Drive at. I said, Outer Drive is right where the wine basket at. And I said, you know where Belford at. And she was like, I get Balfour and Bedford mixed up. So I said, you already know Belford is before Bedford. So she said, okay. She said, because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings. So I said, okay. But that was the only two things that she had asked was where was Omar Drive in Balfour at.
Does that location have any special significance to you?
No.
Do you know anybody at that location?
No, the only thing that I'm used to, I'm familiarized with just picking up Jarvis at a drive in Belfort. It's just on a corner.
On a corner?
Mm-hmm.
Not at an address?
Not an address.
Y'all mean to tell me this grown ass man? Y'all remember the fiance said he will walk to the house, like park the car somewhere else. Now this heifer talking about she picks him up at corners, and it didn't even. You picked him up at this location several times, and you didn't say what the hell my niece doing at that same location. We did not. We saw. They said unexplainable holes in the jacket. Hold on, because I'm gonna get the chat to help us out, Day. You mean to tell me it didn't click in your mind to wonder why the hell your niece going to the same area your man be at? Y'all told me this case was gonna piss me off. It's the women. Like, how do you not protect the babies? How do you not protect the babies? Like, you didn't think to question why the hell your niece going to the location you pick your man up at. Like, Day, do you hear what I'm saying? Now, let's help the other Day, DAI. Day says that she was stabbed 16 times. Correct me if I'm wrong. When the man was talking about the jacket, they couldn't explain why those holes were in her jacket. Did I hear that wrong? Because I thought they said inexplainable holes in her jacket. They don't know why the holes were in the jacket. Yes, Miss Hall. I'm happy. Miss Jefferson really. I didn't know that the prelim was coming on till she told me. No stabs. That's what I thought. I thought they said they couldn't explain why the holes were in the jacket. Hold on. Big Tit, you might be right, friend. They did know. Okay, so that's what I thought. Day, she wasn't stabbed 16 times. Well, there's not a body to confirm that, but she has these holes. They don't know why the holes are in her jacket. I don't know. I don't think this is trafficking. Miss J had been talking about it. Like I said, I saw this going viral, but I didn't know the case had come up. And then Miss J had started watching it, and I said, but she been telling me about it because we talk often. And I'm like, girl, I'm gonna have to watch this myself. Yeah, it wasn't stabs. They don't know why those holes were in her jackets. They know it's not from animals. I remember that, T-Baby. Miss Hall, we're gonna go back and watch that. We're gonna watch the podcast. It'll probably, go watch it on your own, guys. But if you'd like to watch it with the community over here, it'll be after we get through testimony. We'll go watch the podcast, and hopefully it'll connect some dots for us.
When was this conversation that you had about that location? Do you recall?
This was right before Naziah went missing.
Like how soon before? Weeks?
Maybe it was still in that same week she went missing.
Mr. Butts didn't have his own vehicle, fair to say?
No, he didn't.
He generally used
His female's vehicles.
Did you know Mr. Butts to park at one location and maybe walk to another to kind of try to remain undetected?
Pretty much, yes.
Would it be
all y'all know
not out of the ordinary for you to have to pick him up at a random or what seemed to be a random location to you?
Do y'all hear this? Miss P, Alice was just saying this, so I don't know. We're gonna take a vote and see what the community as a whole wants to do. If the community wants to skip the text messages, because I've seen a little bit of it, I'm okay with skipping the text messages, but we'll see. But this is his MO, y'all. She said it was never out of the ordinary for her to pick him up on random corners. Do you hear me? Do you know what type of woman you got to be okay with picking up a man at a random location because you know he's trying not to disclose where he came from?
Correct.
You lived with Naziah for, you said from about October until January the 9th.
Correct.
So you spent a lot of time around her?
Yes.
You knew her mannerisms?
Yes.
Her demeanor?
Yes.
Her moods?
Yes.
Did anything strike you as out of the ordinary about how she was acting at any point in time?
Now, this was pissing me off. They knew so much about this girl. They were so in tune with her, but nobody picked up on the fact that this man was y'all so in tune with this baby. Why would they get on? Y'all so in tune with this baby, but nobody knew she hadn't asked for pads in months. Nobody knew that she hadn't asked for pads. Nobody, y'all so in tune with her lover so much, nobody knew that the girl didn't come home at 3:00 because the other kids had to tell Shannon. The other kids had to tell Shannon. Now all of a sudden, y'all.
In December or January before she disappeared?
No, Naziah, nothing have changed her character, none of that. She was just the same old Naziah. Nothing was different.
Naziah has a brother, right?
Yes.
Is it an older brother?
Yes.
Now, he had run away in 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Why is he running away?
If it's something that had bothered her or something that she was dealing with at the time, could cause a change in her demeanor. So she did have a brother that ran away.
Correct.
And was that something that she struggled with?
She didn't like the fact that her brother was running away. Yes, she didn't like it.
Around the same time, around the time December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Yes.
Did she end up coming to see Naziah?
Yes.
She did. Did Naziah seem to have some big emotions about that contact?
Yes.
It was complicated, fair to say?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
All the time.
I knew it. I knew it. Y'all, this baby talked to them about everything except that. And I do not want to sit on this live and act as if kids cannot suffer in silence, because we are well aware that kids can be threatened, right? Kids can be told, I'm going to do this to your mama, your brothers, or, I get that. I get that. This girl was literally in the house. You're in a house packed like sardines. You are in a house packed. It's 6 kids, and Shannon got 5 kids. Then it's Naziah and her siblings, okay? So at any given time, what is it, y'all? Is they're anywhere from, let's say, they're anywhere from 8 to 10. I don't know how many siblings she has. They're anywhere from between 8 and 10 children in this house at one time. You barely have room to breathe. And you mean to tell me nobody picked up in this house? No adult picked up in this house that girl was being touched by this sick-ass man? Come on. This is just, stop.
Did you notice anything? You said you didn't notice anything in a changing mood. So
No.
what about physically?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you. Can you redirect? Yes.
go to the Park Crest Inn on January 9th, 2024, Mr.
No.
Butts?
No.
And fair to say, you knew of Mr. Butts having other female friends,
Yes.
and even some that you didn't know about.
Correct.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you don't always know, or you didn't always know what Mr. Butts was doing?
No.
You couldn't account for his whereabouts every minute of the day?
No.
Did you know him to, one of those cars that he would use, did you know him to have a white Escalade type truck?
Correct. Yes.
And you were asking questions about Outer Drive and Balfour. Fair to say, from what I gathered, the only connection you have to that area is Jarvis Butts.
Correct.
Okay, so he's the only one you would associate with that area.
Correct.
And you knew Mr. Butts to have other children.
Correct.
Okay, and you knew him to have clearly have gotten other women pregnant.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, were all those women adults?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did he, to you, ever hide getting another woman pregnant?
No.
Nothing further, Rich.
Okay, you are done testifying, please watch your step. Thank you.
Just like, get your ass out my courtroom. Get your ass out of my
Who's
courtroom.
gonna be doing the next witness? Okay,
Y'all, we done made it to the end of Naziah Harris's case. This is the preliminary hearing for Jarvis Butts, who is accused of murdering her. They have not found her body. We just heard the testimony of today. We've heard her mom, her aunt, which is his children's mother. We've heard his fiance. We've heard another baby mama. We've heard the lady who found her school badge. We heard the school officer who retired and he investigated the case one day. We've heard from Border Patrol today. We've heard from the cell phone analysis. So we have watched quite a bit of this preliminary hearing so far. And listen, a lot of y'all have been here since we started, and everyone seems to have, there seems to be a consensus that this family knew what was going on with this girl. Her aunt that just got off that stand, she most certainly knew because she is the most vested. Jarvis was her man. She was the most vested, but they failed this baby. They failed this baby. I'm actually happy, y'all. Oh, it's 329 people in here. That's my birthday. God must be trying to do something good in my life. He did something yesterday, so I'm just gonna take that as a sign of him saying, "Girl, I'm here." But we've heard a lot of testimony. I know it's very overwhelming today. Thank you guys for going on this journey with me today. Man, I probably wouldn't. It's not a problem. I would not have watched all of this without y'all. So thank y'all for going on this journey with me today. For anyone that is in the chat that has been a victim, baby, know that you are loved, and I pray that if you're still dealing with it, that God grants you peace. God gives you healing, because this is not easy for anyone to deal with. It causes adults, children to deal with things later on in their lives. It affects relationships, your mental, everything. So I always encourage anyone, if you have been a victim and if this has triggered you in any way, please go see a therapist. Talk to someone. Please know it was not your fault because you were a child. If you were an adult and this happened to you, it should not have. It should not have happened. I'm going to tell you I'm sorry that it happened. I'm going to tell you that God is always there. Please go get some help. Do not hold it in because it will affect everything around you. It will affect everything around you. So I'm ending this stream, guys. Y'all know we moving over. If you are going over with us, I'm about to end this stream. The next stream that will pop up is my hometown, Memphis, Tennessee, the school board meeting. We're gonna see what's popping off over there. And we'll pick back up with Naziah in the morning. Y'all always say 9, but it's always given 10-ish when I get on live. But we will finish watching. We'll finish watching Testimony Barchi. We'll finish watching testimony in the Naziah Harris preliminary hearing tomorrow. Thank y'all so much for hanging with me today. If you're going to hop on for Memphis, I'm ending this stream. I'm starting it right back because they've been there at this point an hour and a half now. So bye, everybody. See y'all tomorrow.